Chapter 3899. One day, 4 months after he entered the first inn, old Fang, who was meditating on the ground, suddenly heard Yang Kai calling out to him. He quickly opened his eyes, but before he could ask what Yang Kai wanted, he saw a black shadow looming over him. Old Fang was shocked and hurriedly tried to dodge, but the black shadow seemed to have the effect of sealing the world, making him feel that he couldn't avoid it. In a moment of absent-mindedness, his vision turned dark and he entered a dark space. Old Fang blinked and suddenly realized that he had been sucked into Yang Kai's bag. Recalling Yang Kai's recent performance, he hurriedly called out, "Little brother, did you succeed in refining it?" Yang Kai's voice came, "I can barely activate it." On the bed, Yang Kai held the 6-unity wish bag in his hand, frowning slightly. Although this bag had been in his hands before, he could only open and close it, unable to activate its power. Now that he had refined it, he could barely use it to defend against enemies. This thing felt similar to the sealed world bead, both of which could be forcefully sucked in, and depending on the strength of the enemy, the cost was different. However, Yang Kai was the master of the sealed world bead, so he could do whatever he wanted with it. In this regard, the wish bag was inferior to the sealed world bead. However, the wish bag didn't only have the ability to suck people in, it also had many restrictions and killing arrays that could be activated. This time, Yang Kai used Old Fang as an experiment, so he didn't need to activate any of the restrictions and released him in the blink of an eye. Old Fang stared at the wish bag in Yang Kai's hand with envy. What a good treasure. He had lived for many years, but he had never seen such a secret treasure. Yang Kai didn't comment and stood up. "Let's go out and take a look." Together with Old Fang, Yang Kai walked out of the backyard and into the lobby. Yang Kai was startled. The lobby, which used to be extremely noisy, was now extremely quiet. The tables in the lobby were empty. Looking up, Yang Kai saw the bookkeeper behind the counter working on his golden abacus, and in the corner of the hall, the manservant was dozing off on a stool. What's going on? Old Fang looked around in confusion. Yang Kai was also baffled. He went straight to the manservant and patted him, saying, "Get up." The servant shivered and crawled up to take a look. Seeing that it was Yang Kai, he said, "Ah, it's you." Saying this, he weakly lay back down. After working together for a few months, they had become familiar with each other. The manservant was no longer as enthusiastic as before and spoke much more casually. "Where are the people here? Why are they all gone?" Yang Kai asked. The servant turned over and pointed at the door. "They've all gone out." Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Did something happen to the Sun Star? The reason why so many guests had been waiting at the first inn was because they were waiting for Sun Star. Now that they had all run out, it was obvious that something had happened. The manservant said, "Yes, it seems that the fire of the sun is about to be extinguished, so they are all rushing to try their luck." Suddenly, he sat up and looked at Yang Kai, saying, "By the way, the people from the Great Moon Prefecture are also here. They are all at the Sun Star." Yang Kai looked solemn and said to Old Fang, "Call Dai Yu and the others." "No need to call them." Dai Yu's voice came from behind. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Dai Yu and Ah Sun coming out of the backyard. "I heard it. What should we do now?" Yang Kai looked at Ah Sun and said, "Let's go find the people from the Great Moon Prefecture first. We'll make plans later." The fire of the sun was about to be extinguished, so it was imperative to explore the Sun Star. The 4 of them were too weak. If they could take shelter under the wings of the Great Moon Prefecture, they might have a chance. Naturally, no one had any objection to this and immediately set off. The manservant got up and shouted, "Do you want to keep the 2 rooms for you?" "Keep my ass. I'll never stay in this unscrupulous inn again." Yang Kai didn't even look back. He had lived here for 4 months and spent more than 100,000 yuan on the room. If he hadn't made a fortune, he wouldn't have been able to afford it. No matter what the result was, Yang Kai would never return to this shabby inn again. If he saw it in the future, he would take a detour. The manservant pointed at Yang Kai's back and said, "Boy, if you have the guts to call this unscrupulous inn in front of the landlady, she will skin you alive." Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. No one knew where he had gone. They flew forward for a few days, but they didn't reach their destination. On the way, they met some people who were also on the way. All of them had powerful auras, which made the four of them frightened. But in this way, they were sure that they were going in the right direction. After flying for a few more days, a dazzling light suddenly erupted in front of them, illuminating more than half of the star field. At the same time, a scorching power rippled out. Even though they were far away, Yang Kai could still feel the purity of this power. His heart warmed, knowing that the true sun gold in the solar star was not just a rumor. The reason why he was so enthusiastic about this matter was that he really wanted to join in on the fun and take the opportunity to see the foundation of the great forces outside this universe. Secondly, he wanted to help Ah Sun recognize her ancestors. Thirdly, and most importantly, he had now condensed the power of the wood element. From wood to fire, the next thing he needed to do was to condense the power of the fire element. However, because the power of the wood element was high, he had to look for high-grade heaven-opening materials. Otherwise, it would be a waste. However, high-grade heaven-opening materials were hard to come by, and the true sun gold would undoubtedly meet the requirements. The true sun gold had the word gold in its name, but it was not a metal material, but a genuine fire element material. The goal Yang Kai set for himself was to reach the seventh-order heaven-opening realm at the very least. Only by reaching the seventh-order heaven-opening realm would he have the opportunity to use the heaven-opening pill to reach the peak of the eighth order or even the ninth order in the future. Even the lowest grade of true sun gold was a sixth-order material, and if he was lucky, it was not impossible to find a seventh-order material. If not for this, with so many great forces coveting him, how could he have dared to wade into these muddy waters? As they were flying forward, a strong sense of oppression suddenly came from behind them. Everyone was startled and turned around to see a large ship rapidly approaching them, heading straight for the four of them. This ship was obviously an excellent flight-type artifact and was extremely fast. When everyone saw it, it was still quite a distance away, but in the blink of an eye, it was already halfway there, and by the time they recovered, it was already right in front of them. The ship did not slow down at all, as if it had not noticed the existence of the four of them and simply continued forward. Yang Kai's complexion changed dramatically and he shouted, "Scatter!" Although the four of them were quite strong and had all condensed their own Dao seals, if they were hit by this ship, they would not have a good end. As soon as these words were spoken, the four of them scattered to the sides. Almost at the same time, the ship sailed past them and disappeared into the distance. The four of them gathered again, old Fang's expression extremely ugly. Which great force does this belong to? How ridiculous, they couldn't even see four living people, are they blind? Daiyu smiled bitterly, all right, we're fine, they probably didn't put us in their eyes. They're too much of a bully, old Fang said indignantly. Yang Kai sighed, if you don't want to be bullied, you can only become stronger first. Saying so, his brow suddenly furrowed as the ship in front of them suddenly turned around and began speeding towards them. Old Fang's face suddenly turned pale as he asked in a trembling voice, what are they doing? Did they hear what I said just now? Yang Kai said in a low voice, if the situation turns bad, run quickly. Although he did not know why the other party had returned, it was obviously nothing good. If they really fought, the four of them would definitely not be a match for the other party. If that happened, one of them would have to run away. Daiyu and the others nodded solemnly. At this moment, the big ship stopped not far in front of the crowd, and on the bow deck, a tall figure appeared, looking down at Yang Kai and the others. This person seemed to be a young man in his late 20s, and in his arms were two stunning beauties. The two women were dressed quite impudently, exposing large areas of their snow-white skin. One on the left and one on the right of the young man, their charming eyes were like silk, and their breaths were like orchids. Smiling, they followed the young man as he looked down below. Dai Yu and Ah Sun both blushed. The young man's eyes only swept over Yang Kai for a moment before turning to look at Ah Sun and Dai Yu, smiling slightly as he asked, "Are the two girls also going to Sun Star?" The young man's smile was very hearty, and coupled with his good looks, he gave off a very clean and pure aura, but when she saw the two women in his arms, Dai Yu knew what kind of person he was. The reason why the ship had returned was probably because of this. She didn't want to answer, but the situation was better than her, so she could only nod for fear of angering the other party. "Yes." The young man said, "What a coincidence, this young master is also going there. Would the two of you like to come with me?" The speed of this young master's flight-type artifact is not slow, much faster than flying like the two of you. Dai Yu squeezed out a smile and said, "No need, I have companions, we just want to travel together." The young man glanced over at Yang Kai and Old Fong before chuckling, "Since that's the case, let's all come together, two more won't make any difference." This. Dai Yu suddenly felt awkward, regretting that she hadn't made things clear. Now that she was riding a tiger, it was impossible to get off. Although she didn't know which great force this young man came from, she knew he was definitely not someone she could provoke. If she really boarded this ship, her life or death would be at his mercy. Just as she didn't know how to refuse, Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Thank you for your kindness, but my brother and sister are strangers to your excellency, so we won't bother your excellency any longer." Saying so, he called out to everyone, "Let's go." The young man's smile didn't falter as he stared at Yang Kai and said, "If this young master doesn't speak, where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai frowned and looked over. "What does your excellency want?" The young man sighed. "There are always some ignorant people in this world who don't know how to appreciate kindness. Generally speaking, such people don't live long." Yang Kai sneered softly, "I don't know where your excellency is from, but we disciples of the Great Moon Province are not to be bullied." Chapter 3900. Yang Kai had done this kind of thing many times. Now that the four of them were alone, it would not do them any good if they really had a conflict with the other party. However, Yang Kai was not familiar with the nearby large territory and did not know what kind of forces there were. He only knew that there was one Great Moon Prefecture, so he could only borrow its name for the time being. Anyway, Ah Sun had some connections with the Great Moon Prefecture, so he was not afraid of being exposed. Therefore, Yang Kai said it calmly, but Lao Fong and the others felt uneasy. The young man frowned when he heard this. "Great Moon Prefecture? You're from the Great Moon Prefecture?" "Yes." Yang Kai replied in a deep voice, looking calm. The young man's expression suddenly became a little tired. Although the Great Moon Prefecture was not a powerful force, his background was not very powerful, and was basically on par with that of the Great Moon Prefecture. When Yang Kai mentioned the Great Moon Prefecture's name, he was a little afraid of taking action. However, he was a little unwilling to leave just like that, as if he was afraid of the Great Moon Prefecture. While he was hesitating, an old man stepped forward and whispered, "Young master, the fire of the sun is about to be extinguished. The matter over there is more important. It's better not to complicate things." The young man snorted, stared coldly at Yang Kai and the others, and then disappeared from the deck. After a short while, the big ship moved forward again, and in the blink of an eye, it was thousands of miles away. Watching the big ship leave, Lao Fong and the others breathed a heavy sigh of relief. They finally felt relieved. Dai Yu glanced at Yang Kai and chuckled. "You're really good." She admired Yang Kai's ability to adapt. At that time, he could think of a way to get out of the situation. His reaction was extraordinarily fast. Yang Kai sighed and said, "Let's go. Be careful." Suddenly encountering such a group of people made the four of them more vigilant. They had not had much contact with people outside the universe before, so they did not know what the atmosphere here was like. Now, it seemed that there was no difference between the universe world and the universe world. Strength was respected. If one was strong enough, they could do whatever they wanted. If one was not strong enough, they could only pinch their noses and accept it. Fortunately, nothing similar happened along the way. Although many flight-type artifacts flew past them, none of them seemed to be looking for trouble. Yang Kai estimated that everyone's attention was on the sun star, so few of them had the leisure to stir up trouble. As they moved forward, a huge star gradually came into view. It was a dark red star. Scorching energy lingered on the star, distorting the space around it. The sun was about to die, and it would no longer have its former glory. If that wasn't the case, who would dare to approach it? The further they went, the hotter it became. The four of them had no choice but to circulate their strength to resist the scorching heat. After flying for a few more days, they finally arrived at the periphery of the sun's star. From a distance, Yang Kai and the others saw a number of figures and flight-type artifacts hovering in the void. Obviously, these were the forces from the nearby large territory who had heard the news and wanted a piece of the pie. Among them, Yang Kai also saw some familiar faces, all of whom he had met in the first and before. The sun's star was huge, so the surrounding space was naturally huge as well. Although there were many people here, the distance between them was not close. Now that everyone was waiting for an opportunity, there was no conflict. Yang Kai and the others were weak and did not dare to get too close. Stopping far away, Yang Kai turned to Ah Sun and said, "The first-in servant said that the people from Great Moon Province are here, but how to find them depends on you." Did that senior mention any special signs in Great Moon Province? Ah Sun shook her head, "No, he didn't." Yang Kai frowned, "Then when you saw that senior, was there anything special about his clothes? Look around and see if anyone here is wearing anything similar to that senior's." "Nothing special, it seems to be just ordinary clothes. He gave me the white jade fox and told me that if I ever went outside the universe, I could use it to find him." Yang Kai and Daiyu exchanged a glance after hearing this, the latter saying, "This is a bit troublesome. Without any clues, how can we find so many people? We can't just ask them one by one." Yang Kai shook his head. If he were to ask them one by one, not only would it be a waste of time, but if he were to meet someone with a good temper, such as the great force he had encountered before, it would be a complete waste of time. If he were to meet someone with a bad temper, such as the great force he had encountered before, it would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog. Let's look around first, maybe that senior is also here. If so, Ah Sun will definitely recognize him, Yang Kai thought for a moment and said. Ah Sun nodded, "If I really see him, I will definitely recognize him." Then there was nothing more to say and the four of them immediately began searching. Flying around the periphery of Sun Star, not daring to approach any of the great forces, they simply looked from afar and eliminated them one by one. After a few days, they found nothing. However, the four of them were able to see many strange flying artifacts. The great ship-like artifacts were the most common, but there were also palace-like artifacts, which were not surprising. The Flowing Time Temple was an extraordinary artifact that Yang Xiao and Yang Shui could use to fly after refining it. There were also people riding strange flying beasts. At first glance, these strange flying beasts were extremely powerful and it was unknown how they were tamed. Old Fong and the others were extremely envious, all of them saying that if they could subdue such a spirit beast, they would be able to go anywhere in the world. After several days of fruitless searching, Ah Sun couldn't help feeling a little discouraged. Yang Kai also felt that searching aimlessly like this was not a good idea, so after pondering for a moment, he said, "Ah Sun, let me take a look at that white jade fox." Ah Sun nodded and took out the white jade fox. Since passing through the second territory gate, there were many cracks on the white jade fox, as if it could collapse at any time. Moreover, no more fox phantoms appeared when he poured his strength into it. Holding the white jade fox, Yang Kai carefully poured his strength into it. He could feel that the white jade fox was absorbing his strength, but there was not much change. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and handed the white jade fox back to Sunday. Looking at the three of them, he said, "Now there is only one way, ask them one by one. I don't think we need to ask too many people. There must be someone who knows the people of Great Moon Province and has seen them. As long as we ask these people, we will naturally know where the people of Great Moon Province are at this moment." Dayu nodded, "That's the only way." Just as they were discussing, in a wing room of a large ship on the periphery of Sun Star, a bearded man who was meditating suddenly opened his eyes. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes as he let out a soft cry of surprise. In a flash, he came to the deck and looked somewhere in the void. Martial Uncle Wei. On the deck, several people dressed as disciples all cupped their hands and saluted when they saw the man. The man surnamed Wei waved his hand, indicating that they should go about their business and continue looking in that direction. A woman came from behind and followed his gaze, asking curiously, "Brother Wei, what are you looking at?" The man surnamed Wei turned his head and glanced at her, grinning, "Junior Sister Tao, do you remember that junior of mine I told you before?" The woman surnamed Tao thought for a moment and seemed to remember something. "Is it that person from the Qianquan world you came from?" The man surnamed Wei nodded, "The only surviving junior. The last time he went back, that world was already collapsing. Now that he thought about it, it should have already collapsed. That world no longer existed, and he and that junior were the final proof that that world once existed. What's wrong with her?" Junior Sister Tao was puzzled. "Why do you suddenly mention this?" Brother Wei grinned, "She's here. She's nearby." Junior Sister Tao covered her red lips with her hand. "Really? How do you know?" Brother Wei said, "I just know. In any case, she's definitely here. Junior Sister Tao, take care of this place, I'll be right back." Saying so, he took a step forward and quickly flew off. On the other side, Yang Kai and the others had finished their discussion and were preparing to act when a burly figure suddenly blocked their path. Yang Kai was shocked and stepped in front of everyone, vigilantly staring at the newcomer. This person had a full beard, brows like a lion's mane, and a nose like a hanging gall-bladder. He was dressed in martial arts robes, and his exposed muscles were bulging. Sweeping out with his divine sense, Yang Kai sensed that this person was a heaven-opening realm cultivator, and his heart trembled, cupping his fists and "Greetings, senior. Is there something you need?" Brother Wei glanced at Yang Kai and chuckled before tilting his head and looking at Sun, who was behind Yang Kai. "Little son, don't hide, I see you." Sun's body trembled as she jumped out from behind Yang Kai in surprise and joy, staring in front of her in disbelief, and after seeing the newcomer's face, she couldn't help calling out, "Senior? Heh, you actually found me. You're really something." Senior Brother Wei laughed loudly, his beard trembling non-stop. He looked extremely happy. Sun's eyes suddenly turned red. All the grievances she had suffered recently came flooding back to her, and tears streamed down her face like a broken string. Brother Wei's face twitched when he saw this, and he said with a bitter expression, "Why are you crying? Don't cry, did I scare you?" It would have been better if he hadn't said anything, but as soon as he spoke, Sun burst into tears, lowered her head, opened her arms, and threw herself into Brother Wei's arms like a swallow returning to its nest, her tears instantly soaking his clothes. Senior Marshal Brother Wei's big hand froze in the air. He had never expected that his next meeting with Sun would be in such a situation. It made him feel very uncomfortable. He coughed lightly and said in a muffled voice, "Why are you crying? Did someone bully you? Tell me who bullied you, I'll stand up for you." As he spoke, his bell-like eyes swept over Yang Kai and the others. Yang Kai and the others' skin tensed up, and old Fong quickly waved his hand and said, "Senior, please understand, we didn't bully Miss Ah Sun, we've been protecting her all this time." Brother Wei snorted, "I don't think you would dare." "Senior." Ah Sun choked, home is gone." Chapter 39:01. Senior Brother Wei suddenly realized that it wasn't that Ah Sun was bullied by someone, but that her home was gone. In an instant, his expression darkened, and he patted Ah Sun's head. "From now on, wherever I am, will be your home." Ah Sun buried her head in his arms again and cried loudly. Seeing this, Yang Kai could not help but feel emotional. The current situation of the astral boundary was not very optimistic. After Mo Sheng's torment, the entire astral boundary was in a mess, and only the World Tree could repair it. What if he could not find the World Tree? Would the astral boundary be completely destroyed, just like Ah Sun's homeland? At that time, many people would be displaced. This made him even more determined to find the World Tree and return to repair the astral boundary. After crying for a while, Ah Sun finally calmed down. She walked out of Brother Wei's arms with a red face, feeling embarrassed. She had lost control of her emotions just now mainly because she had experienced so many dangers along the way. It was not easy to meet the last person from the same world as her, so she could not control her emotions. Now that she had calmed down, she felt even more embarrassed. Senior Brother Wei laughed heartily and patted Ah Sun's little head. "You still know how to be shy. Good, it seems like you're living a good life." Raising his head, he looked at Yang Kai and nodded, "You're very good." Just now, when he had rushed over, Kai Yang had immediately stood in front of the others to block him. Even though he didn't know the strength of the other party, he was still able to act like this. This showed that this youth was a very responsible person, which gave Senior Brother Wei a very good impression of Kai Yang. "Senior, you flatter me," Yang Kai said politely. "Little son, aren't you going to introduce your friends to me?" Brother Wei looked down at Ah Sunday. Ah Sun wiped her eyes and calmed down before introducing them one by one. Through her introduction, Yang Kai and the others learned that the burly man's name was Wei Kei, and they naturally bowed again. Wei Kei waved his hand generously. "Don't be so polite. Since you're little son's friends, you're not outsiders. Come with me to a safe place first. It's up to you." Yang Kai and the others naturally had no objections. This time, they came with the intention of seeking shelter under the wings of the Great Moon Province. Wei Kei immediately led them to the station of the Great Moon Province. As he flew, he asked, "Little son, how did you find this place? Didn't I ask you to take the token to find me in the Great Moon Province?" He was very curious about this. If he hadn't sensed the aura of his token, he wouldn't have believed that Ah Sun could find this place. After all, this place was too far away from the Great Moon State. "It's a long story." Ah Sun stuck out her tongue awkwardly. Wei Kei smiled and said, "Then take your time. There's nothing important anyway." Ah Sun immediately told him what happened after she jumped out of the Qiankun world. Wei Kei's face was as black as the bottom of a pot when he heard that Ah Sun was taken to the Qiqiao land as a servant for more than half a year. Then he learned that the Qiqiao land had a great change and that more than one Earth Protector Venerable had died, and Lord of Qiqiao was seriously injured. His face changed again. "No wonder I didn't see anyone from the Qiqiao land this time. Something must have happened. If the Qiqiao land hadn't had a great change some time ago, and the fire of the sun was about to be extinguished, how could the Qiqiao land not participate?" Although the Qiqiao land wasn't close to here, it wasn't too far either. "And then?" Wei Kei asked. Ah Sun glanced at Yang Kai and didn't mention the general's search for his family. She only said that after they escaped from the Qiqiao land, they activated the White Jade Fox and went to the Great Moon Province under the fox's lead. Who knew that the fox lost its function after passing through 2 territory gates? Wei Kei's expression was a little awkward. Well, the situation is like this. I didn't expect you to bring so many friends with you. Ha ha ha. So when I was refining that fox, I made a mistake and made you suffer. Ah Sun shook her head and said, Senior, don't say that. If it weren't for the fox, we wouldn't have found this place. Although there were some twists and turns along the way, I still found you. I'm satisfied. That's right. Anyway, you and I met outside the Qiankuan world. Stay in the Great Moon Province. As long as I don't die, I can guarantee your safety. Thank you, Senior. Ah Sun pursed her lips and nodded, then looked at Yang Kai and the others. Wei Kei said, your friends, if you want, can stay in the Great Moon Province. I have some status in the Great Moon Province, so it's not difficult for me to take in a few people. Old Fang and Dai Yu were overjoyed when they heard this. Yang Kai also hurriedly said, thank you, Senior. While talking, they came in front of a big ship. Wei Kei led everyone directly to the deck, which was already full of people. The leader was a woman in a palace dress, looking at them with a smile. Yang Kai and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They had seen this big ship from a distance before, but they didn't see Wei Quebec. They guessed that he was in the cabin at that time and didn't show up, so they missed him. Fortunately, Wei Kei took the initiative to meet them later, otherwise they would have to ask them one by one. Brother Wei, have you found them? The woman in the palace dress glanced at Yang Kai and the others, but she couldn't be sure who was Wei Kei's junior. Wei Kei reached out and pulled Ah Sun in front of him. He laughed and said, come, come. Greet your martial Uncle Tao. Ah Sun bowed obediently, greetings, martial Uncle Tao. Martial Uncle Tao looked at Ah Sun and smiled, what a beautiful little girl. What's your name? Ah Sun. Ah Sun lowered her head, a little embarrassed. You have a nice name. Martial Uncle Tao nodded, you must have had a hard journey. You're home now. If anyone bullies you in the future, tell Martial Uncle Tao. Martial Uncle Tao will stand up for you. Thank you, Martial Uncle Tao. Ah Sun's eyes reddened again. She had been alone for so many years. Suddenly, someone cared for her so much. She couldn't help but feel like she was in a dream. Everything was so unreal. You little girl. Wei Kei felt a headache coming, why do you cry so easily? Martial Uncle Tao glared at Wei Kei, haven't you heard that women are made of water? What's wrong with crying? She reached out and pulled Ah Sun into her arms, patting her shoulder lightly. Wei Kei scratched his head, is that so? He didn't quite understand, so he put his hands on his waist and looked around at the other disciples of Great Moon State on the deck. You little brats, listen up. From today onwards, little Sun, is my personal disciple. She's also your little junior sister. You're not allowed to bully her in the future. Do you hear me? If anyone dares to bully her, I'll skin them alive. A young man giggled, Martial Uncle Wei, what are you saying? Our little junior sister is so cute. We can't wait to dote on her, so why would we bully her? The group nodded vigorously. Wei Kei snorted, that better be the case. Martial Uncle Tao said, brother, is your cultivation method suitable for little Sun, I can't imagine what such a delicate beauty will become after a few years of your training. Wei Kei blinked and said firmly, what's the point of cultivation method being suitable or not? It's fine as long as she can become stronger. He turned his head to look at the group of disciples, am I right? The group of people led by the young man from before said in unison, Martial Uncle Wei is right. Martial Uncle Tao chuckled, it's useless to ask them. Who in Great Moon State dares to disagree with you? Brother, if you're not worried, how about this? I'll take little son, as my disciple. I'll definitely teach her well when she cultivates with me in the future. You want to take her in? Wei Kei looked at his junior sister in astonishment. Martial Uncle Tao said, why? Brother, are you reluctant to let her go? Wei Kei laughed, what's there to be reluctant about? It's all up to little son, He looked at Ah Sun and said, little son, let me ask you, are you willing to cultivate with me or with your martial Uncle Tao? Ah Sun raised her head to look at Wei Kei and then at martial Uncle Tao. She lowered her head and said, Senior, you can decide. I have no objections. She was new here, so she didn't have any opinions. Martial Uncle Tao immediately said, then it's settled. I'll take little son, as my disciple. The decision was made. Wei Kei immediately said, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and greet your master. With that said, he gave Ah Sun a push. Ah Sun was quick to react and hurriedly bowed down. Disciple Ah Sun greets master. Martial Uncle Tao accepted her bow and helped her up with a smile. This place is simple and crude. We'll talk about the apprenticeship ceremony when we return to Great Moon State. Let me give you a gift first. With that said, she reached out to take a jade hairpin from her hair and stuffed it into Ah Sun's hand. This is a defensive artifact. Refine it well. It can save your life at a critical moment. Wei Kei's expression changed slightly. Why are you giving this away? It's too precious. No. Take it back and give her something else later. Martial Uncle Tao chuckled, I'm giving it to my own disciple. What does that have to do with you? Wei Kei was speechless. A group of Great Moon State disciples looked on enviously. Their junior sister had been fought over by two martial uncles as soon as she arrived. Now that she had become Martial Uncle Tao's disciple, she even received such a precious artifact as a gift. Which disciple present would receive such treatment? However, there was no point in being envious. Ah Sun had a relationship with Martial Uncle Wei and Martial Uncle Tao had been in love with Martial Uncle Wei for many years. However, Martial Uncle Wei was stupid and did not realize it. Martial Uncle Tao's actions were clearly an act of loving Ah Sun's dog. It was not just the Great Moon State disciples who were envious. How could Old Fong and Dai Yu not be envious? They had all escaped from the Qiqiao land and had traveled side by side through the wind and rain. Now that they were here, Ah Sun had suddenly become a hot commodity. However, even though they were envious, they were mostly happy. Although they had only known each other for a few months, Ah Sun's pure personality was indeed likable. After taking in a disciple, Martial Uncle Tao was also in a good mood. She looked at Yang Kai and the others and asked, these are, Ah Sun hurriedly said, Master, they are my friends. It's all thanks to them that I was able to come all the way here. Chapter 3902. Since they are your friends, they are not outsiders. The woman surnamed Tao looked at Yang Kai and the others and nodded slightly with a smile on her face. Yang Kai and the others hurriedly saluted, greetings, senior. Wei Kei said, they all have a hard life. Like little son, they don't have a place to go. There is no other way out of this universe. I just promised them that if they are willing, they can stay in the Great Moon Prefecture in the future. Junior Martial Sister Tao, what do you think? Of course, it's up to you, brother. The woman surnamed Tao nodded. I believe the chief will not refuse newcomers. Then it's settled. Wei Kei chuckled and looked at Yang Kai and the others. You must be tired after such a long journey. Go and rest first. He turned his head and ordered the smiling young man, Boy Meng, arrange a few rooms for them. Yes. The young man responded and beckoned to Yang Kai, please follow me. Yang Kai and the others had no objection and hurriedly followed. After crossing the deck and stepping into the cabin, the young man was very friendly and said as he walked forward, let me introduce myself first. My name is Meng Hong. How do I address you? Yang Kai and the others reported their names and said that they had seen Brother Meng before. Meng Hong said, "The one who led you here was one of the elders of Great Moon Province. I think you all know his name. The other one is Elder Tao Rongfang." He turned his head and said sneakily, "I'll tell you a secret. Elder Tao is interested in Elder Wei. Unfortunately, Elder Wei is a blockhead and hasn't noticed it yet." Women were more gossipy about this kind of thing. Dai was excited when she heard this and asked in surprise, "Elder Wei doesn't know anything?" Meng Hong sighed and said, "That's right. I really don't know how his brain works. Everyone in the Great Moon Prefecture knows about it, but he doesn't realize it. Sometimes, as disciples, we really want to pry open his head and see what's inside." These words made people want to laugh. Yang Kai said, "Brother Meng, aren't you afraid that Elder Wei will find trouble with you if he hears this?" "No, no." Meng Hong waved his hand and said, "Elder Wei is very nice. Although he looks like a bear, he is actually very kind to us disciples. He has never beaten or scolded us. Among the 5 governors of the Great Moon Empire, Elder Wei is the most popular one. Many senior sisters and junior sisters want to marry him. Elder Wei is indeed a very good person." Yang Kai lightly nodded his head. Although he hadn't interacted with someone for a long time, sometimes, even a short period of time could allow one to clearly see a person's character and nature. Wei Kei gave Yang Kai a good impression of him. Meng Hong smiled and said, "In fact, the other elders are also very good, and so is the chief. Anyway, our Great Moon Province is a very good place, and you may join us in the future. You will naturally know when the time comes." As they spoke, they arrived at their destination. Meng Hong arranged accommodations for the 3 of them before leaving. Although the place was not very spacious, it was a single room anyway. Yang Kai looked around, sat cross-legged on the bed, and meditated to regulate his qi circulation. He had found the people of the Great Moon Province and successfully brought Sun here. However, he was still a little hesitant about what to do next. The people from the Great Moon Prefecture gave him a good feeling. Judging from the situation, this force should be a very harmonious force. If he were to join it, he should be able to have a good cultivation environment. However, Yang Kai did not come to the outside world for cultivation. He had other important things to do. If he really joined the Great Moon Province, he would be branded with the Great Moon Province, and it would not be so easy for him to leave in the future. Moreover, the Great Moon Province was not very powerful outside the world, and the cultivation resources he could get were limited. Yang Kai had a high status and a big goal, so he could not let himself be bound. Thinking about it, Yang Kai simply stood up and went to the deck. This time, there were many people from the Great Moon Province. In addition to the 2 elders, there were more than a dozen other disciples, but at this time, the deck was empty. Standing on the side of the ship, Yang Kai held the side of the ship and looked at the sun star in the distance. Perhaps it was because the sun's fire was about to be extinguished, but the entire sun star had a dark red luster, like a large piece of red-hot iron. The scorching heat was constantly spreading in all directions, and even though the ship was isolated by a protective spirit array, Yang Kai could still feel the heat. "Junior brother Yang." A voice came from behind. Yang Kai turned his head and looked, cupping his hands and saying, "Brother Meng." Meng Hong walked over and looked at the sun star in the distance. He smiled and said, "It's spectacular, isn't it? Let alone you, even I have never seen such a thing. This is the first time in my life. When I go back and tell the other junior brothers, they will definitely be jealous." Yang Kai couldn't help laughing as he could almost imagine that scene. "Senior brother Meng, it is rumored that this sun star may produce sun's true gold, is that true?" Meng Hong's expression became serious. "There is no smoke without fire. Since everyone says so, it may be true." Some people say that Sun True Gold is at least a 6th grade fire element material. I don't know, I've never seen Sun's True Gold before, but if it really exists, its grade will definitely not be low. Turning to look at Yang Kai, he asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is junior brother Yang interested in Sun's True Gold?" "Brother Meng, are you not interested?" Yang Kai asked in return. "Of course I'm interested. Sun True Gold, if I can get a piece, I'll be rich. However, there are too many people here this time. Even if there is one, I may not be able to get it. If I want to stand out among so many people, I must have a great opportunity. By the way, Brother Meng, this Yang is new here and has no idea about the situation here. I don't know which forces are here. Can Brother Meng explain a thing or two to me?" Meng Hong laughed. "Even if there aren't 100 forces here, there are at least 80. Even I don't know which province they are from, so how can I explain it to you?" Yang Kai did not expect this and was a little speechless. However, thinking about it, it was not strange. The world outside heaven and earth was too big. It was not like the star boundary where the various forces could be seen at a glance. Outside heaven and earth, if one did not have a strong memory and deep knowledge, one might not know how many forces there were. Of course, with the exception of the 36 paradise and 72 blessed lands, these 108 forces were all famous existences. It was difficult not to know them. Wait a moment. Meng Hong suddenly seemed to think of something and lowered his head to search his space ring. A moment later, he took out a jade slip and said, "There are many things recorded in this jade slip outside heaven and earth, including the division of the various forces and a lot of other information. If you have time, take a look at it. It will be good for you." Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Brother Meng." Although this thing was not worth much, it was what Yang Kai needed the most right now. "No need, go back and rest early. Once the sun's fire is completely extinguished, you'll be busy. At that time, you won't be able to rest even if you want to." Meng Hong patted him on the shoulder before turning and walking back to the cabin. Yang Kai did not stay on the deck for long. Not long after Meng Hong left, he returned to his room and took out the jade slip to carefully read it. The information recorded in this jade slip was very complicated, but it was not chaotic. The author should be a very knowledgeable person who had traveled to many large territory and recorded everything he knew in this jade slip. The contents of the jade slip were divided into several large chapters. The first chapter was an introduction to the various forces in the 3,000 worlds, starting with the 36 paradise and 72 blessed lands. Yang Kai saw the name of the 10,000 demon realm in this chapter. He did not know whether Mo Sheng was from the 10,000 demon realm or not, but if he really met someone from the 10,000 demon realm in the future, it would be best to be careful. To Yang Kai's surprise, the dragon race's dragon altar was also one of the 36 paradise. This stunned him for a long time, but on second thought, how bad could the place occupied by the dragon race be? It was not surprising that it was listed as a paradise. After looking at it for a while, he found that the forces outside this universe were similar to what Old Fong had said. They could be divided into 3 classes. The first class were the paradise, all of which were huge, and there was no lack of high-grade heaven splitters. The second class was like the Kikikyo land, which had mid-grade heaven splitters. The third class was like the Great Moon Province, which only had low-grade heaven splitters. Of course, they could be further divided, but overall, this was the situation. The chapter of forces not only introduced the various forces, but also recorded the symbol of each force in detail. Yang Kai searched for a while and found a symbol. The name of the corresponding force was the Restless Province. Recalling the symbol on the large ship on the way here, he immediately understood that the young man should be from the Restless Province. This Restless Province was similar to the Great Moon Province, a third-class force. There were no mid-grade heaven splitters, only low-grade heaven splitters. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, the young man only came from a third-class force. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for him to escape. In the future, it was better to avoid using the tiger's skin as a banner. If he was not careful, he might blow his own trumpet. After the chapter of forces was the chapter of strange birds and strange beasts. Some of the strange birds and strange beasts outside this universe were similar to those in the star boundary, and some were completely different. However, those who could survive in the void were all extremely powerful. Ranked first was the giant god spirit. Yang Kai could not understand why the giant god spirit was classified in the chapter of strange birds and strange beasts. Ada looked like a giant at first glance. It had nothing to do with strange birds and strange beasts. However, Yang Kai could understand why it was ranked first. He had seen low-grade heaven splitters and mid-grade heaven splitters. Although he had not seen the power of high-grade heaven splitters, Yang Kai estimated that even high-grade heaven splitters might not be a match for Ada. It was recorded in the Jade Slip that the giant god spirit clan fed on dead Qian Kun worlds and wandered the starry sky. They had a gentle temperament and basically never fought with others. As long as you did not provoke them, nothing would happen. Chapter 3903. This was no different from what Yang Kai knew. Ada's temperament was really gentle, and he was like a reincarnated hungry ghost. All he knew was to eat, and eat all day long. Thinking of Ada, he couldn't help but think of the star boundary. He didn't know how the star boundary was doing now. He had been out for almost a year, so the star boundary shouldn't have changed much. Moreover, with Ada guarding outside the star boundary, even if some powerful guys passed by, they wouldn't dare to approach. Therefore, on the whole, the star boundary was still safe. The only thing he needed to guard against was the sudden collapse of the star boundary and Ada eating the star boundary. Therefore, no matter what, he had to find the Tree of World as soon as possible. After the giant gods, it was the dragon race. Yang Kai was amused when he saw this. It seemed that the dragon race was famous no matter where they went, whether it was in the star boundary or outside of the universe. Yang Kai also saw the record of Mie Meng. His image was almost the same as the one he had seen before, and his ranking was not low either. There were indeed a lot of things recorded in the Jade Slip. Yang Kai was immediately engrossed in reading. He was like a tireless scholar, reading with great interest. After an unknown period of time, Yang Kai was suddenly alarmed by a violent shaking. Then, a terrifying burning force swept over. Even the protective formation of the ship couldn't isolate it. At this time, the whole ship creaked as if it couldn't bear the burden. It sounded extremely frightening. Yang Kai was startled and quickly got up and flashed out. When he came to the deck, he saw that the people of the Great Moon Province had already come out. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang were both making gestures, as if they were activating the restriction formation of the ship. However, at this moment, the restriction formation of the whole ship was on the verge of collapse. Even the hull of the ship had scorched marks, as if it had been burned by a scorching force. What's going on? Yang Kai turned to look at Meng Hong, who was standing beside him. Meng Hong's face was burning. He suppressed his voice and said, "The sun's fire is about to be extinguished." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and followed his gaze. He saw that the sun's star, which had always been dark red, was now burning fiercely, like a huge ball of fire hanging in the air. However, the burning flames were extremely unstable. They would expand and contract at times. Every time they expanded, a scorching energy would sweep through the surroundings. It was extremely shocking. It was the final radiance of the setting sun. There was no need for anyone to explain anything, as Yang Kai could see the problem at a glance. This violent eruption would likely exhaust the last of the sun star's power, and once the flames were extinguished, the sun fire on this sun star would be completely extinguished. At that time, there would be a fierce struggle between the two sides. "I can't hold on any longer, Brother Wei." Right at this moment, Tao Rongfang suddenly shouted. Wei Kei's face paled slightly as he shouted, "Retreat." As soon as his voice fell, he changed his hand seal and the ship immediately retreated at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, they had retreated thousands of kilometers. Only after they had retreated far away did the scorching energy weaken slightly and the creaking sound of the ship's hull gradually subsided. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. It wasn't just the Great Moon Province, but the other forces that had been gathered around the periphery of the Sun Star reacted in the same way, quickly retreating. Only a few of them remained in place. The sun's fire erupted suddenly and disappeared quickly. In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the huge burning fireball slowly lost its vitality. The flames that could burn the void shrank back and the scorching aura weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang glanced at each other. There was no need for any discussion at all. They immediately urged the ship to sail towards the Sun Star. At the same time, the forces that had retreated also rushed forward, scrambling to be the first to arrive. Everyone knew that it was time to explore the Sun Star and search for the Sun True Gold. On the deck, Wei Kei swept his gaze around and shouted, "Little brats, once we reach the Sun Star, don't scatter, and don't stray too far from me and your martial Aunt Tao. No one knows if there's any danger up there, so if you want to live, be careful, understood?" "Understood." Everyone replied in unison. Wei Kei nodded as he stared ahead solemnly. Although he and Tao Rongfang, two heaven-opening realm masters, would be there to support them in this exploration of the Sun Star, if they really did encounter some kind of danger, they might not be able to protect so many people. However, compared to something like the Sun True Gold, any price was worth it. As they got closer, the pressure from the huge stars grew stronger and stronger. Although the sun's fire had already been extinguished, the scorching energy would not completely dissipate in a short time. The closer they got, the hotter it became. From time to time, specks of light would flicker from the sun's star. This was the last bit of the sun's fire. On the large ship, everyone stared ahead in a daze. This scene was not something that could be seen casually. After flying for a full 2 hours, the large ship finally arrived on the Sun Star. The large ship stopped, and everyone jumped off. Taking a deep breath, they felt like flames were burning in their chests, and the pungent smell was somewhat unbearable, causing everyone to hold their breaths in fear. Wei Kei's hand seals changed, and the large ship shrank, turning into a palm-sized object that he put away into his robes. Yang Kai, Old Fang, and the others squeezed into the crowd and looked around. All they saw was an empty space, with only the people from the Great Moon Prefecture. They did not know where the people from the other forces were. This was not strange. Although there were quite a few forces that had come this time, the Sun Star was simply too big. Everyone had chosen different places to settle down, so they naturally would not meet each other immediately. This also prevented the possibility of impulsiveness from the start. The ground was dark red, and from time to time, magma spurted out from the ground. The whole environment gave people a very dangerous feeling. After all, Tao Rongfang was a woman. Although she had also split open the sky, she had probably never participated in such a big event in her life. At this time, she had no idea what to do. Looking at Wei Kei, she asked, "Brother, what should we do now?" Wei Kei stroked the beard on his chin and pondered for a while. Then, he said, "Let's go and have a look. Maybe we'll be lucky enough to find a piece of Sun genuine gold. Then we can go home immediately." He did not ask for much. As long as they could find a piece of Sun genuine gold, they would have completed the task of this trip. After all, materials of at least the 6th grade were very valuable. If they really got their hands on it, they would naturally send it back to the headquarters of the Great Moon Prefecture as soon as possible. If they continued to stay, it was very likely to cause trouble. Since he had said so, Tao Rongfang had no objections. The two immediately led a group of disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture on the road. They did not have a target. Anyway, everyone was trying their luck, and no one had an advantage over the other. They released their divine senses to monitor the situation around them. Exploring in such an environment was undoubtedly a very exhausting task, because everyone was constantly urging their strength to resist the scorching heat. After exploring for more than half a day, they did not find anything. However, the person with the lowest strength in the group showed signs of being unable to hold on. Seeing this, Wei Ke and Tao Rongfang could only let the disciple leave first and wait outside the sun star. Although the disciple was reluctant, he could only leave. As soon as the disciple of the Great Moon Prefecture left, Wei Ke suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, as if he had discovered something. Seeing this, Tao Rongfang asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" "Something is coming," Wei Ke shouted. When the people of the Great Moon Prefecture heard this, they immediately secretly urged their strength, ready to attack. A moment later, as expected, something was coming towards them. What they saw was a ball of light flying towards them at lightning speed. Before the disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture could see what it was, Wei Ke was the first to exclaim in surprise. "A fourth-grade fire element talent!" Wei Ke exclaimed with a look of surprise on his face. "A fourth-grade fire element talent." As he spoke, he exchanged a glance with Tao Rongfang. The brother and sister did not say a word and immediately rushed towards the mass of light. Yang Kai observed and saw that the mass of light seemed to have a mind of its own. Before Wei Ke and Tao Rongfang could get close, it suddenly changed direction and dodged to the side, plunging into a pool of magma and disappearing without a trace. Wei Ke laughed, "You still want to run?" He was extremely fierce and chased after the mass of light, diving into the magma. Before disappearing, he ordered Tao Rongfang, "Junior sister, stay here." The disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture were still outside. If the two of them, who were in the heaven-opening realm, chased after them, the safety of the disciples could not be guaranteed. Tao Rongfang frowned, clearly worried about Wei Ke's safety, but she still obediently stayed behind. Yang Kai and the others chased after them. Seeing Wei Ke rush into the magma, Meng Hong asked, "Martial Uncle Wei will be fine, right?" Tao Rongfang said, "What can mere magma do to him? Be careful." "Yes." After standing in place for a short while, a figure suddenly soared into the sky from a magma mouth not far away. Everyone turned their heads to look. Who else could it be but Wei Ke? There were countless magma holes on the surface of the sun star. Magma surged inside, erupting from time to time. There were also some volcano-like existences. Now, it seemed that these magma holes were connected underground. Otherwise, there was no reason for Wei Ke to come out from the other side. However, at this moment, Wei Ke's face was filled with joy. He held a transparent container in his hand, and inside it was a ball of golden flame. It was currently struggling left and right, but it could not break free from its restraints. Tao Rongfang happily went over and asked, "Brother, did you succeed?" Wei Ke nodded and said, "Sun's true fire." Tao Rongfang suddenly understood, no wonder it's fourth grade, so it's Sun's true fire. Wei Ke grinned, it's not surprising for Sun's true fire to be born on top of Sun's fire. It seems that our thoughts have been misled and all our attention has been drawn to the Sun's true gold. Everyone wanted to find 6th grade Sun's true gold here, but wasn't the Sun's true fire born here also a precious treasure? Moreover, based on the current situation, there might be a lot of Sun's true fire here, or else it would not make sense for one to be collected so easily. Chapter 3904. Simply obtaining a portion of true sun flame was equivalent to picking up more than 100,000 heaven-opening pills for free. Wei Ke was grinning from ear to ear. Most importantly, for a force like the Great Moon Province, a portion of Grade 4 material represented more than just heaven-opening pills. With Grade 4 material, there was a chance to create a Grade 4 heaven-opening realm cultivator, increasing the overall strength of the Great Moon Province. As such, the value of materials above Grade 4 could not be calculated according to Dai Yu's previous method. Before Wei Kei's laughter had even died down, the sound of rushing wind could be heard from the distance. In the blink of an eye, two figures suddenly appeared in front of him. These two also gave off the aura of the heaven-opening realm, and they were both men wearing light blue robes. Their appearances were quite similar, and they should be related by blood. Behind the two, a large group of cultivator appeared one after another. Clearly, they were from the same force as these two men, but these people were clearly not heaven-opening realm cultivators. They were like Yang Kai and the others, existences who had condensed Dao seals. As soon as the two men appeared, they stared at the true sun flame in Wei Kei's hand. Wei Kei put away the vessel with a flip of his hand and glanced at the newcomers. So it's the Gu brothers from the Still Wind Province. What business do you have? Great Moon Province's Wei Kei. One of the two leading brothers had a gloomy expression, clearly recognizing Wei Quebec. The other person chuckled, Brother Wei, you didn't handle this matter properly. Wei Kei frowned, what do you mean properly? I don't even know what you're talking about. That person said, let me tell you, Brother Wei, that portion of true sun flame in your hand was first discovered by our Still Wind Province. However, there was an accident when we were collecting it, allowing it to escape. Who would have thought that Brother Wei would be able to pick it up so easily? Tao Rongfang said, what a joke. Guyen, you said that your Still Wind Province discovered it first. What proof do you have? The one called Guyen said, what proof do you need? The fact that we chased you all the way here is the best proof. If not for that, why would we have come here? Tao Rongfang snorted, that counts as proof. Wei Kei extended his hand to stop Tao Rongfang. He looked at the Gu brothers with a smile and said, the two of you, even if the true sun flame was first discovered by you, now that it has fallen into this Wei's hands, it is mine. This ownerless object will naturally belong to the capable. Could it be that the two of you still want to snatch it back? If that's the case, then it's fine. Let's set up a formation and have a battle here. The primordial fire of the sun will belong to whoever wins. What do you two think? Hearing this, the Gu brothers frowned and glanced at each other. One of them said, Brother Wei, there are a lot of big and small forces on this sun star. We've just started exploring and the benefits are still to come. There's no need for us to start a conflict, right? Then why are you talking nonsense? Wei Kei said arrogantly, patting his space ring, how about this, the true sun flame is right here, you can call out to it and see if it responds. If it responds, then it's yours, but if it doesn't, then it's mine. The man said, Brother Wei doesn't need to be so aggressive. If we really fight, we brothers aren't necessarily afraid of you, we just don't want others to take advantage of us. Although this thing is in your hands, us brothers have led a group of disciples for half a day. Even if we didn't contribute much, we still worked hard. Brother Wei, please see if you can share some of the benefits with us. We don't want the true sun flame. You want to share the benefits? Wei Kei laughed, in short, this thing is in my hands, if you want it, then come and take it. Raising his arms, he shouted, little brats, someone wants to steal our things, what should we do? The group of disciples from Great Moon Province aggressively shouted in unison, kill, kill, kill. Not only did they shout, but they also arranged themselves, each of their auras surging as they glared at Wei Kei fiercely. Yang Kai, Old Fang, and the others were all dumbfounded and could only sigh with emotion. Sure enough, one was marked by the company one kept. Wei Kei's fierce appearance meant that the disciples he brought with him were also fierce. The faces of the Gu brothers on the other side suddenly darkened. After weighing the pros and cons for a while, Guyen coldly snorted and said, "Wei Kei, just you wait, sooner or later I'll make you spit out everything you've earned." Waving his hand, he said, "Let's go." It wasn't that he was afraid of Great Moon Province. As he said, the strength of each side was almost the same, and both sides had two heaven splitters. If they really fought, it wasn't certain who would win or lose, but once a conflict broke out, both sides would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. At that time, they would have to leave early and forget about obtaining any benefits here. Wei Kei had gone crazy, and they weren't willing to accompany him in his madness. The group of people from Still Wind Province quickly left. Wei Kei didn't say anything else. He waited until the people from Still Wind Province had disappeared before he mysteriously gave Tao Rongfang a meaningful glance. Tao Rongfang was puzzled and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Wei Kei pointed to the ground, "There's something down there." "There's more?" Tao Rongfang was surprised at first, but then she was overjoyed. "Sun's real fire." Wei Kei nodded, "I saw it when I went down just now, but I didn't have time to collect it. I'll go down again. Junior sister, you take this group of brats and prepare to provide support, just in case." "Okay, brother, be careful," Tao Rongfang exhorted. "Don't worry." Wei Kei laughed and plunged into the magma, disappearing from sight. On the ground, a group of disciples from Great Moon Province quickly sealed off the surrounding dozens of miles under Tao Rongfang's arrangement. Each of them made hand seals and vaguely formed a formation. Yang Kai and the others had just arrived and weren't familiar with Great Moon Province's formation, so they naturally couldn't participate, but under Tao Rongfang's arrangement, the four of them each guarded a corner. Magma erupted from time to time, and huge bubbles exploded one after another, emitting an unpleasant smell. Everyone from Great Moon Province waited with bated breath, but after a long time, there was no movement from below. Tao Rongfang frowned slightly, vaguely feeling that Wei Kei should have encountered some kind of trouble down there. She wanted to go down and investigate, but she was worried about the disciples above. Without a heaven-opening realm master here, their safety couldn't be guaranteed. Just as she was feeling anxious, a large area of magma below suddenly surged, and a faint aura of power surged out. Tao Rongfang's expression turned solemn as she shouted, "Be careful." Before she finished speaking, a ball of light suddenly rushed out from one of the magma holes, wrapped in a scorching aura, and rushed to the side. Immediately after this ball of light, Wei Kei's figure soared into the sky as he roared, "Don't let it escape." As soon as the real fire of the sun rushed out, a group of disciples from Great Moon Province began to move, their hands changing hand seals as the power to seal the heavens and lock down the earth enveloped a large area. Tao Rongfang raised her slender jade-like palm and lightly slapped towards the real fire of the sun. The real fire of the sun seemed to have a mind of its own as it slightly dodged the palm, passed by Tao Rongfang by a hair's breadth, and went straight to a disciple of Great Moon Province behind her. The disciple's expression changed slightly, and he raised his hand to summon a mirror. A mysterious light shot out from the mirror and hit the real fire of the sun. The real fire of the sun that was rushing over was immediately wrapped in the mysterious light and suddenly stopped in mid-air. This mirror actually had the effect of freezing the body. Seeing this scene, the disciple of Great Moon Province breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could recover, the mysterious light wrapped around the real fire of the sun suddenly collapsed, and a flame that seemed to be able to burn everything in the world appeared in front of him in an instant, burning his face and causing his expression to change greatly. "Freeze!" At the critical moment, Yang Kai shouted in a low voice, and the space principles fluctuated, and the real fire of the sun was frozen in mid-air for the second time. However, Yang Kai's expression was not relaxed at all. He vaguely felt that the real fire of the sun could break free at any time, so he shouted, "Senior Tao." Tao Rongfang had already flashed in front of the disciple, holding a transparent container in her hand, which looked similar to the one Wei Kei had taken out before. She covered the real fire of the sun with it. The light flashed and disappeared. Taking advantage of this moment, Tao Rongfang put the real fire of the sun into the container and cast a spell to seal it. Only then did she have the time to look back at the disciple and ask, "Are you okay?" The disciple of Great Moon Province's face was faintly pale. He was probably frightened by the scene just now. His eyes were unfocused as he shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Martial Ant." Tao Rongfang nodded slightly. At this time, Wei Kei also flashed over and cursed, "Damn it, I almost let it escape. This thing has become a spirit." If it were not for the fact that the Great Moon Prefecture had made preparations beforehand, the true fire of the sun might have really escaped. Turning to look at Yang Kai, Wei Kei said, "Kid, you did well." Although the disciple of Great Moon Province would not die after being hit by the real fire of the sun, he would definitely be injured. It was also thanks to Yang Kai's strength at the last moment that the others could not save him in time. Yang Kai said politely, "Senior, you flatter me." Wei Kei said thoughtfully, "When you attacked just now, it seems that you comprehended the Tao of space?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. He could not hide this. Since he had chosen to attack, he was not afraid of others knowing. "Amazing." Wei Kei's eyes lit up. "The Tao of space is profound and obscure. I have only heard of it and have never seen it before. This time, my knowledge has been broadened." Tao Rongfang also smiled happily. "Our Great Moon Province has picked up a treasure this time." She had already regarded Yang Kai as a disciple of Great Moon Province, so Yang Kai could not refute her. Wei Kei patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and said, "Work hard. One day, you can break through to the heaven-opening realm. The universe is so big that you can go anywhere." "Yes." Yang Kai responded respectfully. Wei Kei then looked at the disciple of Great Moon Province. "Brat, why don't you thank your junior brother Yang? You have no manners at all. Who taught you this?" The disciple of Great Moon Province seemed to have woken up from a dream. He came to Yang Kai and saluted respectfully. "Junior brother Yang, thank you for saving me just now. Brother, you are too polite. We should help each other. It is my duty." Yang Kai returned the salute. However, after this incident, Yang Kai found that the group of disciples of Great Moon Province looked at him with a much more cordial gaze and a sense of approval. It was no wonder. For the people of Great Moon Province, Yang Kai and the others were not familiar with each other. They had not gone through life and death together, so it was naturally difficult for them to approve of him. However, it was different now. Everyone's feelings were cultivated in this way. Chapter 3905. Take a look at what grade it is. Wei Kei looked at Tao Rongfang and asked. Tao Rongfang took out the sun's true fire from her space ring, looked at it seriously, and said, "Same, 4th grade." Wei Kei smiled happily, "Not bad." After only half a day, they had collected 2 4th-grade fire attribute materials, and it was sun's true fire, which could be said to be a great harvest. If they collected a few more, they could go to the star market to find people to exchange for materials of other attributes, and then find a disciple with excellent aptitude from the disciples of the Great Moon Province. It was really possible to cultivate a 4th-grade heaven-opening cultivator. If that really happened, the Great Moon State would also rise along with it. As if he had already seen this beautiful future, Wei Kei's bell-like eyes faintly glowed as he quickly said, "I understand. There is nothing to explore on the surface of this sun star, and all the good things are below. Junior sister Tao, let's split up. You take some people, and I will take some people. One will provide support above, and the other will search below. How about it?" Tao Rongfang wanted to give her body and mind to him, so how could she have any objections? Nodding, she said, "Let's do as Big Brother says." After the two finished discussing, Wei Kai took command and divided the dozen or so disciples of the Great Moon Province into two groups, one following him and the other following Tao Rongfang. Seeing the benefits, the group of people from the Great Moon Province was full of enthusiasm and immediately began to explore. There might be danger under the magma, so the two groups of people took turns to explore. As heaven-opening realm masters, Wei Kai and Tao Rongfang were naturally not afraid of the heat of the magma, but the group of disciples below was not strong enough. The time they stayed in the underground magma varied, but as long as they could control their speed, there would be no danger to their lives. Wei Kai told everyone to prioritize their own safety and to immediately inform him and Tao Rongfang if they found anything. Everyone naturally nodded in agreement. However, in the next few days, the Great Moon Province disciples found nothing. Although they searched very carefully, they did not find any trace of Sun's true fire. It had to be said that the first day was really a lucky day. During this period, they met people from other forces and found that everyone seemed to have the same idea, searching for opportunities hidden in the underground magma. When they met each other, they did not offend each other and lived in peace. Now that everyone's attention was on the Sun's true fire and the possible Sun true gold, no one was willing to easily get into conflict with others. After a few days, the Great Moon Province disciples finally opened again. A Sun's true fire was hidden in the magma was found. Tao Rongfang led a group of disciples led by a group and spent a lot of effort to collect it. As time passed, the number of places that had not been explored decreased. Although the Sun star was enormous, the number of forces that had come this time was not small. Everyone had come from different directions to explore the Sun star. After a few days, they had basically explored more than half of the Sun star. The remaining areas that had not been explored were rapidly shrinking. Wei Kai was a little anxious. In his mind, if he could collect 7 portions of Sun real fire this time, it would be considered complete. Only 7 portions of Sun real fire would be enough for the Great Moon Prefecture to go to the star market to exchange for enough materials, giving the Great Moon Prefecture a chance to create a level 4 heaven-opening realm expert. Now they only had 3, which was far from enough. After all, there were not many opportunities to collect level 4 heaven-opening materials. He had only encountered this once since he started cultivating. On this day, half of the disciples of the Great Moon Province, led by Wei Kai, dived into the magma to explore. Yang Kai was also one of them. Shuttling through the magma was a very strange experience. The temperature of the surrounding magma was frighteningly high, so anyone would have to constantly circulate their energy to protect themselves. Moreover, because of this special environment, their divine sense could not be released too far, so the range they could search was not very large. Therefore, before reaching the heaven-opening stage, one could not stay in the magma for too long. At most, one could stay in the magma for an hour. Once the hour was over, one would have to quickly go up to rest. These days, the disciples of the Great Moon Province divided the work and cooperated with each other. Under the magma, Yang Kai's figure swam unhurriedly as his divine sense scanned the surroundings, but he found nothing. To be honest, he was not very interested in the Sun's true fire, but since he had been assigned to Wei Kai, he could only go with the flow. It would be good if he could find something, but it did not matter if he could not. Seeing that it was almost time, Yang Kai was about to go up when he suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. Under the magma, there was only a fiery red color. He could not see anything, but his divine sense had clearly sensed something. Did I really find it? Yang Kai laughed involuntarily. Since he had found it, he could not let it go. Without hesitation, he rushed over. Before he arrived, he had already activated his space principles, binding that part of the world. At the same time, he summoned the 6 directions Rui pouch and covered that area. For ordinary people of the Emperor realm, even Meng Hong and the others would find it difficult to collect the Sun's true fire on their own unless they had a handy secret treasure, such as Du Rufeng's heaven trapping net. However, the disciples of the Great Moon Province obviously did not have this condition, so the last time they found the sun's true fire, they had to force it to the surface and let the people above collect it. However, Yang Kai had the 6 directions Rui pouch, so he naturally did not need to do this. The 6 directions Rui pouch could even be forcibly collected by a heaven-opening cultivator, let alone a mere ball of sun's true fire. Even though Yang Kai's current strength was not enough to fully activate its power, he could not erase the power of this secret treasure. He originally thought that he could easily collect the sun's true fire, but who would have thought that when the 6 directions Rui pouch was summoned, Yang Kai would suddenly feel a powerful force coming from that direction. His space principles were actually broken free, and a ball of sun's true fire hidden in the magma gave off a dazzling light and escaped underground. 5th grade. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. When this sun's true fire was quietly hidden in the magma, he did not notice it, but when it moved, Yang Kai immediately felt that something was wrong. This ball of sun's true fire was clearly different from the 3 he had collected from the Great Moon Province. Its fire attribute was much denser and purer, and it had undoubtedly surpassed the 4th grade. A 5th grade material was a good thing worth 1 or 2 million heaven-opening pills. Yang Kai was not interested in a 4th grade material, but he was very interested in a 5th grade material. Seeing this ball of sun's true fire escape, how could Yang Kai hesitate? His figure flickered and he immediately chased after it, his hand forming a claw as the space principles fiercely filled the air. The ball of sun's true fire paused for a moment, but it quickly broke free from the shackles of the space principles and continued to escape. Having failed twice, Yang Kai was immediately enraged, and he naturally chased after it relentlessly. If it were anyone else, they would naturally hurry up and go up first. Otherwise, if they went too deep and exhausted too much energy, they would not be able to come up even if they wanted to, and might even die down there. However, Yang Kai had the 6 directions Rui pouch and the sealed world bead, so he was not afraid of this. If it really did not work out, he could just hide in the sealed world bead and the 6 directions Rui pouch to recover for a while before taking action. As he fled and chased after it, he did not know where it had gone. After a short while, on the ground, figures rushed out of the magma hole one after another. All of them had pale faces, and it was obvious that they had consumed a lot of energy. Wei Kei was the last to rush out. Tao Rongfang asked, "Nothing?" Wei Kei shook his head, somewhat discouraged. "It seems that the situation is not what I expected." The first harvest made him think that this place was full of sun's true fire, but after several days, he only found one. Only then did he realize that he had been too naive. Even on the sun star, sun's true fire was not something that could be casually produced. Tao Rongfang nodded. "Brother, take them to rest for a while. We'll look for another place." Wei Kei nodded. "That's the only way." Ah Sun suddenly looked around and said, "Where's Brother Yang?" She did not see Yang Kai's figure among the people who came out. With her reminder, everyone realized that one person was missing. Wei Kei frowned and looked at the disciples who had gone down with him before. "Did any of you see Yang Kai down there?" A female disciple said, "Martial uncle, I passed by junior brother Yang down there." Wei Kei asked, "How long has it been?" The female disciple thought for a moment and said, "About the time it takes to make a cup of tea." Wei Kei nodded. "Then it hasn't been that long. Let's." He wanted to say to wait a little longer as Yang Kai might come up soon, but when he saw the worried gazes of Ah Sun, Daiyu, and the others, he changed his words, "You wait here. I'll go down and look for him." Saying so, he dove down again. Old Fong and Daiyu looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Old Fong said, "I'll try and see if I can contact him." Saying so, he took out the communication device he usually used with Yang Kai and poured his divine sense into it. After waiting for a while, there was no response. Daiyu also tried, but there was still no response. After a while, Wei Kei came up from underground with an ugly expression. Daiyu hurriedly asked, "Senior Wei, did you find him?" In fact, there was no need to ask. If they had found him, Wei Kei would have taken him with him. Now that Wei Kei came up alone, it was clear that something was wrong. Wei Kei slowly shook his head. Daiyu's face paled. Old Fong was also anxious. How could we not find him? He went down with everyone. Ah Sun was on the verge of tears. She shook Tao Rongfang's arm and said, "Master, Brother Yang is a very good person. Please don't let anything happen to him." Tao Rongfang patted the back of her hand and comforted, "Don't worry, with me and your martial uncle Wei here, nothing will happen to Yang Kai." She looked up at Wei Kei and communicated with him with her divine sense for a while. Wei Kei gently nodded and said, "Boys, Yang Kai is missing. He might have encountered some trouble down there. I need you to come down with me again and search carefully." "As you command, martial uncle." Everyone answered. Wei Kei said in a deep voice, "There might be dangers down there that we don't know about, so don't be too scattered. I want each of you to keep in touch with your brother at all times. If you find something wrong, immediately send me a message." Chapter 3906. Not to mention the fact that Yang Kai had escorted Ah Sun to Great Moon Province, the fact that he had comprehended the space principles made Wei Kei feel that he was a talent and wanted to recruit him to Great Moon Province. During this time, he had been treating Yang Kai as a disciple of Great Moon Province. Now that something had happened to Yang Kai, even without Ah Sun's request, Wei Kei would not sit idly by and do nothing. As long as it was within his power, he would naturally search for Yang Kai's whereabouts. After the arrangements were made, the group once again went deep into the ground under Wei Kei's lead, but this time they were not searching for the sun's real fire, but for Yang Kai. Yang Kai's inexplicable disappearance undoubtedly meant that there might really be some unpredictable danger under the magma, so everyone was very careful and did not dare to be too far away from the others. After an hour, everyone rushed out one by one, but nothing was found. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang looked at each other, but the latter did not say a word and led another group of disciples to continue exploring. After a few more times, 4 hours had passed. All the disciples of Great Moon Province were pale with exhaustion, and only the 2 heaven-opening realm masters could still hold on. However, there was still no sign of Yang Kai, so there was no need to continue. Tao Rongfang and Wei Kei looked at each other and slowly shook their heads. Seeing this, Daiyu said in a trembling voice, "Seniors, aren't you going to continue searching? Yang Kai is still down there." Wei Kei turned to look at her with a sad expression and sighed, "It's been too long. With his strength, he couldn't have held on for so long. I'm afraid, he's already dead." Daiyu's already pale face instantly turned white. Her body trembled and she almost fell to the ground. Although she knew that Wei Kei was right, she couldn't accept this result. The person who had created miracles time and time again in the Qiqiao land, the person who had given her the unsullied golden dew, the person who had led her out of the Qiqiao land, was gone just like that? Unable to accept this, she covered her red lips with her hands and began sobbing. Ah Sun's eyes were also red. She buried herself in Tao Rongfang's arms and cried. At the side, old Fang thumped his chest and stamped his feet. "The heavens are jealous of geniuses, the heavens are jealous of geniuses. Old brother, I pity you for dying at such a young age. The heavens don't have eyes. Why isn't the one in trouble, old Fang? Come back, old Fang will replace you." Sadness filled the air, and the disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture also felt bad, especially a few female disciples, who wept silently. Wei Kei raised his hand and patted Daiyu's shoulder. "My condolences. We've done our best. Now we can only pray that he'll be blessed by the heavens." Even he didn't believe his own words. But what else could he do other than comfort her? They couldn't figure out what kind of danger was at the bottom of the magma that made a living person go in and never return. They had carefully searched many times before, but they didn't find any traces of danger. Dayu wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and said, "Senior, I still want to go down and look for him. He's not someone who's going to die so soon." "Nonsense." Wei Kei glared at her. "Don't you know your own situation? Hurry up and get some rest." But Wei Kei didn't wait for her to finish and said, "I don't want to attack you, but if you insist on going down, I'll have to knock you out." Tao Rongfang held Daiyu's hand and said softly, "Take a rest first. We'll talk later." Daiyu pursed her red lips, tears rolling down her cheeks, and gently nodded. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A series of muffled thunderous rumbles rolled through the ground, and the entire solar star seemed to shake. Everyone from the Great Moon Prefecture was shocked. They turned their heads and looked around. The magma and the magma holes on the surface suddenly boiled up. Huge bubbles burst open one after another, and a dangerous aura filled the air. Wei Kei's expression changed and he shouted, "Rise!" While speaking, he pushed his strength and wrapped everyone up, soaring into the sky. At the same time, pillars of magma spewed out from the magma, like fire dragons were born. The scene was extremely terrifying. Everyone flew tens of thousands of feet high, and when they looked down, their faces turned pale. The sun star below them seemed to have exploded, and countless huge cracks formed, forming gullies, and magma tumbled and surged, washing away everything. The rumbling sound was endless, shaking everyone's eardrums. A dazzling light came from a certain direction, and a disciple from the Great Moon Prefecture exclaimed, "What is that?" Looking in the direction of the sound, everyone's pupils constricted. They saw that on the horizon, the shadow of a huge palace had appeared, towering above the clouds. It was like a mirage, illusory and illusory. But even if it was just a phantom, they could still feel the majesty of the palace, as if it had traveled back hundreds of millions of years, crossing the river of history from an extremely distant era. There was actually a palace on the sun star. Wei Kei exclaimed, "The Golden Crow Divine Palace." It was rumored that not only could the sun's true gold be found on the sun star, but it could also be the Golden Crow Divine Palace. The reason why the sun fire on the sun star was about to be extinguished was because the Golden Crow was about to die. But rumors were just rumors. Most people would believe that there was sun's true gold here, but 9 out of 10 people would not believe that there was a Golden Crow Divine Palace here, and the remaining one would be skeptical. But at this moment, a palace had really appeared on the sun star. What other explanation could there be other than the Golden Crow Divine Palace? Tao Rongfang's beautiful eyes also widened. The rumors are true. Wei Kei's expression changed, and he vaguely felt that the development of this matter was beyond his expectations. If it was only sun's true gold, the forces in the nearby large territory could still control it and prevent the news from spreading, so that the benefits could only be kept in these large territory. But now that the rumored Golden Crow Divine Palace might appear, this news could no longer be suppressed. When the time came, the people of the 36 Paradise and 72 Blessed Lands might come to investigate. When that time came, how could a third-tier force like the Great Moon Province get any benefits? Even those second-tier forces with mid-tier heaven splitters would have to stand aside. So if he wanted to get benefits, he had to do it as soon as possible. At the very least, he had to get the benefits before the news spread. As his thoughts changed, Wei Kei immediately made a decision. "Meng Hong. Disciple is here." Meng Hong stepped forward. "Take your junior brother and junior sister and leave this place." Meng Hong was startled, but he immediately reacted and cupped his hands. "Yes. Then we'll wait for the 2 uncle masters outside." Wei Kei shook his head. "No, wait for me and your uncle master Tao at the first inn. Then, ask the first inn to send a message to the head and ask him and the other elders to come here quickly." Meng Hong said seriously, "Disciple understands." After arranging this, Wei Kai turned to Tao Rongfang and said, "Let's go." Then, he turned into a streak of rainbow light and flew into the distance. Tao Rongfang reminded Ah Sun, "Little son, go with Brother Meng. Be careful." Ah Sun nodded, "Master too." Tao Rongfang didn't say anything else and chased after Wei Quebec. Once the two heaven splitters left, the disciples of the Great Moon Province immediately lost their sense of security. Everyone looked at Meng Hong, who said, "You heard the two Uncle Master's orders. Now that the Golden Crow Divine Palace might appear, this place will be in chaos. It's more important for us to go to the first inn. Follow me." Dai said, "Brother Meng, I want to stay." Old Fong also stood up, "I want to stay too." Ah Sun said, "Me too." You. Meng Hong glared at the three of them and tried to put on the dignity of a brother. "Didn't you hear what Uncle Masters said just now? Now that we don't have the protection of Uncle Masters, what if we run into some enemy?" Dai lowered her head and looked down, silent. Old Fong said, "Brother Meng, calm down. We're not disciples of the Great Moon Province for the time being, so I don't think anyone will come looking for trouble with us. We just want to find Brother Yang again. At the very least, we want to see him alive or dead." Ah Sun nodded fiercely. Meng Hong's face darkened, "Do we have to do this?" Old Fong cupped his fists, "Brother Meng, please forgive us. If it weren't for Brother Yang, we would still be suffering in the Kikikyo land. We owe him a debt of gratitude, and now that he's in trouble, we can't just sit by and watch." Meng Hong let out a long breath and struggled for a while. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm afraid of you." He beckoned to a disciple, "Junior Brother Lu, go to the first inn and ask it to send a message to the headquarters. Be careful on the way." The disciple surnamed Lu cupped his fists and said, "Yes." Then, he immediately flew away. Meng Hong looked at everyone again and said, "Rest for 2 hours. We'll search for another half a day. After half a day, whether we find anything or not, we must leave this place." Old Fong was overjoyed, "Thank you, Brother Meng." Dai also hurriedly thanked him. Although she didn't want to trouble him, there was strength in numbers. At this time, they couldn't care too much. Meng Hong shook his head and sighed, "All of you better remember this. If any one of you reveals even half a word about what happened today to the two martial uncles, don't call me senior martial brother anymore." He was going against Wei Kai's orders, so he was naturally afraid. The disciples hurriedly said, we won't, we definitely won't." Everyone landed again and found a place to rest. Fortunately, the sun star calmed down after the strange movement, otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to find a place to rest. At the same time, in a secret passage deep underground, Yang Kai looked around blankly. He chased after the great 5 Grand Sun primordial flame for a long time under the magma and failed several times. Finally, he found a chance to collect the Grand Sun primordial flame with the Rui pouch. Before he could celebrate, he felt a strong force sucking him in. It was as if he had fallen into a whirlpool. When he came back to his senses, he was already here. There was such a place under the sun star? What was this place? The secret passage was very spacious and not dark. It didn't look like it was naturally formed, but artificially modified. The walls and floor of the secret passage were covered with fiery red things, and the entire passage was filled with pure fire elemental energy. Chapter 3907. He was secretly shocked. The fire elemental energy here was much denser and purer than the fire elemental energy in the 7 Openings land. If the fire elemental energy in the 7 Openings land could be condensed to the 1st grade, then the fire elemental energy here could be condensed to the 3rd grade. He didn't need any fire elemental materials. He could reach the 3rd grade just by absorbing the fire elemental power here. This was simply shocking. If the forces outside knew about this, they would probably fight over it. Just think about it, who wouldn't be jealous of such a rare and precious place for cultivation? But, what was this place? How could there be such an existence under the sun star? He couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it for now. He looked around. The passage was very long, and he couldn't see the end of it. Yang Kai tried to activate the law of space and found that it wasn't obscure. In other words, the heaven and earth here weren't sealed. This made him feel relieved. As long as the heaven and earth weren't sealed, he could leave at any time. He wasn't afraid of being trapped here. He randomly chose a direction and walked forward. After walking for about a few hundred feet, he actually reached the end. There was a bronze door at the end. It looked extremely thick and heavy, blocking the way. Yang Kai raised his hand to push the door, but he couldn't move it even after using all his strength. He couldn't help but feel surprised. Although his current cultivation wasn't very high, because of the dragon vein, his strength was frighteningly strong. This bronze door didn't look special. Under his brute force, it didn't move at all. It was obvious that it wasn't something simple. He didn't dare to make too much of a commotion. After muttering to himself for a while, Yang Kai went back the way he came and walked to the other side. After walking for a long time, this side also came to the end. What made Yang Kai speechless was that the situation here was exactly the same as the other side. There was also a bronze door blocking the way. If Yang Kai hadn't been sure that he was going in the right direction, he would have thought that he was going in circles. This passage was actually sealed from the front and back. It seemed that if he wanted to get out of here, he had to open the bronze door. He didn't know where the two doors led to. This made things a little difficult. After standing in place and muttering to himself for a while, Yang Kai simply took out the Rui pouch and checked the contents of the pouch. There was a ball of scorching flames in the pouch that seemed to have a mind of its own. However, the Rui pouch was a treasure that could even store heaven-opening cultivators, so how could a ball of solar true fire escape its restraints? It was indeed the 5th-grade Grand Sun primordial flame. Compared with the 3 portions of real fire of the sun collected by the Great Moon Prefecture before, this one in his hand was obviously richer and purer. Looking at this ball of real fire of the sun, Yang Kai felt much better. He had stayed in the first inn for nearly 4 months and spent over 100,000 heaven-opening pills. The grade 5 materials he had obtained this time were worth 1 or 2 million heaven-opening pills. He had made up for all of his previous expenses. He couldn't keep it in the Rui pouch all the time. This pouch had to be used to defend against enemies, so Yang Kai simply transferred the real fire of the sun to the sealed world bead and suppressed it somewhere. After doing this, Yang Kai looked up at the bronze door in front of him and his gaze slowly became firm. He had no choice but to come to this world. Firstly, he wanted to see a higher level of martial Dao. Secondly, it was for the world tree. No matter what the reason was, he needed a lot of financial support. Although he had gained something from this trip to the Sun Star, it was nothing compared to his future expenses. Therefore, no matter what, he had to gain as much as he could this time. He didn't know if he would have such an opportunity in the future. Behind the bronze door, there might be an incredible treasure. Stretching out his hand, Yang Kai summoned the azure dragon spear and pushed his strength to the limit, thrusting it forward. The earth shook and the mountains shook. At the same time, on the ground, in front of an ancient hall, figures flew over from all directions and landed in front of the hall, staring at the ancient palace in a daze. Golden Crow Divine Palace. It really is the Golden Crow Divine Palace. Exclamations came from the mouths of many heaven-opening realm masters, an abnormal flush appearing on their faces. Even these heaven-opening realm masters had never thought that the legend was actually true and that the Golden Crow Divine Palace really existed on the Sun Star. Since there was a Golden Crow Divine Palace here, it meant that the other legend was not groundless. The Golden Crow was about to die, and the sun was about to be extinguished. Thinking that there might be the corpse of a powerful golden crow in the Golden Crow Divine Palace, many heaven-opening realm masters' hearts burned with excitement. That was the Golden Crow, one of the ancient demonic beasts, not inferior to dragons and phoenixes. Not to mention how many treasures this Golden Crow had collected in its life, its corpse itself was a priceless treasure. And now, the Golden Crow Divine Palace was right in front of them, and the countless treasures inside seemed to be beckoning to them. Who wouldn't be tempted? The heaven-opening realm masters who had arrived first could not suppress the excitement in their hearts and rushed into the Golden Crow Divine Palace in a flash. A slight move in one part would affect the whole body, and one figure after another rushed forward, striving to be the first to arrive. The gates of the Divine Palace were tightly shut, and although there were no signs of a restriction, it still blocked everyone's path. Just as the heaven-opening realm masters were about to forcefully break open the gates, two statues of strange three-legged birds on the left and right of the gates suddenly released dangerous auras. The eyes of the two strange three-legged birds spun nimbly, and with a cracking sound, their heads turned and aimed at the gates. Immediately after, they opened their mouths and spat out two thin threads of fire. The threads of fire were so thin that they could be ignored, and when they were spat out, they did not burn in the slightest. However, when the threads of fire were spat out, the chests of the heaven-opening realm masters gathered near the gates were instantly burned into a large hole. Not a single drop of blood flowed out from the hole, but one could clearly see the wriggling of their internal organs. This change happened so suddenly that no one was able to react in time. Miserable cries immediately rang out, and the heaven-opening realm masters paled in fright and retreated. With a series of cracking sounds, the two statues of the strange birds seemed to come alive, shaking their wings as they walked down from their original positions. Overflowing evil chi swept out, and dazzling light blossomed from their pitch-black bodies like two miniature suns. When Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang arrived, they just happened to see the heaven-opening realm masters fighting the two golden crow statues, and they could not help but be shocked. Brother Zai? Wei Kei's gaze turned, and he saw a figure sitting cross-legged not far away. He hurriedly rushed over, and after landing, he saw the terrifying wound on the person's chest and abdomen, and his expression changed slightly. Brother Zai, what happened? Zai opened his eyes and raised his head, smiling bitterly. So it was Brother Wei, Brother Zai, you're wound. Zai's smile became even more bitter. I was careless, cough cough. As he spoke, blood foam seeped out of his mouth. The temperature of the blood foam was frighteningly high, as if it had been boiled. At the same time, his skin became extremely red, like a cooked crab. Careful. Golden Crow True Flame. Ziyi let out a loud cry and fell straight to the ground. His 7 orifices were overflowing with boiling blood. Brother Zai. Brother Zai. Wei Kei was shocked. He called out a few times, but there was no response. He's dead? Tao Rongfang, who had followed closely behind, was slightly pale. Wei Kei stretched out his hand, inspecting Zai's condition, and his expression could not help but change. He discovered that Zai's meridians had been incinerated, and there was a scorching energy rampaging through his body. Without the protection of his own strength, that scorching energy turned Zai's flesh into blood that flowed out of his 7 orifices, chest, and abdomen. Wei Kei felt his scalp go numb, and his entire body turned cold. He was well aware of Zai's strength. Just like him, they were both at the 3rd stage of heaven opening. Although this kind of strength could not be considered very strong outside of the universe, it was not weak either. Now that he had died so miserably, it was clear that the Golden Crow Divine Palace was not easy to enter. Raising his head, he saw that outside the Divine Palace, a group of heaven-opening cultivators were locked in battle with 2 Golden Crow statues. Wei Kei was sure that the 2 Golden Crow statues were just statues, without any signs of life. However, he did not know what material they had been refined from, but they were extremely sturdy. There was likely a trace of the Golden Crow's divinity sealed within them, otherwise they would not have been so powerful. "Brother, what should we do?" Tao Rongfang asked. Wei Ke said, "Wait and see." Although the two Golden Crow statues were not very agile, Wei Ke believed that as long as he was prepared, he would not be hurt by them. However, the Golden Crow True Fire was really frightening. Moreover, there were so many people besieging the two statues, including the two from the Great Moon Province. There were many people who had the same idea as them. They had all rushed here later and were watching from afar, showing no signs of interfering. This scene caused the heaven-opening cultivators who were fighting with the Golden Crow statues to curse in their hearts. However, at this moment, they could not leave, and could only grit their teeth and endure. At this moment, those who dared to come here were basically all heaven-opening cultivators. There was no trace of any cultivator below the heaven-opening stage. They probably had the same idea as Wei Ke, and had arranged for their disciples to be outside so that they would not be restrained when fighting with others. After fighting for a long time, another two heaven-opening cultivators were injured by the Golden Crow True Flame and fled in a sorry state. However, the Golden Crow True Flame was truly ferocious. Although the two were not seriously injured, they were clearly covered in boiling blood. If they did not find a way to resolve the power of the Golden Crow True Flame in their bodies, their fate would be no different from Zai's. The group of heaven-opening cultivators groaned inwardly. They had come here first, but who would have thought that they would encounter these two gods of plague? If they had known earlier, they would not have come so quickly. However, the efforts of the heaven-opening cultivators were not in vain. After fighting for such a long time, the movements of the two Golden Crow statues were clearly not as nimble as before. The Golden Crow True Flame they spat out was also not as ferocious as before. Their eyes, which originally still had some spirituality, had become dull. Everyone understood that this was because the divinity in the statues had been worn down by the brand. No matter how powerful they were still inanimate objects. With so many heaven-opening cultivators attacking together, there would be a time when they would be destroyed. Chapter 3908. Seeing hope, everyone's attacks became even more ruthless. They all wanted to get rid of these two gods of plague as soon as possible and then explore the Golden Crow Divine Palace. As time passed, the two Golden Crow statues became weaker and weaker. Even the Golden Crow True Fire they spat out was intermittent, as if they had already been exhausted. Everyone was overjoyed. Although the Golden Crow statues were refined exquisitely, they were actually not that powerful. The powerful part was the Golden Crow True Fire, but now that even the True Fire was about to run out, what was there to be afraid of? Just as the numerous heaven-opening experts were preparing to take down the Golden Crow statue in one go, a black shadow suddenly descended from above. That black shadow seemed to be a sleeve that had been enlarged countless times. It covered the sky and the sun, and its aura shook. Heaven and Earth Sleeve. Wei Ke, who had been watching from the side, cried out in surprise. He immediately recognized the origin of this divine technique. The enlarged sleeve rolled up and down, and a surge of power swept away the heaven-opening experts, directly taking the two Golden Crow statues into the sleeve. A figure flashed, and an old man appeared out of thin air. His two wide sleeves fluttered in the wind. He had a fat head and big ears, and his face was flushed. At this moment, he was looking at his right sleeve with a smile. In that sleeve, two small Golden Crow statues could be vaguely seen moving left and right, but they couldn't get rid of the restraints. Needless to say, the one who had used the divine technique to take away the Golden Crow statues was this old man. The heaven-opening experts were startled for a moment before becoming furious and glaring at the old man. They had fought desperately for half a day and were about to take care of the Golden Crow statues with great difficulty, but they had not expected that at the last moment, someone else would take the fruits of their labor. Who could tolerate such a thing? After all, these golden crow statues were pretty good treasures. However, after seeing the old man's face, everyone frowned. Although they were furious, they did not dare to say anything. Clearly, they were somewhat apprehensive of the old man's identity and strength. Tao Rongfang said in a low voice, "The people from the world's edge really came." Wei Kei's face was also solemn. "Only Hong Lao came. I don't know if the other two are here. If the other two are here, then it will be troublesome." While they were talking, another change occurred. Just as Hong Lao was feeling complacent, a golden line suddenly shot out from the void and quietly penetrated Hong Lao's sleeve. When the golden line returned, the golden crow statue that had been previously stored in Hong Lao's sleeve was pulled out. Hong Lao's face turned cold as he shouted, "Which scoundrel dares to steal from me?" As he spoke, his fat hand grabbed at the golden crow statue. In the void, a chuckle was heard. That chuckle was as pleasant as a silver bell, causing the pores of those who heard it to open up and feel extremely comfortable. Along with the laughter, a delicate figure appeared, her slender jade-like palm moving towards Hong Laoying. With a loud bang, a violent force rampaged. Hong Lao was slightly shaken and took a few steps back. The delicate figure used the rebound force to distance herself from Hong Lao in an instant. She leaned to the side and looked at Hong Lao with a smile. "Hong Lao, why are you so angry?" The change happened too quickly. Only now did everyone see the appearance of the person who attacked. Shockingly, it was a woman who was mature to the extreme. The space between her brows was filled with charm. Her clear eyes seemed to be able to drip water, and her entire body emitted boundless charm that seemed to be able to devour all gazes in the world. Hong Lao was originally angry, but when he saw this woman, his anger instantly disappeared. He forced a smile and said, "So it's Madame Lan from the first inn. My apologies for not recognizing you." He was sick of it. If anyone else dared to steal from him, he would not agree no matter what, but this woman was from the first inn. With the strength of the world's edge, there was no way he could challenge her. He knew that he would not be able to get back the golden crow statue that was taken away, but she still left one for him, giving him face. The lady boss smiled. "Hong Lao, this thing is fun. How about you give me one? It was taken away. How can I get it back?" Hong Lao grumbled in his heart, but he smiled and said, "It is this old man's honor that Madame Lan has taken a liking to it. If Madame Lan wants one, I can give this one to you as well." As he spoke, he shook his sleeves, looking very generous. The lady boss stroked her hair behind her ear, looking very charming. She shook her head and said with a smile, "That's not necessary. I'll take one back and study it. Take it as a favor to Hong Lao. Later, if Hong Lao needs any information, feel free to come to the first inn. I'll give you one for free." Hong Lao smiled. "Madam, you're too polite. Since that's the case, I'll accept it. A piece of information in exchange for a golden crow statue." No one knew whether this was a loss or a gain. "Madam, are you also here to explore the Golden Crow Palace?" Hong Lao turned to look at the quaint palace and asked. The lady boss said, "Such a big thing happened here. Of course, I have to come and take a look. Isn't Hong Lao the same?" Hong Lao's eyebrows twitched. "Since that's the case, why don't you team up with me? We can take care of each other." There was really no way he could go against the first inn. Fortunately, the first inn was indeed honest when it came to doing business. If he could form an alliance with this Madame Lan, he would definitely be able to get a share of the profits if he really managed to get something good out of it. The lady boss played with a strand of hair in front of her chest and smiled gently. "Companionship, forget it. I'm more used to being alone. If Hong Lao wants to form a group, you can ask the others and see if they're willing." As she spoke, she glanced to the side, whether intentionally or unintentionally. "Them?" Hong Lao frowned. Then, he realized what she meant. He waved his sleeves and said coldly, "Come out." A violent force swept out. In the void, a few hidden figures appeared. There weren't many of them, only 3. One of them was a scholarly scholar who was gently fanning himself with a round fan in his hand. The other was a burly man who was dressed in black and had a steady gaze. The other was a young girl who was dressed in a green dress. He didn't know what method they used to hide in the dark. Not to mention those low-ranked Kai Tian, even people like Hong Lao didn't notice their existence. If it wasn't for the lady boss of the first inn intentionally or unintentionally reminding him, Hong Lao wouldn't have noticed. He knew that Madame Lan was indeed much stronger than him. At the same time, he was resentful of these people's viciousness. They were hiding in the dark, obviously waiting for an opportunity to strike. I was wondering who it was. So it's you guys. Why? Do you want to take advantage of the situation? Hong Lao snorted coldly. He obviously recognized these 3 people. The burly man in black snorted coldly. His expression was unruly, but he still turned around and cupped his fists at the lady boss. So did the scholar. He smiled bitterly and cupped his fists. Madame Lan has good eyes. The young girl stomped her feet and pouted. Sister Lan, you're too meddlesome. Even though their whereabouts had been exposed by the lady boss, these 3 people didn't dare to complain. It was clear what kind of background the first inn had. Madame Lan covered her mouth and laughed. This has nothing to do with me. It's Hong Lao's own good eyes. There was no sincerity in her words, but no one dared to refute. Below, Wei Kei's face was bitter. Looking at the 3 people who had just appeared, he whispered, Zhang Qi of the Land of Loathing, Ji Tianqing of the Blood Dragon Altar, Yuan Xiaoman of the Mirror Flower, Water Moon, this is going to be fun. Although there were many heaven-opening realm cultivators who had rushed here before, they were all at the lower ranks. Even if there was some difference in strength, it wouldn't be too great. However, of these people who had just appeared, which one of them wasn't at the middle ranks? Heaven's Edge, the Land of Loathing, the Blood Dragon Altar, and the Mirror Flower, Water Moon were all second-class forces. Not to mention the lady boss of the first inn, Madame Lan. I've seen Ji Tianqing and Yuan Xiaoman before. So that scholar is Zhang Qi of the Land of Loathing? Tao Rongfang asked. Wei Kei nodded. This person looks gentle and refined, but his methods are extremely cruel. If junior sister encounters him in the future, you must be careful. I know, Tao Rongfang nodded lightly. As the 2 were talking, the scholar Zhang Qi suddenly turned his head and glanced over. Tao Rongfang's expression changed slightly, knowing that Zhang Qi had probably heard her conversation with her brother. She hurriedly lowered her head. Although she was also at the 3rd rank, she was still only at the lower ranks. The difference between the lower ranks and the middle ranks couldn't be measured. If she was really targeted, she definitely wouldn't have a good ending. Fortunately, Zhang Qi only glanced over before withdrawing his gaze. Most likely, with the Golden Crow Divine Palace in front of him, he didn't have the mind to care about anything else. On the other side, although the Golden Crow statue was gone, none of the lower ranks dared to act rashly. At this moment, the middle ranks had already appeared, and the slightest carelessness could draw fire to themselves. Moreover, they had already encountered danger before even entering. If they really went in, who knew what kind of danger they would encounter? Naturally, they all had the intention of letting the strong lead the way. Hong Lao and the others also understood and coldly glanced down. Zhang Qi said, waiting here isn't a solution. Why don't we go in and take a look? The black-robed man, Ji Tianqing, nodded. Naturally, we have to go in. Hong Lao looked left and right. Who's going first? Yuan Xiaoman pretended not to hear and ran to Madame Lan's side to hold her arm, giggling as she said something. Madame Lan reached out and pinched her nose, causing Yuan Xiaoman to pout. After a long stalemate, Hong Lao said, "How about this, we'll all take turns. This door doesn't look that easy to open, so whoever can open it will go first. Although the first to go in would be in danger, they might also find something good." The weak wanted to pick up scraps, while the strong were naturally more willing to be the first to go. Zhang Qi and Ji Tianqing had no objections. Hong Lao turned to the lady boss and said, "Madame Lan, how about you go first?" Madame Lan smiled lightly. "No need. You all go first. I'll talk to Xiaoman." Hong Lao saw this and said, "Then this old man will go first." As he spoke, his fat body floated to the front of the door. After observing it carefully for a while, he raised his hand and pressed on the door. Hundreds of pairs of eyes instantly stared at Hong Lao's movements. Asterisk creak, asterisk with a series of sounds, the door slowly opened. Chapter 3909. Hong Lao was stunned. Zhang Qi, Ji Tianqing, and the others were stunned. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected the door to be opened so easily. While everyone was still in a daze, Hong Lao had already charged into the hall. His movement immediately affected everyone's nerves, and the surrounding heaven-opening realms all rushed over without needing anyone to say anything. Scram! The black-robed man, Ji Tianqing, was like a mad ancient divine spirit as he charged forward. Wherever he passed, he destroyed everything in his path. Anyone who stood in his way was sent flying. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the door and was the second to rush in. Following closely behind him, the scholar Zhang Qi waved his round fan and entered in a flash. "Sister Lan, let's go in too." Yuan Xiaoman turned her head to look at Madame Lan. The latter nodded gently, and the two of them disappeared into the main hall in a flash. It wasn't until these mid-stage heaven splitters had all entered that the rest of the crowd rushed up. During this period of time, a series of short exchanges were naturally unavoidable, and suppressed energy fluctuations fluctuated from time to time. "Brother, what should we do?" Tao Rongfang looked at Wei Kei and asked. "Let's go in and have a look," Wei Kei said in a deep voice. Since they were already here and the gate of the Golden Crow Palace was already open, they naturally couldn't just leave. Although they didn't know what would happen after they entered, as long as they were careful and didn't compete with others, they shouldn't be in danger. When the two from the Great Moon State entered the main hall, a scorching aura assaulted them. Looking around, one could see figures flying about in the spacious hall, making it seem extremely lively. Aside from this, balls of sun's true flame were shuttling through the crowd, avoiding the pursuit of the heaven-opening realm cultivators. The light from the sun's true flame illuminated the entire hall, reflecting the light from the attacks of the heaven-opening realm cultivators. This. Tao Rongfang was stunned. She did not expect to see such a lively scene as soon as she entered. Moreover, at this moment, there were no less than a dozen balls of grand sun primordial flame flying around the hall. Such a grand occasion was simply rare to see, causing her and Wei Kei's hearts to burn with passion. Thick pillars stood erect in the main hall. Around the pillars were lit torches. At first, Tao Rongfang didn't pay much attention to them, but when she took a closer look at the torches, her expression changed. Those were not torches at all. They were clearly balls of true sun fire burning fiercely. The entire hall was illuminated by the grand sun primordial fire. Needless to say, the primordial sun fire that was flying around in the hall should have been torch-like existences. It was only because they were alarmed by the intruders that they had the intelligence to flee. The brother and sister looked at each other. Without the need for communication, they immediately dashed out and pounced toward one of the torches. Before they even arrived, they had already performed the divine technique in an attempt to forcibly seize the real fire of the sun. There was quite a lot of true sun flame in the hall. The main reason was that the hall was not small, and there were over 20 balls of true sun flame used as torches. However, there were also many people who had entered, and all of them were at the heaven opening realm. There were even a few mid-grade heaven opening realm experts. In less than half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the dust settled. Those mid-grade heaven opening realm experts had all obtained at least 2 portions of true sun flame, and there was no lack of 5th-grade heaven opening realm experts. The rest had been snatched away by others. The 2 from Great Moon Prefecture were quite lucky. Although they had entered very late, their timing was very good. They had snatched a portion of true sun flame, and it was 5th grade at that. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang couldn't hide the excitement and joy in their eyes. A portion of 5th grade materials could be exchanged for 10 portions of 4th grade materials, which was enough to create a 4th grade heaven opening realm expert. It could be said that they had already accomplished the goal of this trip ahead of time. However, the 2 of them were unwilling to leave. They had only just entered the hall, and there were already such benefits. If they continued to explore, would there be even more gains? There were many people who had such thoughts. Those who had obtained true sun flame were unwilling to leave, and those who hadn't obtained it were even more unwilling to leave. Moreover, although there was no more true sun flame in the hall, no one could guarantee that there were no other treasures, so everyone was searching around. Soon, someone discovered that the floor of the entire hall was paved with the best quality fire jade. This discovery was really shocking. Outside the universe, although fire jade wasn't a rare material, and its value could be high or low, it also depended on its appearance. This kind of top-grade fire jade was obviously valuable. Moreover, the area of this hall was not small, but the entire floor of the hall was made of extremely pure fire jade without any impurities. Even if a second-rate force were to set up such a place, it would be difficult for them to do so. Only a first-rate force would have such boldness. The group of people almost went crazy. What else was there to say? A group of heaven-opening realm experts, one after another, were like groundhogs. The sound of clanking continued in the hall as pieces of fire jade were pried off and stuffed into space rings. Even the proprietress of the first inn, Madame Lan, was no exception. No one would complain about having too many free benefits. However, good things didn't last long. Perhaps someone had triggered a restriction, but just as everyone was struggling with the floor, there was a rumbling sound and the open door suddenly closed. Everyone was startled and straightened up. Before they had time to investigate the situation, they were suddenly enveloped by a sense of dizziness. Their vision blurred, and everyone in the hall appeared in a huge karst cave. The hall was gone, and so was the fire jade floor. There was no need to work anymore. With this sudden change, those who were familiar with each other hurriedly gathered in one place, vigilantly looking around to guard against the unexpected. Some people even used secret techniques to quietly sneak into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. The mid-level heaven-opening realm experts were also bewildered. Yuan Xiaoman came to Madame Lan's side and stuck close to her, as if this was the only way she could find a trace of security. Brother Zhang, you have a deep understanding of the Tao of spirit arrays. What do you think of what happened just now? Hong Lao suddenly turned to look at Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi gently waved his fan a few times and pondered, it should be a teleportation formation. Judging from the feeling just now, the teleportation distance shouldn't be too far. This place should still be on the Sun Star. Hong Lao nodded, this old master also thinks so. So, this place is still inside the Golden Crow Divine Palace? Whether it is or not, we can only carefully investigate. Then let's take a look, Hong Lao nodded. Suddenly appearing in such a place, no one would feel any sense of security. Before the matter became clear, they naturally had to huddle together for warmth. The mid-level heaven-opening realm experts weren't fools, so there was no need for discussion at this time and they began to investigate. After a quick investigation, they really did find something. The entire cave wasn't sealed. There were a total of 8 exits arranged in the 8 gates, hidden gates. Clearly, there was a reason for this. After understanding the situation, many heaven-opening realm experts frowned. At this level of strength, they naturally had some understanding of the 8 gates, hidden gates. However, no one could say for sure where to go out at this time. Fortunately, there were also mid-level heaven-opening realm experts besides low-level heaven-opening realm experts. A group of low-level heaven-opening realm experts naturally had to see how Madame Lan and the others would choose. If they really couldn't, they would follow them. It was better than barging in alone. Madame Lan, how should we choose these 8 gates? Hong Lao looked at Madame Lan and asked. Madame Lan's cultivation was the highest here, so her choice naturally had a lot of reference. The lady boss looked around and chuckled, there's a gate of life, so of course we'll choose the gate of life. Don't tell me we'll choose the gate of death. Choose the gate of life? Hong Lao frowned, but it's hard to say if the existence that set this place up didn't mean to mislead. Then we'll choose the gate of death. Who knows, we might be able to find a way out. Hong Lao was speechless, I'll take my leave first. As Madame Lan said this, she really did walk towards the gate of life and soon disappeared from sight. The group was dumbfounded, not expecting Madame Lan to make such a hasty decision. Did she have enough confidence in her own luck, or did she discover something but not tell everyone? Yuan Xiaoman hesitated for a moment, then shouted, Sister Lan, wait for me. She also followed Madame Lan into the gate of life. Once the two of them left, more than half of the heaven-opening realm experts present followed them into the gate of life. After all, they all knew that Madame Lan was from the First Inn, and the First Inn had a great background, so her choice shouldn't be too wrong. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang were also part of the group. Those who didn't leave either had doubts in their hearts, or felt that Hong Lao's words were correct. If they could find a way out so easily by choosing the gate of life, then what was the point of the 8 gates, hidden gates? What do we do? Hong Lao turned to look at Zhang Qi and Ji Tianqing. Ji Tianqing snorted coldly. I don't care what you do, I'll also go first. As he spoke, he directly stepped towards the gate of death, causing Hong Lao's face to twitch. This was really going to fight to the death. Who knew if he could survive? Zhang Qi slowly shook his head. Brother Tianqing is truly bold, this Zhang is ashamed. As he spoke, he walked towards the gate of rest. When the two of them left, there were also many low-level heaven-opening realm experts following them. Soon, there were only a dozen or so people left in the cave. Apart from Hong Lao, all of them were low-level heaven-opening realm experts, and they all looked at him anxiously. Hong Lao was annoyed by the stares. He took out a simple copper coin, shook it a few times, and opened it, muttering something under his breath as he looked in a certain direction. Putting away the copper coin, Hong Lao turned into a streak of light and rushed in that direction. The rest of the people followed closely behind. At the same time, in that passage, Yang Kai sighed as he pried up the floor and put it into his spatial ring. Surprisingly, the floor was also made of the highest quality fire jade. At first, he didn't notice it, but after being trapped here and unable to advance or retreat, he finally noticed it after looking around. It wasn't just the fire jade on the floor, but also the torches on the walls. They were actually balls of true sun fire. There were a total of 8 torches in the passage, in other words, 8 portions of true sun fire. Including the one he collected before, he already had 9 portions of true sun fire, and 3 of them were 5th grade. Chapter 39:10. This was truly a bountiful harvest. He had inexplicably come to this kind of place and obtained so much sun's true fire, but now that the passage was sealed, he could not advance or retreat, making him feel helpless. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind to investigate the passage again after collecting all the fire jades. If he still could not find a way out, he could only use spatial teleportation to escape. After spending more than an hour, Yang Kai finally collected all the fire jades in the passage. Just as he was preparing to investigate the passage again, his expression suddenly changed and he turned to look in a certain direction. Faintly, he seemed to hear some movement coming from that direction. Listening carefully, he confirmed that there was indeed movement, and it sounded like someone was attacking the bronze gate that sealed the passage. Was there someone on the other side of the bronze gate? Yang Kai was startled and hurriedly rushed in that direction. If there was someone on the other side, it meant that this passage was not a dead end. It was just that he had not figured out which way was the entrance and which way was the exit. Arriving in front of the gate, Yang Kai silently sensed his surroundings, his expression changing slightly. The person attacking seemed to be quite powerful, at least a mid-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator. At that moment, a faint sound entered his ears, and looking over, he saw that a small crack had appeared on the bronze gate. The bronze gate that he had been unable to move even after using all his strength was actually about to break. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he heard a loud bang and the bronze door exploded. The huge door shattered into pieces, and the broken door panels flew everywhere. One of the door planks almost hit him. Yang Kai instinctively urged his space principles to escape, but after thinking about it, he suppressed the idea of leaving and instead took out the shadowless muslin he had obtained from Du Rufeng, wrapping it around himself and disappearing in an instant. At the same time, he held his breath and restrained his aura. If he left now, it would not be easy to come in again. Without seeing the sun true gold, Yang Kai was not willing to retreat, but with his current strength, he did not have the qualifications to challenge a heaven-opening realm cultivator, so he could only rely on the shadowless muslin. Du Rufeng had said that this thing was given to him by Duan Hai, so any heaven-opening realm cultivator under the mid-rank wouldn't be able to see its whereabouts. Even if it was a mid-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator, if they didn't search carefully, they might miss it. He prayed in his heart that Du Rufeng was not bragging. Otherwise, if they were to bump into each other in this kind of place, it would be hard to explain. At that time, the only way out would be to escape. After concealing himself, Yang Kai hid behind a broken door. With the help of the door, he covered most of his body. Just as she finished, she heard an excited cheer from outside, "Sister Lan is so awesome." Then, a familiar voice said, "Stop flattering me." The voice at the front was pure and pleasant, while the voice at the back was sweet and soft. It gave off a completely different feeling. Yang Kai frowned slightly, and his expression was a little strange. Why did the voice in the back sound like the landlady of the first inn? He had lived in the first inn for 4 months, and every 3 days he would meet with Dai Yu and the others in the lobby, so he had seen the landlady quite a few times. Although they weren't very familiar with each other, they had exchanged a few words. However, thinking about it, it wasn't surprising that the landlady would appear here. This place wasn't far from the first inn, and the forces of the nearby large territory had all come to investigate the situation on Sun's Star. How could the first inn, which was located in this territory, sit idly by? It was understandable that the landlady would come here. How is this flattery? Elder Sister Lan is really amazing. Xiaofan admires you. That pure voice said in annoyance, and then asked, "Don't you guys agree?" "Yes, yes, yes." The group of people responded, their voices mixed with flattery. So many people. Yang Kai was startled and hid even more carefully. "You talk too much, let's go in and take a look," the voice that seemed to belong to the landlady said as a voluptuous figure stepped into the passage. Yang Kai glanced around and found that he had guessed correctly. That was indeed the landlady of the first inn. The landlady stood still and looked around the passage. Her gaze suddenly fixed on a certain spot, and her beautiful eyes widened. As if she had seen something extremely inconceivable, even her rosy little mouth opened slightly. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he cursed Du Rufeng in his heart, saying that the shadowless veil was very miraculous, and that a mid-ranked sky splitter wouldn't be able to see through it. If a mid-ranked sky splitter didn't search carefully, it might be overlooked. Overlooked, my ass. The landlady had been staring at him the moment she came in, so it was obvious that she had seen him. Yang Kai's expression was one of awkwardness, as if he had been caught red-handed doing something bad. It was too late to run now, so he squeezed out a smile at the landlady and quietly cupped his hands, begging for mercy. "What's wrong, Sister Lan? Did you find anything?" A delicate young girl suddenly flashed in and asked suspiciously. The landlady's gaze shifted as she shook her head. "Nothing, there's nothing here. Let's continue forward." "Oh." The young girl didn't suspect anything and followed the landlady forward. Following closely behind the two of them, a group of people rushed in noisily. Yang Kai didn't dare to move, because these people were all in the sky splitter realm. There were quite a few who were only a few inches away from him, almost touching his body. Fortunately, he was hiding behind a broken door, so as long as he didn't take it away, he wasn't afraid of being touched. When these sky splitters entered, they naturally looked around. Yang Kai discovered that many people's gazes swept past him, but they didn't react at all. Only after everyone had gone far away did Yang Kai let out a light breath. From the situation just now, he had somewhat wrong Du Rufeng. This shadowless veil was truly quite miraculous. So many sky splitters had entered, yet they hadn't discovered his tracks. Then what was the landlady's expression from before? Had she discovered him or not? Yang Kai was somewhat unable to determine. However, regardless of whether she had discovered him or not, since she hadn't exposed him on the spot, he owed her a favor. Otherwise, if he had been caught in that situation, he probably wouldn't have had a good ending. There were at least 40 to 50 sky splitters who had entered just now. Yang Kai even saw Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang's figures among them, but not a single disciple from the Great Moon Prefecture was present. Thinking about it, it wasn't strange. In front of so many sky splitters, even if the disciples from the Great Moon Prefecture had followed, they would have been a burden. They had probably been arranged elsewhere by Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang. He had been chasing after a ball of sun true flame in the lava and had been carelessly sucked in by a whirlpool, so how had they come in? And where was this place? Yang Kai looked at the broken door in front of him and then looked in the direction those people were heading. After muttering to himself for a while, he quietly followed them. Not long after, he saw the traces of that group of people in the distance. Needless to say, they had been blocked by the bronze door at the other end of the passage. A rumbling sound came from that side, and a berserk energy was rampaging. Presumably, the lady boss was breaking the door. Feeling the scattered energy fluctuations, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Although he had long known that the lady boss of the First Inn was definitely not ordinary, it seemed that she was even more powerful than he had imagined. She definitely wasn't just a 4th stage sky splitter, but most likely a 5th stage sky splitter. So far, Yang Kai had only encountered a 5th stage sky splitter, Elder Su, but Elder Su had failed in his revenge and died. Yang Kai had never seen a 5th stage sky splitter with his own eyes. At this moment, he could feel it. Not long after, less than an incense stick's worth of time, the cracking sound came again, and Yuan Xiaoman called out, "Sister Lan, put in more effort, the door is about to break." The lady boss said angrily, "If you have time to talk, why don't you come and help me?" Yuan Xiaoman giggled. Xiaoman won't embarrass herself in front of Sister Lan with this bit of skill. As she spoke, she turned her head to look at the dozens of heaven splitters in the passage and snorted, "You guys, do you only know how to stare? If you're not going to help, can you cheer for Sister Lan? Come, cheer with me. Sister Lan's divine might is unparalleled, #1 in the universe." Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. A group of heaven splitters, in their respective forces, were all well-known figures. If they shouted such words, how would they have the face to see others in the future? Are you going to shout or not? If not, then scram. Yuan Xiaoman's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Everyone was at a loss for words. Whether they were willing or not, they could only respond. For a time, the passage was filled with wave after wave of cheers. Madame Lan stomped her foot in anger. "All of you, shut up. What are you doing?" She was so angry that her liver hurt, and wanted nothing more than to slap that little girl to death. When everyone heard this, it was as if they had been pardoned from a dream, and they hurriedly shut up. Afraid that Yuan Xiaoman would cause trouble again, Madame Lan no longer held back. With a bang, a few palms landed, and with a crash, the bronze door on this side was also broken open. Too lazy to waste any more words with Yuan Xiaoman, Madame Lan rushed in. What she saw stunned her, and her body froze in place. Yuan Xiaoman, who had followed closely behind, bumped into her back and covered her forehead, saying, "Sister Lan, why aren't you leaving?" As she spoke, she noticed Madame Lan's expression and followed her gaze. She also froze in place, her mouth slightly open, unable to speak for a long time. The heaven splitters who had rushed in later, one after another, all froze in place as if someone had used a body freezing technique on them. The shock in the depths of their hearts could not be any greater. Sensing everyone's abnormalities, Yang Kai, who had been following them, also rushed in. Looking left and right, his gaze instantly fixed on a certain place in front of him, and his pupils violently contracted. In front of him, within a dark red light screen, a strange three-legged bird about 10 meters tall and completely black stood on a high platform. The strange bird's wings were spread out, and it was motionless. However, a brilliant divine aura continuously spread out from the strange bird's body. Everyone who came here, regardless of their cultivation, could not help but feel their own insignificance. Chapter 39:11. Inside the large hall, the several dozen heaven-opening cultivators who had rushed in were all frozen in place, and even Madame Lan was no exception. Although there were many people in the large hall, it was deathly silent. Feeling that brilliant divine might, it was as if the entire world was pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe and their chi and blood surging. Golden Crow. After an unknown amount of time, a hoarse and trembling voice rang out from the crowd. It was rumored that a mature golden crow could slaughter high-rank heaven-opening realm cultivators like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Who wouldn't be afraid of it? Of the heaven-opening realm cultivators present, even mid-rank heaven-opening realm cultivators could be counted on one hand. Barging into someone's sleeping quarters without their permission, if they angered this golden crow, no one would be able to survive. At this critical juncture of life and death, who knew how many people regretted getting involved in this mess, wanting nothing more than to leave immediately. However, under the divine might of the golden crow, no one dared to act rashly. What's there to be afraid of? An angry shout rang out. This golden crow is already dead. Although the voice was loud, it was a bit like he was emboldening himself. However, with this person's reminder, when everyone looked carefully at the golden crow, they found that the situation was indeed so. The golden crow had been standing there the entire time, and although there was light in its eyes, it didn't move at all. It didn't react to the arrival of everyone. This golden crow is indeed already dead. Madame Lan nodded slightly. She didn't feel the slightest bit of vitality from the golden crow's body. When she entered just now, she had also been given a fright. Suddenly seeing such a terrifying existence, even her thoughts had become muddled. Now that she sensed the abnormality, after a brief investigation, she finally relaxed. The golden crow was about to die, and the sun was about to be extinguished. Now, on the sun star, the flames of the sun had already been extinguished, proving the golden crow's death from another perspective. However, looking at the appearance of the golden crow's corpse, it should have died not long ago. Among the people present, her strength was the highest. Since she had said so, the others immediately felt relieved, and sighs of relief rose one after another. In the darkness, Yang Kai, who was hidden under the shadowless veil, licked his dry lips, dazzled as he stared at the golden crow's corpse enveloped in a red screen of light. It was just a corpse, yet it had such power. What would this golden crow be like when it was alive? If the golden crow was like this, then what about the dragon race, ranked above the golden crow? His dragon vein still had a lot of room for growth. Now, he probably hadn't even unlocked 10% of the dragon vein's power. Furthermore, after arriving at this place, Yang Kai could clearly feel that his Dao seal was somewhat restless, as if something was attracting his Dao seal, making him feel a strong desire. Following his instincts, Yang Kai turned his gaze towards the high platform. At the four corners of the high platform, there were several crimson crystal-like objects about a foot in length, which immediately caught his attention. True sun gold. It wasn't just Yang Kai. When there was no longer any threat to his life, he was in the mood to carefully investigate. The foot-long red crystals arranged at the four corners of the high platform instantly attracted everyone's attention. Even though they had never seen it before, when this thing entered their eyes, almost everyone was certain that these foot-long red crystals were the legendary true sun gold. The numerous heaven-opening realm cultivators had already been exploring the sun star for several days, but they had never seen sun true gold. They had obtained some sun true fire, but how could the value of sun true fire compare to sun true gold? Those were materials that were at least of the 6th grade, and even the 7th or 8th grade. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned red. A figure rushed out from the crowd, directly pouncing towards a corner of the high platform. More than a dozen figures followed closely behind, all of them pouncing towards different targets. Idiot! Yuan Xiaoman, who was leaning close to Madame Lan, coldly snorted. Madame Lan sighed, "Birds die in pursuit of food and men die in pursuit of wealth." As she said this, a world-shaking scream rang out. It was the heaven-opening realm cultivator who was the first to reach the high platform. A ball of scorching flames burned on his right hand, and no matter how he circulated his energy, he couldn't extinguish it. The smell of roasted flesh quickly filled the air, making people feel nauseous. Not only that, the flames rapidly spread upwards, burning his arm in the blink of an eye. That person's expression changed, but he was also very decisive, raising his hand to grab a sword and chopping at his own arm. Sword light flashed, and blood splattered. At the same time, a muffled groan rang out, and an arm fell to the ground. Under everyone's gaze, the flames quickly burned the arm to ashes, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. Learning from the mistakes of others, the others who were originally restless all froze in place when they saw this person suffer such a great loss, and didn't dare to move. Of the dozen or so people who had rushed out before, 2 or 3 of them also suffered the same fate, and had no choice but to cut off their own arms to save their lives. Yuan Xiaoman's expression was extremely solemn. "It's the golden crow true fire." Madame Lan nodded lightly, looking up at the red light screen. "It seems that this golden crow laid down a restriction here before it died. Without breaking the restriction, don't even think about obtaining the sun true gold. Does Sister Lan have a way?" Yuan Xiaoman asked. Madame Lan's brows furrowed, and she pondered for a moment before saying, "Perhaps I can try, but I can't do it alone. Let's work together. After we succeed, you take 70% and I take 30%. Yuan Xiaoman's expression was excited. Although the amount of sun true gold on the platform wasn't much, it wasn't little either, about 7 or 8 strands. Even if she only took 30%, she could still obtain 2 or 3 strands. This kind of treasure, let alone 2 or 3 strands, even 1 strand was enough to make a fortune. Unexpectedly, Madame Lan still shook her head. 2 people won't do. Let's wait for the others. When the time comes, we'll have a chance if we act together. Hong Lao and the others? Yuan Xiaoman was stunned. They went in another direction. I don't know if they're still alive at this time. The 2 of them had chosen the life gate, so they hadn't encountered any danger along the way. The others probably weren't so lucky. This old man is blessed with great fortune, of course he's still alive. At this moment, Hong Lao's voice rang out. Yuan Xiaoman turned her head and saw Hong Lao walking over from nearby, followed by a few heaven-opening cultivators. However, they didn't seem to be in good condition, all of them injured, and some of them covered in dark red blood. Although she didn't know which gate Hong Lao had chosen, looking at the situation, it was obviously not as safe as the life gate. They had probably encountered many dangers along the way, and who knew how many people had died. Madame Lan's eyes are truly sharp. If I had known earlier, I would have entered the life gate as well, Hong Lao smiled bitterly. It was just luck, Madame Lan smiled. Mr. Zhang and Mr. Ji didn't go with Hong Lao. Hong Lao shook his head, they each chose a different path. Looking up at the platform and the golden crow's corpse, his eyes blazed. What's the situation here? Before Madame Lan could explain in detail, a loud bang came from one side of the hall. Shortly after, a figure rushed out from the hall. This person was exuding a baleful aura and was covered in blood. He was none other than the blood dragon Altars Ji Tianqing. It was unknown what this guy had encountered along the way, but he was now in such a sorry state. Moreover, no one else had come to the place he had come out from. As soon as he appeared, Ji Tianqing's gaze was attracted to the golden crow's corpse, and he cried out, "The golden crow?" His gaze swept over Madame Lan and the others, and he directly walked over. Hong Lao looked him up and down and chuckled. Although he had encountered some twists and turns, the overall situation was still good. It seemed that Ji Tianqing was even more unlucky than him. Madame Lan nodded slightly, then only Mr. Zhang is left. Yuan Xiaoman said unhappily, "Do we have to wait for him?" Madame Lan said, "There's strength in numbers, and there's enough sun true gold. Aren't you afraid there won't be enough to share?" Yuan Xiaoman pouted. They waited for several hours, and during this time, Hong Lao and the others who had come later also understood the situation here. Several mid-rank heaven splitters also investigated the restriction, thinking of a way to break it, but unfortunately, they didn't have any clues. The restriction here looked simple and not too complicated, but it was a mature golden crow that had set it up. No matter how simple the restriction was, it was not so easy to break. One had to be strong enough to break it. It was not until several hours later that Zhang Qi from the land of loathing appeared. However, although he had been delayed for a long time, his situation was much better than Hong Lao and Ji Tianqing's. At the very least, there were no traces of injuries on his body, and there were also many heaven splitters who had come with him. It seemed that the 8 exits in the karst cave could all lead to this hall, but the time spent and danger encountered were all different. When they met and explained the situation clearly, Zhang Qi nodded slightly, "Let's do it this way, I have no objections." While waiting for Zhang Qi, Madame Lan and the others had already worked out a way to break the restriction. Hong Lao's body flickered, and he flew into the air, shouting loudly, "Friends, please be quiet, this old master has a few words to say." In the hall, the heaven splitters who had been gathered in groups of 3 to 5 whispering looked over when they saw this. Hong Lao nodded in satisfaction and chuckled, "Since everyone has come here, you naturally want to fish for some benefits, and now, the benefits are right in front of you. It all depends on whether you have the ability or not. However, this place is protected by a restriction, and if we don't break it, no one will be able to obtain anything. We just discussed it, and if we want to break the restriction, we will need everyone here to work together to have a chance. I ask everyone to put aside their grudges for the time being and work together to break the restriction." Once these words were said, many low-tier heaven splitters looked at each other in dismay. There were also some who sneered inwardly, thinking that Hong Lao was dreaming. There were so many heaven splitters present, and everyone had their own plans. There was no harm in working together to break the restriction, but after breaking the restriction, who would be able to snatch any benefits from a mid-tier heaven splitter? At that time, all the benefits would probably fall into the hands of Hong Lao and the others, and everyone else could only watch helplessly. Who would be willing to do such a thankless task? As a result, no one spoke, and they all remained silent. Hong Lao had clearly expected this, and he smiled. Of course, we won't make everyone work for nothing. We just carefully investigated and found that there are a total of 8 portions of Sun True Gold on this high platform. Before the restriction is broken, no one knows what the quality of this Sun True Gold is. When we mid-tier heaven splitters arrive, we will each take 1 portion, and the remaining 3 portions will be left to the capable ones. How about it? Chapter 39:12. There were 5 mid-grade heaven splitters present, and the rest were all low-grade heaven splitters. Even though they had been injured during the 8 inner hidden gates, there were still 60 to 70 of them. With 60 to 70 people competing for 3 portions of Sun True Gold, one could almost imagine how bloody and chaotic it would be. The possibility of dying here was extremely high. However, with such a precious treasure in front of them, none of the low-grade heaven splitters flinched. Instead, after Hong Lao's words, their expressions brightened. Amidst the uproar, the low-grade heaven splitters from the same force or familiar with each other gathered together and secretly communicated with each other through divine sense. Hong Lao floated in the air calmly, looking down and waiting quietly without any intention of urging them. After a long time, a person walked out of the crowd. Yang Kai, who was hiding in the dark and watching from afar, took a closer look and found that this guy was Great Moon Province's Wei Quebec. Wei K was a straightforward person, so it was not strange for him to stand up at this time. First, he cupped his hands towards the mid-grade heaven splitters and said loudly, "Hong Lao, what you said just now, is it true?" Hong Lao chuckled and pointed behind him. "Friend, even if you don't believe this old man, can you not believe the people behind me? This matter was discussed by the several of us together, so of course it's true." Wei K said, "This Wei dares to ask again, if we low-grade heaven splitters are lucky enough to snatch a portion of Sun True Gold, will you master still fight for it?" Once the restriction was broken, the 5 mid-grade heaven splitters would definitely be able to quickly take away their respective portions of Sun True Gold. The remaining low-grade heaven splitters would compete for the other 3 portions, but if Hong Lao and the others interfered at this time, the low-grade heaven splitters would only be able to stand aside. Who would be able to snatch it from them? If so, it would be better not to participate now, so as to avoid taking risks and wasting time. Hong Lao looked at Wei K and said, "Friend, you think too much." Wei K said, "If we don't get to the bottom of this, we won't feel at ease." These words were approved by many low-grade heaven splitters, and there was a burst of agreement. Hong Lao nodded. "Since you asked, this old man might as well tell you that we will not interfere with the 3 portions of Sun True Gold. Whoever has the ability can take the treasure away." "How can you guarantee that?" Wei K asked again. A hint of anger flashed across Hong Lao's face. "Aren't my words a guarantee? With so many fellow Taoists here, could it be that I can go back on my word? Even if you go back on your word, we can't do anything to you." A voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. "Who is it? Who's talking? Come out if you have the guts." Hong Lao was furious, but the voice just now had been erratic, so the speaker had clearly used some kind of secret technique. With so many heaven-opening realm cultivators gathered together, Hong Lao was unable to pinpoint the speaker's location. His old face immediately sank, becoming extremely unsightly. At this moment, Madame Lan stepped forward and looked at the crowd with a smile. "How about I swear on the reputation of the first in? When the time comes, us mid-stage heaven splitters will only take 1 portion of true sun gold. No matter who obtains the remaining 3 portions, we won't interfere." Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned serious. Wei K clasped his hands and said, "Since Madame Lan is the guarantor, then there's no problem." Everyone still trusted the reputation of the first in. Seeing this, Hong Lao's expression became slightly unhappy. It made him seem like a despicable person who would go back on his word. Although he had indeed planned to do so, he was afraid that it would not work now. Madame Lan had already brought out the name of the first inn. If he went back on his word, it would only give Madame Lan an excuse to deal with him. Hong Lao was still quite fearful of this woman. He had never been able to figure out what level of heaven-opening realm she was, but at the very least, she was at the 5th level. With this kind of strength, he was definitely not her opponent. Snorting coldly, Hong Lao said, "If there's no problem, then do your best to cooperate. If there's anyone else who doesn't agree with this plan, then scram. Otherwise, I don't mind personally sending you on your way." Gloomily looking around, the heaven-opening realm cultivators below discussed for a while, and there really were people who left. Obviously, they felt that staying here was too risky. The true sun gold was indeed a precious treasure, but even if they had the life to take it, they had to be alive to bring it out. With 60 to 70 people fighting over 3 portions of true sun gold, who knew how many people would die when the time came? Just like that, over a dozen people left. Hong Lao waited for a dozen breaths, then nodded and said, "Is there anyone else who wants to leave? If you want to leave, then hurry up. If not, then get ready to begin." At this time, those who stayed would naturally not leave. Madame Lan stepped forward and gave a simple explanation of the method to break the seal. After a short while, a group of low-level heaven-opening realm cultivators, led by 5 mid-level heaven-opening realm cultivators, gathered around the high platform, forming a simple 5-sided array. The method to break the seal was through brute force, which was why they needed to borrow the strength of so many low-level heaven-opening realm cultivators. Otherwise, how could the mid-level heaven-opening realm cultivators be willing to split the true sun gold into 3 portions? They all stood in their respective positions, silently adjusting the fluctuations of their strength. Yang Kai watched from afar, his heart filled with helplessness. One plan after another flashed through his mind, but he rejected all of them. At this time, if he wanted to participate in the struggle for treasures, strength was the greatest guarantee. It was a pity that he was only in existence that had condensed a Dao seal. In front of a group of heaven-opening realm cultivators, any schemes and tricks were useless. He was panicking inside. Although he did not know what the quality of the true sun gold on the high platform was, there was definitely a 7th grade one. As long as he could snatch a portion, he would be able to condense fire elemental energy. However, such was the tragedy of being weak. Even if he relied on his space principles to snatch a portion of the true sun gold, he probably would not be able to take it away alive. At that time, if the group of people attacked him, even his dragon transformation would not be able to block them. Could it be that he could only watch helplessly? Yang Kai was filled with unwillingness. Looking into the distance, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that Madame Lan seemed to be glancing in his direction, intentionally or otherwise. However, she did not pay too much attention to him. After all, his strength was really not enough to enter her eyes. He had definitely been discovered. He had already been discovered in the passage earlier. The reason why she did not expose him was probably because he was too weak. Just as Yang Kai was feeling sorrowful, the pentagonal formation had already been activated. 5 mid-level heaven splitters each occupied a position, and behind them were at least 10 low-level heaven splitters. The aura of world might surged out. The heaven splitter had already split open the heavens and earth in their bodies. Every heaven splitter had their own minor universe world, allowing them to use world might without borrowing the power of the heavens and earth. As soon as they attacked, it was as if several dozen worlds were colliding with the restriction. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly, and the violent power was enough to overturn the universe and shatter everything. Yang Kai was dazzled as he watched from afar. He could not help but imagine the might of his attacks when he advanced to Heaven Splitter in the future. Fortunately, the mid-level Heaven Splitters were all extremely powerful. With them leading the pentagonal formation, they were able to combine everyone's strength to the greatest extent, so not much of the shockwaves leaked out. Otherwise, even with the shadowless veil, Yang Kai would have been forced to reveal himself. Hong hong hong, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Layers of ripples appeared on the red light screen on the high platform, as if countless stones had been thrown into a calm lake. The gap in strength between everyone was quickly revealed. The low-level heaven splitters who were assisting in breaking the formation could not be seen, but the 5 mid-level heaven splitters at the front could be seen at a glance. The young girl, Yuan Xiaoman, was the first to show signs of exhaustion, her pretty face faintly pale. She took some time to take out a few spirit pills from her space ring and stuff them into her mouth, silently refining them. Ji Tianxing, Zhang Qi, and finally Hong Lao followed. The strength of the lady boss of the first inn, Madame Lan, was reflected at this time. From the beginning of breaking the formation, her expression had not changed much, let alone using spirit pills to replenish her strength. She seemed to be able to maintain this level of intensity until the end of time. Yang Kai, who was observing from a distance, noticed that the lady boss's eyes would occasionally inadvertently glance towards a certain spot on the high platform. At first, Yang Kai did not understand what was going on, but after a moment of thought, he immediately realized that it was because the Sun True Gold was of good quality. Although no one could determine what grade this Sun True Gold was under the cover of the barrier, everyone had their own guesses and deductions. The lady boss being so interested in the Sun True Gold undoubtedly meant that she felt it was the best there. Once the barrier here was broken, she would likely try to snatch it away. Moreover, there was another matter that Yang Kai was extremely concerned about. Compared to the Sun True Gold, this golden crow's corpse was also a precious treasure. This golden crow's corpse was so complete, its value was absolutely immeasurable. It was just that everyone had been discussing how to distribute the Sun True Gold, so no one had mentioned the golden crow's corpse. However, Yang Kai was sure that this golden crow's corpse would definitely lead to a fierce battle. It was very likely that the 4 mid-ranks would join forces and fight with the lady boss for this golden crow's corpse. However, no matter what, without the strength, this matter had nothing to do with him. Fortunately, the harvest this time was not small. He had obtained a total of 9 portions of Sun True Fire, 3 of which were of the 5th grade. He would just take it as watching a show and broaden his horizons. Yang Kai made up his mind and relaxed a lot. Time passed slowly. Apart from Madame Lan, all the heaven-opening cultivators present, including the other 4 mid-ranks, had taken many spirit pills. And this hard work was not in vain. The red barrier on the high platform dimmed visibly. If it was a fiery red before, it was now a light red. At this speed, the barrier would probably be broken in another 1 to 2 hours. Seeing hope, Hong Lao shouted excitedly, "Everyone, put in more effort. Don't hold back anymore. This barrier is about to break." There was no need for him to remind them. Everyone had seen the changes in the barrier, so they naturally knew this. However, they still had to hold back. After all, once the barrier was broken, there would still be a battle. If not for this, this barrier would have been broken long ago. There would be no need to wait until now. Chapter 39:13. Another 2 hours later, the barrier around the platform had become extremely thin, as if it could break at any moment. At this moment, the atmosphere of working together suddenly changed. The eyes of many heaven splitters flickered as they looked around, as if they were competitors. Some of them had already begun to move, preparing to attack at any moment. Don't get distracted, this is the final attack. At this critical moment, Madame Lan suddenly shouted and formed a series of hand seals. The 5-element formation activated, and the combined attacks of several dozen heaven splitters bombarded the transparent barrier from 5 different directions. A loud bang rang out, followed by a series of cracking sounds as small cracks appeared on the barrier. "It's broken." Hong Lao's expression froze as his eyes blazed. With a series of cracking sounds, the barrier began to shatter. Everyone stared at the sun true gold in different directions. Yang Kai's heart also burned with excitement, but at this moment, even if he had advanced to Heaven Splitter, he wouldn't be able to make it in time. In order to conceal himself, he didn't dare to get too close. At this moment, he was still quite a distance away from the platform. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked towards the golden crow's corpse on the platform. In that instant, he seemed to have seen the golden crow's eyes move. He originally thought it was just his imagination, but upon closer inspection, he actually saw a hint of mockery in the golden crow's eyes. This guy wasn't dead. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically, and without even thinking about it, he hurriedly retreated, not forgetting to send a message to Wei Kei before he left. Right at this moment, the barrier around the high platform collapsed, and several dozen heaven-opening realm cultivators surged forward, each of them reaching out to grab their target. Wei Kei was also preparing to attack, but just as he was about to make a move, he heard Yang Kai's voice and his expression changed slightly. Grabbing Tao Rongfang's arm, he dragged her along as he fled. Tao Rongfang was stunned. "Brother?" She didn't understand why Wei Kei had retreated at the last moment. If he had wanted to leave, he would have left earlier. Now that the restriction had been broken, it was the perfect opportunity to fight for the Sun Genuine Gold. If he retreated now, all of his previous efforts would have been wasted. Wei Kei didn't have time to explain anything. After all, he had only heard Yang Kai's voice transmission. Holding the attitude that he would rather believe it than not, he took a step back first. There was no way for him to judge whether Yang Kai was telling the truth or not. Staring at the golden crow, in the next moment, his hair went numb. He noticed that the golden crow's eyes moved. This guy really didn't die. "Let's go." Wei Kei shouted in a low voice as he pulled Tao Rongfang back the way they came. On the high platform, Yuan Xiaoman and the others all headed for the same primordial sun gold. This primordial sun gold was the one that Madame Lan had been observing earlier. Madame Lan, on the other hand, pounced on the other primordial sun gold. Seeing this, Yuan Xiaoman and the others almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How could they not know that they had all been played by Madame Lan? Previously, Madame Lan had been observing the Sun Genuine Gold from time to time, causing them to think that this one was of the best quality. Naturally, they all wanted to fight for it, but who knew that she was just misleading them? At this moment, the restriction had been broken, and the Sun Genuine Gold's appearance was clearly visible. They quickly glanced at Madame Lan's target and found that it was indeed a 7th grade Sun Genuine Gold. On the other hand, the one they were fighting for was only a 6th grade Sun Genuine Gold. Everyone reacted quickly and immediately changed their target when they sensed that something was wrong. However, at this time, they couldn't even think about fighting for anything with Madame Lan. Her strength was already the highest, and now that she had diverted everyone's attention, the 7th grade Sun Genuine Gold was already in her hands. Scram! Hong Lao's entire body surged with power, pushing the group of low-grade heaven splitters around. Soon, he arrived in front of a Sun Genuine Gold and grabbed it, stuffing it into his space ring without even looking. On the other side, Yuan Xiaoman also took advantage of her speed and easily obtained a Sun Genuine Gold. Zhang Qihuan's body was suffused with cold-killing intent as he carried the corpse of a heaven splitter. He took the Sun Genuine Gold and space ring from the corpse's hand and casually threw the corpse to the side. The remaining Ji Tianqing also had his eyes on his target. The low-grade heaven splitter who had snatched the Sun Genuine Gold saw Ji Tianqing pouncing towards him and secretly groaned in his heart. He gritted his teeth and threw the Sun Genuine Gold at Ji Tianqing. "Here." Ji Tianqing reached out and caught it. Only then did he stop and look down. He found that the Sun Genuine Gold in his hand was only 6th grade Sun Genuine Gold, and his brow furrowed again. However, there was a prior agreement, and it was Madame Lan who had used the name of the first inn as a guarantee. The mid-grade Heaven Splitters would only take 1 Sun Genuine Gold and would not interfere with the other 3. At this moment, even though he was unwilling, he did not have the courage to fight for anything else. Otherwise, he would be forcing Madame Lan to attack him. In less than 3 breaths of time after the high platform's restriction was broken, the 5 Sun Genuine Gold had their own owners, and the remaining 3 were flying back and forth between the low-grade Heaven Splitters. No one could successfully obtain them, and once someone obtained them, they would be met with overwhelming attacks. In the blink of an eye, several Heaven Splitters had died on the spot, and the battle in the hall was extremely fierce. "Elder Sister Lan, you're lying." Yuan Xiaoman stood not far from Madame Lan, stomping her feet and pouting. Madame Lan chuckled and was about to say something when she suddenly turned her head to look at the Golden Crow's corpse. In the next moment, her beautiful face paled. Its wings trembled slightly, and a pair of sharp eyes were filled with ridicule. The adult Golden Crow that should have been dead actually turned its eyes and came back to life. Brilliant divine might suddenly filled the air, enveloping the entire hall and sealing the heavens and the earth. Yang Kai, who was fleeing backwards, crashed into a layer of invisible power and was directly bounced back. Feeling the terrifying pressure, the bitterness in his mouth was replaced by a bitter taste. From the moment he discovered that there was something wrong with the Golden Crow, he had been running away, but in order to avoid exposing himself, he didn't dare to make too much noise, so his running speed wasn't fast. At this moment, the entire hall was sealed by the Golden Crow's divine might, so he probably couldn't even teleport away. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang were also unable to escape. Although they had been warned by Yang Kai and had promptly withdrawn, not participating in the chaotic battle, they were now facing the same situation as Yang Kai. It's still not dead? Hong Lao's face, which had been glowing with red, instantly turned snow-white. Ji Tianqing, Zhang Qi, and Yuan Xiaoman, which one of them wasn't shocked? Even mid-grade Heaven Splitters could only tremble under the Golden Crow's divine might. Even they were like this, let alone low-grade Heaven Splitters. When the Golden Crow's divine might filled the air, the hall, which had been bustling with activity, suddenly fell silent. Many low-grade Heaven Splitters felt as if several worlds were pressing down on their bodies. They couldn't move, and the power in their bodies couldn't circulate smoothly. On the high platform, several low-grade Heaven Splitters watched as the Golden Crow raised a claw and gently pressed it down. Then, their vision turned black, and they couldn't feel anything. Slaughtering Heaven Splitters like slaughtering pigs and dogs was something they had only heard of in legends, but at this moment, everyone in the hall saw it with their own eyes. Under the Golden Crow's claw, several low-grade Heaven Splitters were crushed into meat paste without even having the strength to resist. Even if they were only low-grade Heaven Splitters, they were still Heaven Splitters. After killing several low-grade Heaven Splitters, the Golden Crow's golden eyes swept across the hall. Being stared at like this, everyone felt as if their souls had left their bodies. Even Yang Kai, who was enveloped by the shadowless gauze, felt a chill in his heart. An aura of death enveloped him. The Golden Crow flapped its wings, creating a boundless astral wind that blew everyone away. Several low-grade Heaven Splitters who were closer had blood erupt from their bodies, their flesh and bones separated. But within the Golden Crow's pitch-black body, a faint light blossomed that grew brighter and brighter, and a scorching aura surged out. Screech, with a cry, the entire hall was illuminated. Everyone lost their vision at this moment. The Golden Crow seemed to have turned into a round sun. The Golden Crow true fire, which could burn everything, spread out in all directions. It's over. At this moment, almost everyone had such a thought. Everyone had experienced the power of the Golden Crow true fire before. Low-grade Heaven Splitters were simply unable to block it. Just being touched by it would cause a terrible injury. Now that the golden crow had forced out its true fire, who could block it? Moreover, there was no place to hide from this kind of large-scale indiscriminate attack. The dazzling light only lasted for a moment before suddenly disappearing, and the terrifying energy fluctuations were also annihilated. Everyone turned their heads in shock, only to see that an umbrella-like secret treasure had appeared on the high platform at some point. The light blue umbrella had an exquisite pattern on it, and it was spinning, releasing a mysterious power. It was this umbrella that had covered the figure of the golden crow, blocking the dazzling light and the terrifying power. In the air, Madame Lan's delicate body trembled, and her hands formed a seal. Only now was her powerful strength completely exposed to everyone's perception. Sixth grade heaven splitter. Hong Lao exclaimed. Sixth grade heaven splitter was already the limit of mid-grade heaven splitter. It was only one grade away from high-grade heaven splitter, and there weren't many high-grade heaven splitters in the entire universe. Although they had long felt that Madame Lan's strength wasn't simple, it was only now that everyone knew that she was actually a sixth-grade heaven splitter. And the umbrella secret treasure that covered the high platform and saved everyone's lives was undoubtedly Madame Lan's. Only she had such a mysterious secret treasure that could block the attack of the golden crow. Having escaped death, everyone was overjoyed, and one by one, they rushed out desperately, wanting to leave the hall. Even Hong Lao and the others were no exception. Yang Kai saw this scene and secretly gritted his teeth. At this time, they didn't think of a way to work together to deal with the golden crow. Instead, they wanted to escape. How stupid. If he could run, he would have done so long ago. Why would he wait until now? Sure enough, the whole hall was completely sealed off at this moment, and there was no way out. I can't hold on any longer. Madame Lan suddenly gritted her teeth and shouted softly, an extremely difficult look appearing on her face. Chapter 39:14. A spark of fire seeped out from a certain part of the umbrella and quickly burned a large hole in it. As the flames spread, the hole grew larger and larger. Not only that, the light on the umbrella began to flicker and rapidly dim. Madame Lan looked at her artifact, her eyes full of reluctance and pain. This artifact was bestowed upon her by her sect elders and could easily block the full-powered attack of a high-grade heaven splitter. She had never expected it to be destroyed here today. Compared to the 7th grade true sun gold she had obtained, she didn't know whether it was a loss or a gain. At this moment, it was meaningless to think about this. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard a boom and the umbrella exploded. The dazzling light that was originally covered by the umbrella once again filled everyone's vision, and the scorching power spread in all directions. Shrill screams rang out as the heaven splitters closer to the high platform were instantly set ablaze, turning into fireballs. No matter how they urged their strength, they were unable to extinguish the golden crow true fire on their bodies. Those who were further away were relatively lucky, but they were also desperately urging their strength to resist the golden crow true fire that was spreading towards them. The aura of world force rose and fell one after another, and the shadows of different miniature universe worlds appeared behind these heaven splitters. Yang Kai also sensed that something was wrong. He hesitated for a moment between the sealed world bead, the 6 directions wish pouch, and the mountains and rivers bell before hiding in the 6 directions wish pouch. At the same time, he summoned the mountains and rivers bell to cover the wish pouch. With these 2 layers of protection, he felt much safer. The next moment, his mind shook as if someone had punched him in the chest. His chi and blood surged, and he had the urge to vomit blood. He knew that the mountains and rivers bell had been severely damaged, and he had also suffered a backlash. 10 breaths. The golden crow true fire only wreaked havoc for 10 breaths. However, after 10 breaths, the entire hall was littered with corpses. Almost half of the several dozen heaven splitters had died, all of them burned to death by the golden crow true fire. Those who didn't die were all injured and pale. And this was the result of Madame Lan using a precious treasure to block it. If it weren't for the umbrella's secret treasure blocking the most ferocious attack of the Golden Crow True Fire, all of the low-rank heaven splitters in the hall would probably have perished by now. It was also thanks to Madame Lan's umbrella blocking some of the flames, greatly weakening the power of the Golden Crow Primordial Fire. This was why most of the people were able to keep their lives and not be completely wiped out. The few mid-tier heaven splitters were fine, but they all had terrified expressions. Faced with the might of a fully grown Golden Crow, who would dare to even think about fighting it? In a corner of the hall, Yang Kai also flashed out of the Six Harmonies Rui pouch. He immediately covered himself with the shadowless gauze and continued to conceal himself. Fortunately, the situation in the hall was very chaotic. Everyone was thinking of ways to save their own lives, so no one saw the situation on his side. Otherwise, it would be difficult to not notice a person from the Emperor realm appearing here. After a brief examination, Yang Kai's face twitched, revealing a distressed expression. The mountains and rivers bell could be considered destroyed. Its surface was full of burn marks, and it had lost a lot of its spirituality. Unless someone repaired it and nurtured it for a long time, it would be difficult to use it again. This ancient exotic artifact that had accompanied him since his trip to the Shattered Star Sea was actually going to be destroyed here. Although he had already mentally prepared himself, when the truth was placed in front of him, Yang Kai still felt a little reluctant. But in the situation just now, he had no other choice. He didn't know how powerful the Golden Crow Primordial Fire was, so he didn't dare to hide in the Sealed World Bead. Because once he hid in the Sealed World Bead, the Sealed World Bead would be exposed in the hall and exposed to the Golden Crow Primordial Fire. Yang Kai wasn't sure whether the Sealed World Bead would be safe under the burning of the Golden Crow Primordial Fire. If something went wrong, not to mention the medicine garden inside the Sealed World Bead, the Wood Bead and Wood Dew were still living inside. Therefore, hiding in the 6 Unity Wish bag was the best choice. To be on the safe side, Yang Kai summoned the mountains and rivers bell to protect himself. Now, it seemed that this arrangement was not in vain. Compared to those heaven-opening realm masters who were all injured, he didn't feel any other discomfort except for the slight backlash from the destruction of his artifact. The mountains and rivers bell could be considered an ancient exotic treasure. Yang Kai comforted himself. Now was not the time to be sentimental. The Golden Crow had faked its death and resurrected, so the crisis was not over yet. If he couldn't escape from here, he was afraid he would be doomed. Looking around, Yang Kai found that Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang were hiding in a corner with pale faces. Looking at the situation, the two of them seemed to be in good condition, without any trace of injury. Yang Kai guessed that it was related to his timely warning. When the barrier on the high platform was broken, everyone was rushing forward, and only the two from Great Moon Province and himself were retreating. When the Golden Crow Primordial Fire broke out, it was blocked by others, so the further back it was, the weaker its power would be. Should I join them? At this time, with 2 heaven-opening realm masters accompanying him, his chances of survival would definitely be higher. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a monstrous evil aura erupted from the center of the hall. Yang Kai looked over in shock. He saw the Golden Crow standing on the high platform, its pair of golden eyes staring at Madame Lan of the First Inn. Its eyes were filled with unforgettable hatred. Obviously, it also knew that it was Madame Lan who had ruined its plan. If this woman hadn't summoned that umbrella artifact just now, how could there be anyone alive in the hall? And being stared at like this, Madame Lan couldn't help but feel like her soul had left her body. Her whole body turned cold, and her vision blurred. The Golden Crow originally standing on the high platform had already flashed in front of her, one of its claws gently pressing down. Madame Lan's beautiful face turned pale. She raised her jade palm and pressed upwards. The phantom of a small universe behind her flashed and disappeared, and the power of the world suddenly erupted. The violent power swept out, and Madame Lan's body flew out like a rag sack. Blood flowed endlessly in the air, and large patches of blood stained the clothes on her chest. The golden crow's body also leaned back slightly, almost falling down. After tumbling a few times in the air, Madame Lan nimbly landed on the ground. Her hand covered her full chest, and although her face was pale, her beautiful eyes were frighteningly bright. She cried out, "It's already an arrow at the end of its flight. Everyone, please lend me a hand." Without fighting with the golden crow, Madame Lan still didn't know its details, but after the exchange just now, she immediately felt that the golden crow in front of her wasn't as powerful as she had imagined. Although she couldn't defeat it with her own strength, it definitely wouldn't be so easy for it to kill her. She understood that this golden crow was probably really going to die. The reason it had faked its death was probably to lure people to come and be buried with it. At the same time, it would also teach those who coveted its treasures a profound lesson, so that those who came later would be cautious. This idea was quite vicious. It was already at the end of its tether, and the eruption of such a powerful golden crow primordial fire just now made things worse. Unfortunately, although Madame Lan had seen through this, the others didn't know the situation. Seeing that Madame Lan, a 6th-rank sky splitter, couldn't withstand a single blow from the golden crow and was directly beaten to the point of vomiting blood, who would dare to step forward? Yuan Xiaoman, Ji Tianqing, Hong Lao, Zhang Qi, and the other sky splitters only watched from afar, not to mention those lower sky splitters. Mockery flashed in the golden crow's eyes, and it walked towards Madame Lan step by step. Madame Lan stared straight ahead, angry and furious. "What are you all waiting for? If I die here, none of you can think of leaving. When the time comes, you'll all be finished with me. Instead of waiting for death, why don't you all take a gamble and join hands with me to kill it? Only then will you have a chance to escape." Her words hit the nail on the head, and the sky splitters all looked at each other. If it were any other time, they wouldn't mind sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Although the first-in had a powerful background, as long as they didn't make a move against Madame Lan, even if she died, it had nothing to do with them. However, at this time, in this place, if even the strongest Madame Lan died here, who would be able to withstand a single blow from the golden crow? When the time came, they would probably be slaughtered like chickens and dogs by the golden crow, just as Madame Lan said. While the sky splitters were still hesitating, 2 figures had already rushed over from a corner of the hall and landed on Madame Lan's left and right. They were none other than the 2 from Great Moon Province. Wei Kei said, "Madame Lan, we're here to help you." Madame Lan glanced at him gratefully and nodded slightly. "Thank you, husband and wife." To be the first to stand up at this time required not only courage, but also trust in her. Tao Rongfang glanced at Wei Kei, her face slightly red, but she didn't explain much. She thought that if she could die here with him, her life wouldn't be in vain. "Sister Lan, I'll help too." Yuan Xiaoman shouted as she also ran over. Hong Lao, Zhang Qi, Ji Tianqing, and the others nodded slightly and also came to Madame Lan's side in a flash. With the help of the sky splitters, Madame Lan's heart was at ease. She smiled and said, "You won't regret your choice." Hong Lao glanced at the sky splitters who were wavering and said in a cold voice, "If you want to live, follow this old man and the others. If anyone dares to cheat, even if the golden crow doesn't kill you, this old man will kill you." It had to be said that at a time like this, malicious threats were more effective than kind pleas. At the very least, after Hong Lao said this, many low-rank heaven splitters gathered around even though they were unwilling. In an instant, the sky splitters who were still alive surrounded the golden crow. The golden crow stamped its feet and tilted its head to look around. The situation around it undoubtedly made it angry. When it flapped its wings and let out a cry, astral winds rose again. The astral winds that could cut through gold and break jade attacked in all directions. Many sky splitters hurriedly blocked, and a series of clanking sounds rang out. In today's situation, if it doesn't die, then we will. Madame Lan took a deep breath, her chest rising high. She raised her hand and threw out a colorful ribbon. Everyone, please hold the fort for me. She also knew that this kind of temporary alliance was extremely loose. If she didn't give others some hope, no one would have the guts to attack the Golden Crow. Thus, no matter what, she had to be the first to act and let others see what kind of state the Golden Crow was in. Chapter 39:15. The colorful silk fluttered in the air as Madame Lan's figure danced around, the shadow of the mini-universe world flickering behind her. The power of a sixth-grade heaven splitter was extraordinary. The colorful silk fluttered here and there, whipping the Golden Crow until it staggered and cried angrily. Although it occasionally counterattacked, Madame Lan avoided it in advance. Hong Lao and the others were overjoyed. They knew that Madame Lan was right. The Golden Crow was really at the end of its life. Otherwise, how could such a famous vicious beast be so weak? Madame Lan alone was qualified to contend with it. Even though it seemed to be at a disadvantage, it wouldn't be defeated in a short time. If Madame Lan was able to do this on her own, how could the Golden Crow survive if everyone in the hall worked together? Hong Lao shouted, "Madame Lan, this old man is coming." The Golden Crow's fat body flew out and slammed a palm down. Behind him, Yuan Xiaoman, Zhang Qi, and Ji Tianqing summoned their artifacts and attacked the Golden Crow with loud rumbling noises. The low-grade Heaven Splitter generals and mid-grade Heaven Splitter generals had already attacked, so they didn't hesitate and followed. In an instant, a fight broke out in the hall. Secret treasures flew everywhere, and the scene was extremely lively. In a corner of the hall, Yang Kai hid under the shadowless silk and watched with widened eyes. The Golden Crow was so majestic. It was born with the sun and danced with the sun, but now it was in a situation where it was like a tiger in the sun and a dragon in shallow water. The power of time was endless. No matter how powerful an existence was, it couldn't resist the passage of time. There was always a time when it couldn't catch up. The Golden Crow was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Its last attack was blocked by Madame Lan's secret treasure, so it was obviously exhausted. Even so, Madame Lan alone shouldn't be a match for it. However, there were at least 30 Heaven Splitters still alive in the hall. Among them, there were 4 or 5 mid-grade Heaven Splitters. Under their joint efforts, the Golden Crow was instantly at a disadvantage. Looking at the situation, it was only a matter of time before it died. Yang Kai smacked his lips. In the end, he didn't know who would benefit. The value of the Golden Crow's body was immeasurable. Although he didn't know what the Golden Crow's body could be used for, it was definitely not inferior to the true sun gold. How sad. Since he wasn't strong enough, he could only watch the show from the sidelines. He couldn't join in the fun. Yang Kai urgently felt his need for strength. On the battlefield, although the Golden Crow was at a disadvantage, the Golden Crow primordial fire was so powerful that no one dared to touch it. Every time the Golden Crow primordial fire spread out, everyone had to retreat, giving the Golden Crow a chance to breathe. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, a miserable cry rang out. It was an inferior grade Heaven Splitter that couldn't dodge in time and was struck by the Golden Crow True Flame. In an instant, half of his body melted. His companions immediately brought him away from the battlefield, but it was likely that this would also end in tragedy. As time passed, the Golden Crow's body was covered in wounds. Blood flowed out like magma and fell to the ground, burning holes in the floor. Of the more than 30 Heaven Splitters, 4 or 5 had already fallen. The remaining people were also gasping for breath, their strength lacking. Not only were the inferior grade Heaven Splitters like this, but the mid-grade Heaven Splitters weren't much better. Although they were stronger, the pressure they had to endure was not something the inferior grade Heaven Splitters could compare to. Every one of them was using their full strength, and even Madame Lan's pretty face was pale. Among everyone, she was under the greatest pressure. The golden crow seemed to be angry that she had ruined its plans, and half of its attacks were directed at her. If it weren't for Madame Lan's strength being extraordinary and the many secret treasures she had on her, she probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. At a certain moment, Hong Lao suddenly shouted excitedly, "Hold on, this evil beast is about to die." The golden crow's eyes were dim, and there was no longer any vigor from before. There were countless wounds of various sizes on its body, and its monstrous aura had also fallen to the bottom. It was indeed at the final juncture of its life. Its body swayed, but it stood firm. Its pale golden eyes swept across the battlefield. The pride of the ancient divine spirit made it so that even in its last moments, it didn't put these people in its eyes. Madame Lan came over in a flash, her colorful ribbon bunched together and whipped down. The golden crow seemed to want to dodge, but it no longer had the strength to do so. The colorful ribbon directly whipped its neck, and the faint sound of bones breaking could be heard. Under the great force, the golden crow was directly hit and flew to a corner of the hall. After this blow, Madame Lan also staggered and almost fell to the ground. With a bang, the golden crow fell to the floor and slid forward for a long distance. It didn't move for a long time. But even so, no one dared to casually step forward to investigate. The main reason was that they had suffered a loss when the golden crow faked its death once before. Before confirming that it was completely dead, no one dared to repeat the same mistake. If this guy spat out golden crow true fire again, no one would be able to resist in their current state. Heavy breathing echoed in the hall. Almost at the same time, everyone took out spirit pills from their space rings and stuffed them into their mouths, quickly refining them and restoring their strength. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the golden crow lay there, motionless. At the same time, Yang Kai's face twitched as he cursed in his heart. The golden crow's position was less than a meter away from where he was hiding. He didn't expect Madame Lan to send the golden crow here. This was a little awkward. It was too late to leave now. Everyone in the hall was staring at him, and their divine senses were converging here. If he moved, he might expose his whereabouts. What should he do? If the golden crow was dead, those guys would definitely come to investigate later. He was standing so close to the golden crow. He was afraid that he couldn't hide from the perception of those heaven splitters. If they asked later, how should he explain? Just as he was hesitating, the golden crow in front of him suddenly moved slightly, and then slowly and firmly stood up. Yang Kai only felt a chill from head to toe, and all the hair on his body stood on end. Although the golden crow looked miserable now, if it wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as pinching an insect. He prayed in his heart that he wouldn't be discovered. The golden crow didn't know if it was dizzy from the beating, but when it stood up, it didn't face Madame Lan and the others. Instead, it faced the place where Yang Kai was hiding. Immediately, the golden crow lowered its head, its pale golden eyes fixed on Yang Kai. They were less than a meter apart, and Yang Kai could even feel the golden crow's breathing. When their eyes met, Yang Kai knew that the golden crow must have discovered him. The shadowless veil couldn't even hide from Madame Lan, so how could it hide from an adult golden crow? Trying hard to put on a harmless look, Yang Kai forced an ugly smile at the ancient divine spirit in front of him. The golden crow opened its mouth, and a scorching aura filled the air. Flames could be vaguely seen, and the aura of death enveloped him. Damn you! Yang Kai flew into a rage. He had compromised so much, only begging it to let him go, but it had actually mercilessly attacked him in return. At this critical moment of life and death, Yang Kai didn't wait for the golden crow's true fire to spit out. He raised his hand and summoned a golden feather, pouring all his power into it. When the golden light shone brightly, another violent aura suddenly surged. Not far away, Madame Lan and the others, who were vigilantly watching the golden crow stand up again, all paled. They had been on guard against the Golden Crow using the same trick. Now, it seemed that the previous attack hadn't taken the Golden Crow's life, but it should have. What was with this violent aura erupting at this time? As their gazes trembled, they saw a golden pheasant that seemed to have been enlarged countless times suddenly appear. The golden pheasant's figure was huge, and the golden light on its body was dazzling, almost covering the entire sky. It wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Golden Crow's overflowing might, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Mia Meng! Hong Lao cried out involuntarily. Zhang Qi and Ji Tianqing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and Yuan Xiaoman and Madame Lan's red lips were also slightly agape. The minds of the numerous heaven-opening cultivators were a mess, and they were practically unable to think. They couldn't understand why Mia Meng would appear here. Why hadn't he been seen before, and how had he come in? However, very soon, Madame Lan discovered that something was wrong, and shouted in a low voice, "It's not the main body, it's a divine technique." Even if it wasn't the main body, it wasn't something that they could contend against at this moment. Mia Meng lowered his head, looking down at the Golden Crow. Accompanied by a strange cooing sound, his sharp beak suddenly pecked down. With a crack, a huge hole appeared in the Golden Crow's head. The Golden Crow's body swayed a few times, then fell to the ground with a loud crash, completely devoid of life. This time, it was truly dead. If the Golden Crow at its peak state had encountered Mia Meng, the latter might not have been its match, but the large Golden Crow here was already like a lamp without oil, and didn't have much time left to live. Although it had used tricks to kill many heaven-opening cultivators who coveted its treasures, it had also consumed a great deal of energy. After that, it had fought with Madame Lan and the others for a long time, so how could it have any energy left? Mia Meng's attack couldn't be blocked at all, so it wasn't surprising that it had died. After killing the Golden Crow, Mia Meng's figure quickly dissipated, turning into specks of golden light and disappearing. The overwhelming power that accompanied it also disappeared without a trace. Hong Lao's eyes widened, and he looked in the direction where the Golden Crow had fallen in surprise. Over there, a young-looking guy was standing beside the Golden Crow's corpse, his expression slightly awkward. Hong Lao couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" He had never seen this guy before, and the aura of this young man was too weak. He wasn't at the heaven-opening stage at all. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He had no choice but to use the feather that Mia Meng had given him, so the shadowless veil lost its concealment effect, and his figure would naturally be revealed. He had been hiding until now, but at the last moment, he was still exposed. Yang Kai was also very helpless. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. Since he was exposed, he could only quickly escape. Thinking of this, Yang Kai cupped his hands solemnly. Madame Lan. Hong Lao and the others immediately turned to look at Madame Lan, thinking that the two of them were very familiar with each other. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai took out the Rui pouch to divert their attention, and directly put the Golden Crow's corpse into the pouch. In a flash, he disappeared from where he was. Chapter 39:16. He didn't know what the Golden Crow's corpse could be used for, but that didn't stop Yang Kai from snatching it first. After all, he had spent a Mia Meng feather to obtain this spoil of war, so how could he let it go so easily? When he had taken Great General Si Chen to find his family, Mia Meng had only given him 3 golden feathers. In a situation where he was still weak, these 3 golden feathers were incomparably precious, and could be said to be 3 life-saving talismans. If he had any other choice, how could Yang Kai bear to use them here? But facing the Golden Crow's attack, he had no choice but to use them, or else he would die. His figure flickered, and the space principles fluctuated. To Yang Kai's pleasant surprise, the power that had sealed the world disappeared with the Golden Crow's death, allowing him to smoothly activate his teleportation secret technique. There was no way to determine his location, so he had to run first. This was like poking a hornet's nest. The many heaven-opening cultivators in the hall first widened their eyes, then became shocked and angry. They had spent so much effort to fight the Golden Crow to the death, paying a huge price, and even many low-level heaven-opening cultivators had fallen. They had finally taken down the Golden Crow with great difficulty, but now a strange little brat had taken advantage of them? If that person really was very strong, then so be it. His strength was inferior, and there was no way to challenge him. The key was that this little brat wasn't even a heaven-opening cultivator, yet he had the guts to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Hong Lao and the others were especially furious. Although everyone had gained something from this trip, and each of them had obtained a Sun genuine gold, no one would complain about having too many good things, especially when that was the corpse of an adult golden crow. It was probably even more valuable than the Sun genuine gold. How dare you! Hong Lao shouted angrily, and his powerful divine sense poured out like a tide, immediately locking onto Yang Kai's position. His fat body flickered, and he immediately disappeared, chasing after him. Zhang Qi and Ji Tianqing also didn't say a word, each using a secret technique and disappearing. Yuan Xiaoman turned to look at Madame Lan. Sister Lan, aren't we going to chase? Without waiting for Madame Lan's reply, she shot into the sky like an arrow, breaking through the roof and opening a passage to the outside world. A group of low-level heaven-opening cultivators followed closely behind. In the main hall, Madame Lan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, a strange expression on her face. Of course, she knew that young man. He had stayed in the First Inn for 4 months and was also a guest of the First Inn. His name was Yang Kai. Later, he somehow entered the Jinwu Palace and hid in a passage. She didn't expose him at that time because she knew that he was just a guy who wanted to take advantage of her. He had a secret treasure that could hide his body. With her 6th-level eyesight, she could see through him at a glance. He was neither a relative nor a friend, so she didn't need to care about him. She didn't expose him because the First Inn had always been amiable and never took the initiative to make enemies. Who would have thought that this fellow would actually pick up a bargain, and a huge one at that? The Golden Crow's corpse was much more valuable than the Grade 7 True Sun gold he had obtained. Just thinking about it was interesting. With so many heaven-opening realm cultivators here, how could a venerable emperor like him have the guts to do such a thing? Wasn't he afraid that the Golden Crow's corpse would burn his hands? I'm just afraid that you won't have the life to take it away. Madame Lan exhaled lightly and looked up. Yuan Xiaoman had already opened a passage above her head that led to the outside world. With a flash of her delicate body, she soared into the sky. At that moment, Yang Kai felt as if his butt was on fire. The space principles around him fluctuated wildly as he fled madly. Behind him was a large group of heaven-opening realm cultivators, led by Hong Lao and the other mid-rank heaven openers. Looking at their flustered and exasperated appearance, those who didn't know would think that he had dug up their ancestral graves. This was the first time he had been chased by a heaven-opening realm cultivator, and so many of them at once. Almost all the forces in the nearby large territory were present. Yang Kai deeply experienced the strength of a mid-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator. Although he had relied on the laws of space to escape first, he didn't run very far before he felt several presences lock onto him from afar. Needless to say, these presences belonged to the mid-rank heaven splitters. After several teleportations, although he had opened up some distance, he still couldn't shake them off. Moreover, after several times, Hong Lao and the others seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's space principles and chased him even more fiercely. The distance between them rapidly closed. Yang Kai's strength was still a little lacking, so how could he compare to a heaven-opening realm cultivator in speed? Fortunately, the space divine technique gave him a unique advantage in escaping. If it weren't for this, Yang Kai would have been caught long ago. Behind the crowd, Great Moon Prefecture's Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang also had extremely strange expressions as they quietly communicated with each other through divine sense. Brother, that's Yang Kai, right? Am I seeing things? Tao Rongfang still couldn't believe what she had seen in the hall. She didn't understand how Yang Kai had appeared there. Wei Kai nodded quietly, yes, it's him. How did he? I don't know either, but he's in big trouble this time. Wei Kai's expression was solemn as he sighed, how foolish. Since he had a way to hide, he could have just kept hiding. Why did he have to expose himself and AI? In that situation, let alone Yang Kai, who wasn't even a heaven-opening realm cultivator, even he wouldn't have dared to snatch the golden crow's corpse. Wasn't obtaining this hot potato the same as courting death? Now, with several dozen heaven-opening realm cultivators chasing after him, how spectacular would that scene be? Even if that little brat was proficient in space principles, he wouldn't be able to escape alive. It really is a pity. That little brat is quite a good person. It was only thanks to him that Sun was able to find us, Tao Rongfang sighed. He also saved our lives. Wei Kai said. Tao Rongfang was confused, when did he save our lives? When the golden crow faked his death and revived, weren't you very curious as to why I suddenly pulled you back? It was this little brat who secretly sent me a sound transmission, saying that the golden crow might still be alive. Now that I think about it, if he hadn't warned me in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thinking back to that scene, Wei Kai couldn't help but shiver. When the golden crow's true fire had erupted, almost half of the heaven-opening realm cultivators present had died. If he and Tao Rongfang hadn't retreated, there was no guarantee that they would have survived. He was already there at that time. Tao Rongfang was shocked. Wei Kai laughed, I also don't know how he entered or how he hid himself. It's probably the work of a secret treasure. However, at that time, the onlookers saw more clearly than the onlookers. Even Madame Lan and the others were attracted by the sun true gold, so no one noticed the golden crow's abnormality. Tao Rongfang said with some lingering fear, if that's the case, we really do owe him our lives. Brother, we can't not repay him for saving our lives. Now that he's in trouble, we can't just sit by and watch. Wei Kai said with a headache, of course we can't just ignore him, but this matter isn't easy to deal with. Let's not talk about other things for now. We have to catch up to him quickly. This brat really can run, I really want to break his legs. Tao Rongfang giggled, it's not bad if he can keep running like this. At the very least, we can guarantee that we won't catch up to him. I'm just worried that he won't be able to continue running. As the two of them spoke, they did their best to catch up. However, the distance between them and the mid-level heaven-opening realm cultivators grew larger and larger. Fortunately, the field of vision in this star field was quite good, so they didn't have to worry about losing them. Right at this moment, an angry roar rang out in front of them. Even though they were very far away, they could still hear it clearly. That brat in front, stop if you want to live. Otherwise, when this old man catches up to you, I'll definitely let you taste all the torture in the world. I'll make you beg for death. If he had any other choice, Hong Lao wouldn't threaten someone from the Emperor realm like this. It was beneath his dignity. That young man was really too good at running, and Hong Lao had taken the initiative to leave everyone far behind from the start. If they were closer, he could interfere with the space around that brat so that he couldn't teleport away. At that time, he could easily catch up to him. However, at this distance, even if he interfered, it probably wouldn't have much of an effect. That brat was still teleporting away. As he spoke, his anger was evident in his words. Yang Kai, who was running in front of him, didn't pay any attention to him. It would be crazy to stop at this time. To be honest, he was more or less regretful now. He shouldn't have picked up this hot potato. It was just that after watching the show for so long, he had seen 8 pieces of true sun gold, but he didn't get a share. He even used a golden annihilation plume. Thinking that he couldn't make such a bad deal, he got hot-headed and snatched the golden crow's corpse. However, since he had already snatched it, it was impossible to return it now. Several heaven splitters were chasing after him, so who could he return it to? No matter who got it, the rest of them wouldn't let him go. He would be viewed with hostility left and right, so he might as well go all the way. As the saying goes, success is taken from the details, and riches are sought from the risks. Seeing that Yang Kai was ignoring him, Hong Lao became even angrier. He shouted, "Brat, you're courting death." As he spoke, his fat body suddenly swelled up, turning into a behemoth hundreds of feet tall. He reached out his big hand and grabbed at Yang Kai from afar. Feeling the shocking pressure coming, Yang Kai was shocked. He turned his head and saw that there seemed to be a giant hand covering the sky coming down on him from behind, then, it grabbed empty air from afar. Yang Kai shrunk his neck and resisted the urge to curse. He was really scared, and he was sweating all over. Hong Lao, who was already injured, seemed to have consumed a lot of energy after using this secret technique. He actually coughed violently, and the speed of his pursuit was greatly reduced. Yuan Xiaoman flew past him and said, "Can't you stop when you're old? Why are you reaching out so far?" Looking at her leaving figure, Hong Lao was almost angered to death. "Little brother in front, can you wait for me? You're running too fast." Yuan Xiaoman shouted as she flew. Her voice was so sweet that it made Zhang Qi and Ji Tianqing frown. "Little brother, don't run. Where can you run to? Although this universe is big, there's no place for you. When they catch up to you, I'm afraid you won't have a good ending." Zhang Qi and Ji Tianqing turned to look at her and sneered inwardly. "As if you'll have a good ending if you catch up to him." Chapter 39:17. "If you don't want me to run, don't chase me." Yang Kai shouted as he fled. Yuan Xiaoman said, "Don't run, we won't chase you." While speaking, she signaled to Zhang Qi and Ji Tianqing, who both nodded lightly. "Don't chase me, I won't run." Yuan Xiaoman sneered, "Little brother, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I don't know where you came from, but I'm afraid you don't know how strong we are. With your strength, it's impossible for you to escape." Ji Tianqing shouted angrily, "Boy, hand over the golden crow corpse and we'll spare your life." Okay, I'll hand it over." Yang Kai nodded hurriedly, then hesitated, "But who should I hand it over to?" "Leave it to me." Unsurprisingly, the three of them shouted in unison, then looked at each other with eyes full of hostility, wishing they could slap the two people next to them to death. Yuan Xiaoman rolled her eyes and said, "Little brother, give me the golden crow corpse and I'll recommend you to join Mirror's Moon. Looking at your strength, you seem to have just arrived outside heaven and earth. There are dangers everywhere outside heaven and earth, having a background is different from having no background. When the time comes, come to my Mirror's Moon and I'll guarantee you a safe life. You can recommend me to join Mirror's Moon?" Yang Kai said in a tempted tone. Yuan Xiaoman smiled, "Don't look at me like this, I'm an elder of Mirror's Moon, what's wrong with recommending someone? And I might as well tell you, there are many beautiful female disciples in my Mirror's Moon. If you take a fancy to any of them after joining, I can even be a matchmaker for you." "Bitch!" Zhang Qi and Ji Tianqing cursed Yuan Xiaoman's shamelessness in their hearts. She even used such a trick for the golden crow corpse, simply throwing away the face of a mid-rank splitter. However, thinking about it carefully, it was not surprising. How rare was a golden crow corpse? If she could make this boy hand it over willingly, what was this little sacrifice? Are those female disciples as beautiful as you? What if I take a fancy to you? Yuan Xiaoman's face turned cold as she secretly cursed this stinking brat for not knowing what was good for him, but she still smiled and said, "That will depend on your own ability. If you can make this young lady fall in love with you, then this young lady will obey you." You're not lying? Yang Kai was overjoyed. Of course I'm not lying. Seeing that this adulterous couple was still in the mood to talk about this, Zhang Qi sneered and said, "Young man, if you believe her, I promise you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Why don't you join my abomination land? My abomination land doesn't have many beautiful female disciples, but I can give you a guarantee. I don't dare to say anything else, but I can guarantee that you'll be able to reach the 4th stage and open the heavens in your lifetime." Level 4 Sky Splitter. Yang Kai exclaimed. Zhang Qi said, "As a cultivator, we cultivate our whole life. Everything outside is fake, only our own strength is the foundation. As long as we control the power in our own hands, what kind of woman can't we have?" This master's words make a lot of sense. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Yuan Xiaoman angrily turned her head and glared at Zhang Qi. "Why are you undermining me?" Zhang Qi snorted coldly, too lazy to pay attention to her, and continued to persuade her, "Young man, give me the golden crow's corpse, I can swear on my own Tao seal that I'm not lying to you." These words were said with a bit of sincerity. No one dared to take an oath on their own Tao seal lightly. Once the oath was broken, it was very likely that the Tao seal would be covered in dust and the Tao would be blocked. Yuan Xiaoman seemed to have not expected Zhang Qi to be able to do this, and for a moment, she forgot to reprimand him. Yang Kai's voice came from afar, "I can feel this master's sincerity, and it's really tempting, but aren't there 3 of you? I still want to hear what the other master has to offer." Ji Tianqing grinned, "How about I give you a way out?" Yang Kai said, "This master's words have no sincerity. Don't even think about the golden crow's corpse, I won't give it to you even if I lose it." Yuan Xiaoman hurriedly nodded, "Don't give it to him, this guy is vicious and merciless. If you give the golden crow's corpse to him, you definitely won't have a good ending." Zhang Qi also said, "Young man, that's all I have to say. You know what to choose, so quickly decide." "Slow down, I'll think about it." "You're too close, I'm not in the mood to think," Yang Kai replied. Zhang Qi said in a low voice, "I think you have no sincerity at all. Don't play such a childish trick. I'll say it again, if you don't hand over the golden crow's corpse, even if this universe is big, there will be no place for you." Yuan Xiaoman snorted, "Stubborn." As they spoke, they did not slow down in the slightest, constantly closing the distance between them and Yang Kai. However, that brat was truly hateful. Every time he reached a certain distance, his figure would flicker, and his space principles would fluctuate, teleporting far away in an instant, making it impossible for them to interfere with him. They really could not understand when the Emperor Realm had appeared in the 3,000 realms, making a group of heaven-opening realm cultivators eat his dust. After a long day, Hong Lao also caught up, and he could feel Madame Lan's rapidly approaching aura from afar. Madame Lan had expended the most energy in the battle with the Golden Crow, so she was the last to move. However, she could not resist the other party's strength, so even though she fell behind in the beginning, she slowly caught up. Another half a day later, the 5 heaven-opening realm cultivators gathered together again, running neck and neck in the star field. Madame Lan's expression was strange as she looked at the 4 of them. "That brat is so good at running?" Yuan Xiaoman gnashed her teeth in anger, "I don't know where this brat came from, but when I catch him, I'll definitely pull out his tendons and skin him alive." Although the others did not say anything, they were obviously angry as well. If this matter were to spread, it would really be embarrassing. Madame Lan smiled lightly, "Wait until you catch him, I'll go first." When she finished speaking, her figure flashed, and she actually rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, widening the distance between the other 4 in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Yuan Xiaoman and the others were filled with unwillingness, realizing that the Golden Crow's corpse probably had nothing to do with them anymore. There was nothing they could do, their strength was inferior to Madame Lan's, and their speed was also inferior. No matter how good that brat was at running, could he escape the pursuit of a 6th-level heaven-opening realm cultivator? Even they probably did not have this ability. Sure enough, seeing Madame Lan chasing after him, Yang Kai also panicked a little. The 4th-level heaven-opening realm cultivators had chased him for so long, but they could not do anything to him. Madame Lan gave him a lot of pressure as soon as she caught up. Judging by the lady boss's astonishing speed, he could not escape for long even if he used the law of space. It was only a matter of time before she caught up. He immediately shouted, "Lady boss, I've stayed in your first inn for 4 months and spent a lot of heaven-opening pills. Is this how you treat me?" Madame Lan chuckled. "Don't worry, I only want the golden crow's corpse. I won't do anything to you. Why don't you stop running and obediently hand over the golden crow's corpse? Save me the trouble." Yang Kai was filled with grief and indignation. The first inn also does this kind of bullying? Madame Lan said, "I am not acting on behalf of the first inn. This is just my personal opinion. Whether you represent or not is up to you. Lady boss, don't force me, or you'll regret it." Madame Lan said with interest, "What do you want?" "Just you wait." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, busying himself with something as he ran. After a short while, he suddenly waved his hand, and several small black dots immediately shot out to the left and right. At the same time, Yang Kai invoked his arts and shouted, 10 space rings, one of which contains the golden crow's corpse. Go find it yourselves. It belongs to whoever finds it. It has nothing to do with me." As soon as he said this, Madame Lan's expression changed. She secretly cursed this stinking brat for coming up with such a shameless plan. Yuan Xiaoman and the others also frowned. Even though they knew that Yang Kai might be trying to distract them and that there was nothing in the 10 space rings, they did not dare to ignore it. What if the golden crow's corpse was really in one of the space rings? If they did not investigate, wouldn't they be letting others take advantage of them? Even though they had doubts, the 5 heaven splitters split up in an instant and rushed toward different targets. After half a cup of tea's time, they had found all 10 space rings, but after careful inspection, there was not even a strand of hair, let alone the golden crow's corpse. Yuan Xiaoman clenched her teeth tightly, causing them to creak. "I will definitely kill him." This feeling of jumping into a trap despite knowing it was one was disgusting. She swore to herself that when she caught Yang Kai, she would not let him have a good time. "I've already handed over the golden crow's corpse to you. Why are you still chasing? Must you be so ruthless?" Yang Kai shouted from the front, his voice full of anger. "This brat is still trying to confuse us." Zhang Qi snorted. Yang Kai said, "If you don't believe me, you can check it yourself. One of you must have found it, then secretly hid it, and now you want to frame me." Madame Lan was so angry that she laughed, "This brat is trying to drive a wedge between us." Yuan Xiaoman snorted, "Anyway, there's nothing in the 2 space rings I took." She turned to look at the others, who also expressed the same. "Who knows if he's telling the truth?" Yuan Xiaoman said leisurely. Zhang Qi glared at her, "Did your brain grow on your chest?" "Sure enough, big breasts but no brain." Madame Lan already said that he's trying to drive a wedge between us, but you still want to fall for it? Yuan Xiaoman said, "Why are you in such a hurry?" "I'm just saying, how did I fall for it? Why are you in such a hurry? Are you hiding something? I can't be bothered with you." Zhang Qi said angrily. Madame Lan said, "It's easy to prove it." She shouted, "Yang Kai, do you dare to swear on your Dao seal that you hid the golden crow in one of the 10 space rings? If you dare to swear, we'll stop immediately." Yang Kai said angrily, "I've already given it to you. Why should I swear? Is there still any law?" Ji Tianqing laughed, "Law? In this world, strength is the law. If you don't have strength, you can only be trampled on." Yang Kai gritted his teeth, "I've learned my lesson. There was nothing more to say. They continued the chase. The golden crow's corpse was definitely not thrown away. However, it had to be said that this brat's trick was very beautiful. Although it could not change the final outcome, it at least delayed them for a while. Chapter 39:18. Half a day later, the 5 mid-grade heaven splitters suddenly raised their brows in pleasant surprise. Yuan Xiaoman said, "He seems to have stopped." Red Elder's spirits were lifted. He must have run out of energy. After all, he was someone from the Emperor realm who had just condensed his Dao seal. It was quite impressive for him to be able to run for so long while being chased by mid-ranks. However, the pressure of running like this was huge. How could he keep running? Everyone's eyes lit up, and their speed suddenly increased. Madame Lan was in the lead, leaving the others far behind. Yuan Xiaoman and the others were depressed. In the void far away, Yang Kai stood still, looking at the 5 figures rushing toward him. He breathed softly, and at the same time, took out a few spirit pills and stuffed them into his mouth, refining them and regulating his breathing. "Brat!" Madame Lan's voice came from afar. "After this, how about joining the first in?" Yang Kai was so good at running, and he was proficient in the law of space. She was also fond of him. Besides, she was going to snatch the golden crow's corpse from him later. The first in had always been peaceful. Although she was snatching it under her own name this time, it was still snatched. Letting him join the first in was a form of compensation. Most importantly, Yang Kai had provoked so many powerful cultivators this time. If no one protected him, he probably wouldn't be able to survive outside the Qiankuan realm. He might even die tomorrow. After snatching someone's belongings, it was only right to protect their life. Yang Kai chuckled. "Join the first in? What can I do if I join the first in? I don't know how to cook." Madame Lan chuckled. "You're so good at running. Just be a waiter." Yang Kai was amused. "Lady boss, I appreciate your kindness, but this is not my ambition. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Madame Lan frowned. "Do you know how big of a mess you've made this time? If no one protects you, how can you survive?" "Of course I know." Yang Kai nodded. "But I'm still not used to entrusting my fate to others. Lady boss, the mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow. I'm sure we'll meet again." As he spoke, he waved at Madame Lan. Madame Lan instinctively felt that something was amiss and hurriedly shouted, "Wait a moment." Why would Yang Kai wait for her? His figure flashed, and he disappeared without a trace. "Damn it!" Madame Lan gritted her teeth and shouted. She was so close to being able to seal off the space around Yang Kai and stop him from using that teleportation technique again. But that little bit of distance made all her efforts go to waste. With this teleportation, she was once again very far away from him. It would take a lot of effort to catch up. His good intentions were treated as ill intent. Madame Lan gritted her teeth. Her divine sense spread out like a tide, trying to find Yang Kai's location. But in the next instant, her expression changed slightly. This was because within the range of her divine sense perception, there was no sign of Yang Kai at all. That brat seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Madame Lan couldn't help but open her red lips slightly, her beautiful eyes full of surprise. It wasn't that Yang Kai hadn't used teleportation under her nose before, but there was a limit to the distance each time. Even if he used it, he couldn't escape her perception range, so she could quickly find Yang Kai's tracks and continue to pursue him. But this time, he was actually gone. How did he do it? Could it be that the brat could teleport so far away? If he had this ability, he could have shaken her off before. Why wait until now? Just as she was puzzling over this, Hong Lao and the others also caught up. They turned to look and asked, where is he? Madame Lan shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. Hong Lao and the others naturally didn't believe her. They released their divine sense to investigate, but none of them detected Yang Kai's aura. They were only 4th stage sky splitters. If even Madame Lan, a 6th stage sky splitter, couldn't detect him, how could they? Sister Lan, has that brat been caught by you? Yuan Xiaoman looked Madame Lan up and down, her eyes full of suspicion. Madame Lan was both angry and amused. She reached out and knocked Yuan Xiaoman's head. It would be a good thing if I had really caught him. Unfortunately, that brat isn't in my hands. Yuan Xiaoman covered her head with her hand. If he isn't, then he isn't. Why did you hit me? As the two spoke, Hong Lao suddenly formed a seal with both hands. A mysterious aura fluctuated from his body. Everyone turned to look and saw that there was a seemingly illusory red line wrapped around his fingertips. Yuan Xiaoman's eyes lit up. Soul leading silk. Hong Lao, when did you plant this? Hong Lao snorted. It was just a precaution. I didn't expect that it would really come in handy. Previously, he had attacked Yang Kai once. Although he didn't cause much damage to Yang Kai because of the distance, it was that one attack that silently captured a wisp of Yang Kai's aura and merged it into this soul-leading silk. The soul-leading silk didn't have much use, but it was extremely useful for tracking. As long as the distance wasn't too far, the soul-leading silk would be able to point in the right direction. As he spoke, Hong Lao did something. The red line flew out and slowly pointed in a direction. Everyone's eyes widened as they turned to look, because the soul-leading silk was pointing in the direction they had flown from. In other words, Yang Kai had sneaked behind them without anyone noticing. Hong Lao, did you make a mistake? This direction isn't right. Yuan Xiaoman blinked and looked at Hong Lao. Impossible. Hong Lao's expression was slightly awkward. The soul-leading silk can't be wrong. Since it's pointing in that direction, it means that Brat is indeed in that direction. But, we came from that direction. If he really went that way, how could we not notice it? This didn't make sense. With their strength, they should have been able to sense some traces. Madame Lan said thoughtfully, that Brat is proficient in the spatial divine technique. Previously, he only teleported, so he must be hiding something we don't know. I've heard of Hong Lao's soul-leading silk for a long time. Since the soul-leading silk is pointing, it shouldn't be wrong. Oh no! Zhang Qi's expression suddenly changed. What? Yuan Xiaoman looked over in surprise. Zhang Qi didn't look at her. He only looked at Madame Lan and said, Madame knows better than me what's in that direction. Madame Lan was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Her small mouth opened slightly. The first in. So that's what that brat was planning. Yuan Xiaoman said in surprise, he wanted to hide in the first in from the beginning? Zhang Qi smiled bitterly. Looks like it's right. No wonder he was so fearless these past few days and wasn't worried about not being able to escape. He had a plan all along. What an interesting brat. Madame Lan laughed. In this void, Madame Lan could still make a move against Yang Kai, but if Yang Kai really hid in the first in, then with the first in as its foundation, she would have to ensure his safety no matter what. No one would dare to make a move against him in the first in, not even Madame Lan. Instead, she would have to protect him and be careful that he didn't get killed. But, this brat was too naive. Congratulations, Madame Lan. Zhang Qi saluted, somewhat reluctant. Ji Tianqing also sighed heavily. He knew that the brat had made a wrong move. Not only did he walk right into the trap, but he also caused them to miss the opportunity to obtain the Golden Crow's corpse. Yuan Xiaoman grabbed Madame Lan's arm and looked at her pitifully. Sister Lan, take me away. I promise I won't fight with you. I'll just watch. Madame Lan chuckled softly. She stretched out a slender, jade-like finger and tapped Yuan Xiaoman's forehead. In your dreams. She spat out. A gentle force suddenly burst from her fingertip and pushed Yuan Xiaoman away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Madame Lan said, "I'll take my leave first." A white light emerged from beneath Madame Lan's feet and enveloped her. When the white light dissipated, Madame Lan also disappeared without a trace. Ah, the Qianquan escape technique. Yuan Xiaoman walked back, rubbing her forehead. That brat is really stupid. Doesn't he know about the Qianquan escape technique? As long as we're still in this large territory, Sister Lan can return to the first in any time and anywhere. Looking at him, it's obvious that he hasn't been here for long. How would he know about the Qianquan escape technique? Zhang Qi huffed. What should we do? Yuan Xiaoman turned to look at the others. Ji Tianqing frowned and didn't say a word. He rushed in the direction of the first inn. Hong Lao also said, "No matter what, it's good to watch the show. Besides, we all have the true sun gold. It's not safe to move now. Let's go to the first inn and wait." Yuan Xiaoman nodded. That's true. After exchanging a few simple words, the mid-ranks also flew towards the first inn. This time, they weren't in a hurry. There was no need to hurry. In any case, that brat Yang Kai had already walked right into their trap. With Madame Lan's strength, she shouldn't fail. They just didn't know what kind of expression he would have when he suddenly saw Madame Lan. Somewhere in the void, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared, a space spirit bead floating beside him. Reaching out to grab the space spirit bead, Yang Kai secretly sighed. After throwing out the 10 space rings to attract the attention of Madame Lan and the others, he had secretly scattered a space spirit bead. It was also thanks to the positioning of this space spirit bead that he could travel through the void and escape the range of Madame Lan and the others' divine telekinesis. At this moment, the auras that had been locked onto him all this time finally disappeared. Yang Kai knew that his method had worked, and his heart finally relaxed. Looking left and right, and confirming that he didn't see anyone else, Yang Kai determined the direction and rushed towards the first inn. Just as Yuan Xiaoman and the others had said, his initial destination was the first inn. Only there would he be safe. Otherwise, where else could he run to with a golden crow's corpse? He wouldn't be safe anywhere. As for what he should do after reaching the first inn, he could only play it by ear. At the same time, the lobby of the first inn floating in the void was quiet. Ever since the sun star had changed, the originally noisy first inn had completely quieted down. All the guests had left. Although some people had returned one after another, these people were all low-level disciples of various great forces. None of them was in the heaven-opening realm, so they naturally didn't dare to run around. At this moment, they were all resting in the side rooms, causing the waiter and the accountant behind the counter to have nothing to do. One was lying on a stool, dozing off, while the other was sleeping on a table. Chapter 39:19. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the rear courtyard, stirring up a gust of wind as it disappeared into the distance. The manservant was so frightened that he rolled off his stool, his eyes widening as he looked outside, but he couldn't see anything. Behind the counter, the accountant also raised his head, his eyes drowsy. Was that the lady boss? The manservant blinked. I don't know, I didn't see clearly. Didn't the lady boss go to the sun star? The accountant thought for a moment, nodded, and went back to sleep. In the void, Yang Kai's figure sped through. It had already been a day since he had shaken off those mid-rank heaven splitters, and he was getting closer and closer to the first tower. But for some reason, Yang Kai kept having an uneasy feeling, as if something bad was about to happen to him. Yang Kai didn't dare to ignore this kind of feeling, so he was extremely careful as he flew, paying attention to the situation in the void at all times, preparing for the unexpected. But after careful observation, there was no danger at all. Let alone those mid-rank heaven splitters he had shaken off, even those low-rank heaven splitters were nowhere to be seen. He suspected that he was being overly nervous. After all, what he had done this time was like poking a hornet's nest, offending many forces. What should he do in the future? Yang Kai was really worried. After flying for a long time, Yang Kai's mind shook as he saw the first tower in the distance. He had finally arrived. Yang Kai let out a long breath, secretly deciding that the first thing he would do when he arrived at the first tower was to take a bath, change into clean clothes, and then have a good rest. Who cares what was happening outside? In any case, the Golden Crow's corpse was in his hands. When the time came, he would wait for a good price and make a windfall. Just as he relaxed, Yang Kai's hairs stood on end. He turned his head to a certain spot in the void and roared, "Who is it?" As he spoke, he clapped his hands together and a massive moon blade slashed out. A slender jade-like hand appeared out of thin air and pinched the moon blade with incomparable precision. Space principles danced between those slender fingers, but they were unable to harm the moon blade in the slightest. With just a slight exertion of force, the moon blade shattered and dissipated. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine. This was the first time he had seen someone block his moon blade with their bare hands. No matter who this person was, his strength was definitely unfathomable. He was undefeatable. Just as he was about to cast a spell to escape, the space around him suddenly froze, and the laws of space became obscure. "I can't leave." Sweat dripped down Yang Kai's forehead as he watched a graceful figure slowly materialize in the void and appear in front of him. After seeing the man's face, Yang Kai's mouth opened so wide that a fist could fit in it. He couldn't believe his eyes. The person smiled sweetly. Her blue dress accentuated the curves of her delicate body. She seemed to be very satisfied with Yang Kai's reaction. Her smile was so sweet that it was scary. "You." Yang Kai looked at her hesitantly and frowned. "You're Madame Lan's twin sister?" If that wasn't the case, there was no way to explain why Madame Lan would stop him here. Even if she was a 6th grade heaven splitter, there was no way she could have returned to the first inn before him and concealed her aura to wait here for his arrival. The lady boss smiled even more happily. "I am Madame Lan. Madame Lan is me. I don't have a twin sister." Impossible. Yang Kai definitely wouldn't believe such nonsense. He looked around vigilantly and made a final struggle. "What are you doing here?" "I want to return to the first inn." "Please make way." Madame Lan smiled slightly. "You know better than me what I'm doing here. Kid, hand over the item. My previous offer is still valid, and I'll give you enough compensation." Yang Kai really looked like he had seen a ghost this time. He looked her up and down. "You're really Madame Lan?" Madame Lan said angrily, "How could I be fake?" "But you, why do you care so much?" "Anyway, I'm here now. Don't even think about returning to the first inn. I don't want to bully the weak. You'd better cooperate obediently." Yang Kai gritted his teeth in grief and indignation. "You're blocking my way, and you're saying you don't want to bully the weak? Madame Lan, you're so shameless." Madame Lan's expression darkened. "Brat, who are you calling shameless? If I were, why would I waste so much time talking to you? I would have killed you long ago." After he finished speaking, he calmed his tone and continued, "Yang Kai, it's not a good thing for you to have the Golden Crow's corpse. You also saw the situation before. Even if you can enter the first inn, do you think you can hide there forever? Such a treasure can only be protected by powerful strength. If you're not strong enough, it'll only be a curse to your death. Those you met before were only a few heaven splitters. Now that news of the Sun Star and the Golden Crow's divine palace has spread, those who come might not be just heaven splitters, but heaven splitters. They might not be as easy to talk to as I am. Yang Kai frowned. How could he not know that Madame Lan was right? Moreover, as Madame Lan had said, if she wanted to, she could have attacked him right here. With her heaven splitter 6th rank strength, there was no way he could have stopped her. However, she didn't use force, and instead tried to persuade him nicely. From this point of view, Madame Lan's character was still decent. Think about it carefully, but you don't have much time to think. I'll wait for you here. Tell me your answer when you've thought it through. Madame Lan sighed, looking at Yang Kai with some pity. This was the tragedy of not being strong enough. Even if he obtained something good, he might not be able to keep it. Yang Kai shook his head. There's no need to think about it. Madame Lan frowned. And your answer? I appreciate Madame Lan's kindness, but I've never been used to being forced to do anything. If Madame Lan wants the Golden Crow's corpse, then just come and get it yourself. Madame Lan laughed at his words, tilting her head to look at him. Are you sure you want me to do it? Come. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. He was unafraid of death. Madame Lan took a deep breath, her full breasts rising and falling. Her red lips parted slightly. Don't worry. Although you didn't do it willingly, I'll make it up to you. These words were said with great sincerity. As soon as she finished speaking, her hand reached out to grab Yang Kai. Right at this moment, a great sense of danger suddenly rose in her heart. In her shock, Madame Lan instinctively activated her own strength, turning it into a defense. At the same time, she heard Yang Kai laugh loudly. Be careful, Madame Lan. When the golden light shone brightly, her vision was blurred. Suddenly, she heard a gurgling sound beside her ear, and a terrifying aura of violence descended from the sky. In the investigation of her divine telekinesis, a huge phantom of a golden rooster appeared in front of her, looking down at her condescendingly, its eyes full of indifference. Mia Meng! Madame Lan cried out. She quickly retreated, almost vomiting blood in anger. Previously, in the main hall of the Golden Crow Palace, Mia Meng's divine technique had appeared once, dealing the final blow to the Golden Crow and killing it. Immediately after, Yang Kai appeared, snatched the Golden Crow's corpse, and fled. Although she vaguely guessed that Mia Meng's divine technique had something to do with Yang Kai, this kind of thing had always been a life-saving trump card. No one would have too many of them. Who knew that Yang Kai could activate Mia Meng's divine technique? Even at her peak, Madame Lan could only retreat in the face of Mia Meng's divine technique. Moreover, she was injured before, and chasing after Yang Kai had consumed a lot of energy. Even now, she still hadn't recovered. Therefore, when she sensed Mia Meng's divine technique approaching, Madame Lan immediately retreated. Amidst the rumbling sounds, Mia Meng stretched his neck and pecked in Madame Lan's direction. This simple action contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. Madame Lan cried out in pain. Light flashed wildly on her body, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her aura instantly dropped drastically. Fortunately, she retreated in time, and with Yang Kai's reminder, her life wasn't in danger. Turning her head, she saw Yang Kai's figure flickering as he rapidly approached the first house. It looked like he was about to rush into the first house. Madame Lan was so angry that she laughed. She reached out and slapped her palm in that direction. Stinking brat, you still want to run? Yang Kai, who was running forward, felt a terrifying force coming at him from behind. He didn't even have time to turn around and block before he was hit. In an instant, his back went numb, and all the bones in his body cracked. He cursed loudly and used this force to plunge headfirst into the first house. He landed heavily on the floor with a loud boom. In the main hall, the servant and the accountant who were dozing off were startled. They quickly raised their heads and looked around. Soon, the servant noticed Yang Kai lying motionless on the floor. He vaguely felt that this figure was somewhat familiar. He came to his side and turned him over, revealing a surprised expression. Yang Kai? Blood flowed out of Yang Kai's mouth. He coughed violently and waved his hand vigorously. The servant smiled and crouched down. He reached out and poked Yang Kai twice. "Sir, why have you returned?" Yang Kai had just caught his breath. After being poked twice, he coughed again, looking like he was about to die. Madame Lan's palm strike just now was not something he could withstand. The strength of a 6th-ranked sky splitter was really too strong. Grabbing the servant's arm, Yang Kai glared and said, "Stop, stop, stop. I didn't do anything. Stop, stop." The servant said in shock, "Stop. This is a shady inn. Are you sure you want to stay? I remember that when someone left last time, he said that he would never come back here again." Yang Kai's eyes widened. He thought for a moment. He really did say that. He forced a smile and said through clenched teeth, "Stop." The servant turned to look at the accountant. "Do we still have an empty room?" The accountant poked his head out from behind the counter and looked at Yang Kai. He understood. "Yes, but we only have the best room left." The servant looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "The best room? Do you want to stay? If you do, it's 1,000 spiritual pills per night. You have to pay first." The price was directly twice as expensive. And he still dared to say that this wasn't a shady inn. Yang Kai reached out and slapped a space ring on the servant's hand. "Don't talk nonsense. Damn you." At this time, even if it was 10,000 spiritual pills per night, he still had to stay. In this vast universe, there was nowhere else to go besides the first inn. Chapter 39:20. You still have the strength to curse. The waiter stood up happily and threw the interspatial ring on the counter. He signaled the cashier to book a room and asked Yang Kai, "Who hurt you? How did you get hurt like this?" "A crazy woman." Yang Kai gritted his teeth. "Who are you cursing, you brat?" A figure walked in from the door. Her face was slightly pale and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. "Lady boss?" The waiter was shocked. "What happened to you?" He was very clear about the lady boss's strength. Looking at the few large regions nearby, who could hurt her? And the way she looked at Yang Kai, he felt something was wrong. Yang Kai straightened his neck and said, "I'll curse whoever hit me." Originally, they had arrived safely. Who would have thought that they would be injured by someone in the end? They even wasted a golden annihilation plume. Who could they complain to? The lady boss was also enraged, an astonishing murderous aura gushing out from her tender body as she stepped towards Yang Kai step by step, grinning, "Little brat, your courage isn't small." The waiter stepped forward and said anxiously, "Please calm down, lady boss. Don't ruin your reputation." As the lady boss, if she attacked a guest here, the reputation of the first hotel that had been maintained for many years would be ruined. Madame Lan frowned and stopped in her tracks. She stared at Yang Kai fiercely for a while and suddenly laughed. Yang Kai said angrily, "What are you laughing at? Be careful not to laugh until your teeth fall out." Madame Lan waved her hand and walked to the side and sat down with a smile on her face. Although she was hurt by Yang Kai in a moment of carelessness, it was rare that someone from the Emperor realm could do this under her nose. Compared to her own injuries, the lady boss was more interested in Yang Kai. In this vast world of 3,000 worlds, there was probably no one from the Emperor realm who could do what this brat did in the past few days. As if alarmed by the lady boss's momentum, several figures appeared at the top of the stairs on the second floor. The leader was Meng Hong from the Great Moon Prefecture, followed by Lao Fong, Dai Yu, Ah Sun, and others. They came to the first hotel in advance under Wei Kei's order to send a message to the headquarters of the Great Moon Prefecture, so they appeared here at this time. They immediately saw Yang Kai lying on the floor in a mess. Meng Hong was shocked and was about to come up to check, but Yang Kai hurriedly transmitted his voice, "Don't come here." Meng Hong was puzzled, but he stopped. "Pretend not to know me." Yang Kai told Meng Hong and Dai Yu and the others and then looked away. Yang Kai didn't say anything and let him help him upstairs. When they passed by Madame Lan, she said leisurely, "Come to me when you've made up your mind." For her to be able to say such words at this time was truly rare. Yang Kai also calmed down and nodded, "Many thanks for Madame's kindness. I had no choice but to act before I ask for Madame's forgiveness." Madame Lan waved her hand and didn't say anything more. He followed the servant into the room. It was not the best room, but it was no different from the one he stayed in before. Anyway, it was twice as expensive. The servant helped him sit down and said, "Call me if you need anything. I'll go do my work." Yang Kai nodded. After the servant left, Yang Kai took out a few elixirs and stuffed them into his mouth. Before he could refine them, he heard a soft knock on the door. He got up with difficulty. When he opened the door, Meng Hong led Lao Fang and the others in. Dai Yu asked with concern, "Yang Kai, are you okay? Are you badly hurt?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "It's not that bad. I'll be fine after a few days of rest." Madame Lan had been merciful with that strike and didn't want to kill him. However, Madame Lan had also underestimated his physical fitness. She hadn't made him lose his mobility and had even allowed him to use the force to rush into the first room. If it had been someone else from the Emperor realm, they wouldn't have been able to move after that strike. They would have been lying there and waiting to be slaughtered. With his current physical fitness, this kind of injury looked terrible, but in reality, it wasn't that serious. Lao Fang said angrily, "Who was it that hurt you? Tell me, brother. I'll avenge you right now." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Let's not talk about that." Lao Fang said, "Brother, are you looking down on me? Although I'm not strong enough, I still have some guts. I'll avenge you even if I have to give up this lowly life of mine." Yang Kai looked at him emotionally. "Lao Fang, since you've said so, I'll tell you the truth. This injury wasn't caused by anyone but Madame Lan. Go out and beat her up for me right now." "Lan? Madame Lan?" Lao Fang was stunned. "Which Madame Lan?" "The first room's Madame Lan." Lao Fang swallowed hard and coughed lightly. He patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and said, "Brother, if you survive a great disaster, you're bound for good fortune in the future. As long as you're still alive, you won't have to worry about firewood. I think we should plan for revenge at length. But then again, how did you suddenly disappear in that sun star? We were so worried. We looked for you there for a long time, but we still couldn't find you." Xiao Dai and Ah Sun were crying so hard. "Ouch, why did you pinch me?" Yang Kai said bitterly, "It's a long story. I've troubled you all." Meng Hong frowned. "How did you provoke Madame Lan? Why did she hurt you?" "It's a long story." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "Senior Wei and Senior Tao should come to the first room soon. You can ask them then." It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to tell them, but it was useless to tell them. On the contrary, it would make them worry. As for whether Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang would tell them or not, it was not something he could control. With a serious expression, he said, "I may be in some trouble recently, so you must pretend that you don't know me in this inn. Otherwise, it's very likely that you'll get into trouble." As soon as he said this, Meng Hong immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. He nodded and said, "If there's anything my Great Moon Province can help with, please don't hesitate to ask. Thank you in advance, Brother Meng." Yang Kai cupped his hands. After exchanging a few more words, Meng Hong and the others said their goodbyes. Kai Yang also needed to heal himself, so it was not convenient for them to disturb him. Before leaving, Meng Hong also left behind a bottle of healing pills for Kai Yang. After closing the door, Yang Kai focused on healing and ignored the outside world. Although the healing pills left by Meng Hong were not very high-level goods, they were, after all, outside of the universe. They were better than the pills Yang Kai brought from the astral boundary. After a few days, his injuries were basically healed. Over the past few days, the First In had become extremely lively. First, a few middle ranks came one after another to ask about the situation. They learned that Yang Kai had indeed come to the first room, and that he had come with injuries. They entered the inn right after Madame Lan, and they all looked bored. Since Yang Kai was injured, it meant that Madame Lan had attacked him. Since Madame Lan had attacked him, the Golden Crow's corpse had most likely been snatched by Madame Lan. Even if they came, they couldn't help. They secretly cursed this brat for being so nosy and running around, but in the end, he still walked right into the trap. Then, the lower ranks who survived on Sun Star also arrived at the first room one after another. Previously, they chased after Yang Kai, but they couldn't keep up with his speed. Gradually, they lost their target and had no direction, so they could only go to the first room. After all, their disciples were all waiting in the first room. When they arrived at the first room, they found out that the middle ranks, as well as the Emperor Realm who had snatched the Golden Crow's corpse, were also in the first room. They were all very surprised. But after thinking about it carefully, they all understood Yang Kai's intentions and plans, and could vaguely guess what would happen next. In a side room, Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang sat across a table from each other. Meng Hong and the others stood in front of them, reporting what they had seen and heard. After listening, Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang looked at each other. The former smiled and said, "That brat is really lucky. He didn't even die. Although he saved his life, he's still in trouble." Tao Rongfang sighed. Meng Hong said, "Uncle Masters, what exactly happened on Sun Star? Why did junior brother Yang get into a conflict with Madame Lan and get injured by her?" Wei Kei pondered for a moment. He didn't want to say anything, but he also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be hidden. Even if he didn't say anything, the matter of Sun Star would probably spread like wildfire. At that time, the disciples below would also know. He immediately gave a simple explanation of what had happened in the Golden Crow Divine Palace. Meng Hong and the others were dumbfounded. Old Fong said in shock, "Uncle Master Wei, you're saying that Yang Kai snatched the corpse of a mature Golden Crow in front of a group of heaven-splitting cultivators and then ran away?" If Wei Kei hadn't said it so seriously, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. Tao Rongfang nodded. "That's right. At that time, a group of heaven-splitting cultivators was chasing after him. Who knew that he would run so fast? Us low ranks were shaken off. Only a few middle ranks chased after him. As for what happened after that, we don't know." Old Fong and the others looked at each other. Although they hadn't personally experienced it, they could still imagine how dangerous Yang Kai's journey back had been. Just how bold did he have to be to snatch food from the tiger's mouth in front of a group of heaven-splitting cultivators? Most importantly, he had actually succeeded. Wei Kei looked at Old Fong and asked, "Does Yang Kai have some kind of secret treasure on him that can hide his body?" Previously, in the main hall of the Golden Crow Divine Palace, Yang Kai had clearly been hiding his body the entire time. If it weren't for the Golden Crow being attacked at the last moment, he wouldn't have revealed himself. Old Fong hesitated for a moment. The main reason was that this was Yang Kai's secret, and he couldn't expose it. Wei Kei saw this and said, "I was just asking casually. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it." "Thank you for your understanding, Uncle Master Wei," Old Fong said gratefully. However, he also knew that even if he didn't say anything, those heaven-splitting cultivators would have their guesses. Right now, there's something that's a bit unclear. Tao Rongfang frowned. Is that golden crow corpse on Yang Kai, or was it snatched away by Madame Lan? Chapter 39-21. Logically speaking, since Yang Kai was injured by Madame Lan, he would not be able to keep the three-legged crow's body. There was a high possibility that Madame Lan had already gotten it. However, it was not good to ask. Madame Lan would definitely not tell them. If they asked Yang Kai, they were afraid that Yang Kai would misunderstand. Wei Kei shook his head and said with a wry smile, no matter who has the three-legged crow's body, it has nothing to do with the Great Moon Province. When the three-legged crow palace appeared, he realized that the matter of the Sun Star had become serious. He immediately ordered a group of disciples to return to the first inn and wait for orders. He also sent a message to the headquarters. He wanted to use all the forces of the Great Moon Province to get a share of the loot, but the appearance of the three-legged crow completely disrupted his plan. This kind of treasure was not something that the Great Moon Province was qualified to covet, and not any third-class force could participate in it. Even those second-class forces could not. Forcibly participating would only end in tragedy. Those who were qualified to fight for the three-legged crow's body were only those first-class forces and the blessed enclaves. Moreover, although the Great Moon Province did not gain much from the Sun Star this time, it was not a small amount either. They had obtained several portions of the true Sun Fire, including one of the fifth-class flames. It was already a fruitful trip. As long as they could digest this time's harvest, the Great Moon Province would definitely have another fourth-class heaven-splitting expert. By then, the overall strength of the Great Moon Province would improve, and he and Tao Rongfang's hard work would not be in vain. By the way, martial uncles. Meng Hong suddenly seemed to remember something. He cupped his fists and said, "There's one more thing to report to you. When junior brother Yang returned to the first inn with injuries, I wanted to help him, but he stopped me. He even deliberately transmitted a voice message to us, telling us to pretend not to know him. Is junior brother Yang afraid of causing trouble for us?" Wei Kei heard this and raised his eyebrows. He transmitted a voice message to you to pretend not to know him? Yes. Meng Hong nodded. Tao Rongfang pondered and said, he can still think of this at that time. This boy is indeed meticulous. No wonder he can snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Meng Hong was puzzled. Martial Uncle Tao, you mean, Tao Rongfang said, just as you guessed, Yang Kai must be afraid that you'll bring trouble to yourselves, so he asked you to pretend that you don't know each other. After all, he has made a big mess this time and offended many forces. If people find out that he has close ties with people from the Great Moon Province, the Great Moon Province will be in constant trouble. He's doing this for the sake of the Great Moon Province. Old Fang frowned, but we came here with Brother Yang and stayed in the first inn for several months. Someone must have seen us with him before, so it's useless to pretend we don't know him now. Wei Kei said, so the few of you shouldn't show yourselves in the near future, so as to avoid being targeted by people with ill intentions. As long as no one discovers you, there shouldn't be any problems. Old Fang and Dai Yu looked at each other and nodded, understood. After talking for a while, Wei Kei asked the disciples to leave. When only he and Tao Rongfang were left in the room, he suddenly said, "What do you think, junior sister?" Tao Rongfang said, "That boy is bold and careful, and most importantly, kind. He is a good seedling." Then she smiled bitterly and said, "It's a pity that he has no fate with the Great Moon Province." Wei Kei was silent for a long time before he sighed, "It seems that junior sister thinks the same as me." Yang Kai had caused so much trouble this time that the Great Moon Province was unable to provide him with a strong shelter. Therefore, the previous proposal of accepting him into the Great Moon Province was likely to fall through. It wasn't that Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang didn't keep their words, but as heaven-opening realm masters, they had to consider the other disciples of the Great Moon Province. It didn't matter if they took Yang Kai in, but who could deal with the trouble that followed? At that time, the whole Great Moon Province would be in trouble. He saved our lives. Tao Rongfang looked at Wei Kei leisurely. In that hall, if it weren't for Yang Kai's timely warning, she and Wei Kei might not have been able to survive until now. Now that Yang Kai was in trouble, they couldn't do anything, which made Tao Rongfang very unhappy. Wei Kei blushed. Think of a way to compensate him. If possible, it's best to secretly help him escape to another large territory and conceal his identity. That's the only way. There's one more thing. What does junior sister think? Wei Kei asked. Tao Rongfang looked at him and said, the Golden Crow's corpse. Wei Kei nodded. Tao Rongfang said, I thought that the Golden Crow's corpse was most likely stolen by Madame Lan, but now it seems that it's not impossible that the corpse is in Yang Kai's hands. Wei Kei smiled. Why do you say that? Tao Rongfang looked at him reproachfully. Big brother, are you testing me? Wei Kei raised a hand. We're just chatting. I want to know if junior sister thinks the same as me. Tao Rongfang said, if the Golden Crow's corpse was really stolen by Madame Lan, then Yang Kai would be fine and wouldn't have to specially send a message to Meng Hong. But he still did, which means that he has some misgivings. His misgivings are none other than that his own troubles will implicate others, which also indirectly confirms the fact that the Golden Crow's corpse is in his hands. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the Golden Crow's corpse has already been stolen by Madame Lan, and he's just being careful. Wei Kei smiled and said, junior sister is indeed intelligent. Tao Rongfang rolled her eyes at him, a little flirtatious. Big brother thinks so too. Wei Kei nodded. Yes, now even I don't know who has the Golden Crow's corpse. But no matter who has it, it has nothing to do with us. In the side room, the servant brought in some food and exchanged toasts with Yang Kai. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, both of them were a little tipsy. Speaking of which, although Yang Kai had lived here for 4 months before, he had never asked the servant's name. He had always called him little second brother. Now that they were chatting, he knew the servant's name. The servant's name was simple, surnamed Bai, and his first name was Qi. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Tell me, what do you want? Did the lady boss send you to find out my background? Yang Kai glanced at him from the corner of his eyes as he ate. Bai Qi chuckled, picked up the wine pot, and filled Yang Kai's cup, saying, how could that be? If the lady boss really wanted to find out your background, why would she go through so much trouble? The first and doesn't have any information. Just ask around and she'll know where you come from. Then tell me where I come from? Yang Kai had an expression of disbelief. Bai Qi looked at him. Do you really want to say it? Say it, let's see what you have to say. Bai Qi put down the wine pot and sat up straight, saying, then I'll say it. My name is Yang Kai, and I'm at the peak of the Emperor realm. A year ago, I jumped out from an unknown world and was received by the Fire Spirit Land's Earth Protector Venerable Duan Hai. I entered the 7 Openings Land and worked as a servant in the Fire Spirit Land, taking care of the fruit trees for half a year. Later, the 7 Openings Land experienced an unforeseen event and powerful enemies invaded. During the chaos, I took the opportunity to escape. There were 3 people with me, 1 man and 2 women, Fang Biki, Dai Yu, and Ah Sun. Am I right? Yang Kai stared at him. How many spies does the First-in have outside? He was just a nobody, yet the First-in could find out so much about him. It was easy to imagine how terrifying this force was. Bai Qi chuckled. I also know that you've condensed the power of the 5 elements wood. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. What else? Also, on the Sun Star, you stole food from the tiger's mouth and played a bunch of heaven-opening realm cultivators. Huh. Yang Kai forced a chuckle and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the first in wasn't omniscient. At the very least, they hadn't inquired about his relationship with Old Man Su, nor did they know about the quality of his wood force. What they knew was only superficial information, but even so, it was enough to shock them. Tell me, what happened on the Sun's star? How did you get the Golden Crow's corpse? Why don't you just ask the lady boss? Why are you asking me? Yang Kai grumbled. Just the mention of the Golden Crow's corpse made him angry. If it weren't for the lady boss stopping him, he definitely would have returned to the first in unscathed. He wouldn't have had to suffer that palm strike. The lady boss has been in a bad mood these days. Wouldn't I be asking for a beating if I asked her? Bai Qi said bitterly. Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to him, but after thinking about it, he said, "There's something I don't understand. If you can tell me, I can tell you about what happened on the Sun's star." Bai Qi narrowed his eyes and looked at him warily. "What do you want to ask?" Yang Kai said, "Don't worry, it's not a secret. If it's a secret, you can choose not to tell me." Bai Qi nodded, "Then you can ask." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "I clearly left Lady Boss far away, and I'm sure that even with her 6th stage heaven-splitting strength, she can't catch up to me, so why did she return to the first in one step ahead of me? Why is she waiting outside the first in?" This was something he couldn't figure out after thinking about it for several days. Unless the lady boss also had something like the space spirit bead, there was no way to explain it. Bai Qi was amused. "Is that what you want to ask? You know the reason?" Bai Qi couldn't help but laugh, slamming the table. "Were you chased to a corner at that time, so you wanted to come to the first in to avoid the limelight? You thought that as long as you entered the first in, no one would dare to do anything to you, so after leaving the lady boss behind, you went straight to the first in?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. He did think so at that time. After all, he really had nowhere to go at that time, and the first in was the only safe place. Ha ha ha. Bai Qi laughed so hard that he leaned forward and back, tears almost coming out of his eyes. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, wishing he could take out the black dragon spear and stab him to death. As if feeling Yang Kai's coldness, Bai Qi restrained his smile with difficulty, took a sip of wine, and said, "Have you heard of the Qianquan escape method?" "Qianquan escape method?" Yang Kai frowned. "What's that?" He really hadn't heard of this thing, but looking at Bai Qi's expression, Yang Kai could also infer that the reason the lady boss returned to the first in advance and waited outside for him had a lot to do with this Qianquan escape method. Chapter 39-22. Bai Qi explained, "The 3,000 worlds are vast and spacious. Even if it's an upper-grade heaven splitter, it's not easy to rush from one place to another. It'll definitely take a lot of time, but how can a cultivator like us have so much time to squander? If we have the time to travel, we might as well study secret techniques and practice cultivation techniques. That's why there's a secret technique called the Qianquan escape technique. This secret technique has no other use except for traveling. For example, our first in has the Qianquan escape seal, which has the lady boss's mark. As long as the lady boss is still in this large territory, no matter where she is, she can instantly return to the first in with just a thought. This is the Qianquan escape technique." Yang Kai was dumbfounded. "It's so magical." He thought to himself, "Isn't this the same effect as my space spirit bead?" Wherever the space spirit bead was located, he could go to the location of the space spirit bead with just a thought. It was similar to the Qianquan escape technique. It was the same principle as the space formation. However, in comparison, his space spirit bead was more convenient than the space formation, and it seemed to have its own advantages and disadvantages with the Qianquan escape technique. "It's just that magical." Bai Qi chuckled. Yang Kai said with a dark face, "So, Madame Lan relied on the Qian Kun escape technique to rush back to the first inn before me?" At this time, he also understood. He thought his previous actions were brilliant, but in Madame Lan's eyes, he was walking into a trap. He was very depressed. Fortunately, the Golden Crow's corpse was not taken away, or he would have vomited blood. "Also, I'll give you a piece of information for free." Bai Qi looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "In the 3,000 worlds, there's a place called the Qian Kun Palace. Every large territory has a Qian Kun Palace, more or less. Some large territory has 4 or 5 Qian Kun Palaces, and some only have 1. As long as you spend some Heaven Splitter pills and leave your aura in the Qian Kun Palace, you can travel through these Qian Kun Palaces at will." Space Array. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Bai Qi smiled and said, "That's right. However, there is a limit to the distance that can be teleported using the laws of space. The Qiankun escape technique is different. As long as your body can withstand it, you can instantly go to the Qiankun Palace where you left your mark no matter how far you are in the same territory." Yang Kai nodded in understanding. "This is very convenient. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely go and see it for myself." "Which faction does the Universal Temple belong to?" Bai Qi said, "It does not belong to any faction. The Heavenly Palace was jointly built by the 36 Paradises and 72 Blessed Lands. Every Heavenly Palace is guarded by the disciples of those Paradises, so it is absolutely not allowed to fight inside. Otherwise, you will become the enemy of all the Paradises." Yang Kai was shocked. That Universal Temple was built by the joint efforts of all the blessed and blessed Paradises? However, when he thought about it carefully, this was not surprising. No faction would be at ease in the hands of any faction, and no faction could control it alone. It was common sense for the 36 Paradises and 72 Blessed Lands to jointly control it. However, from what Bai Qi said, if he ran into trouble in the future, he could go to the Universal Temple to hide. "Now can you tell me what happened on the Sun Star?" Since they had agreed before, Yang Kai naturally would not go back on his word. He immediately recounted his experiences on the Sun Star. Bai Qi was dazzled and amazed. He was not surprised that Yang Kai had been able to conceal himself under the noses of a group of heaven-opening realm masters. This kind of thing could be done as long as one had a suitable artifact. Instead, he was very interested in how Yang Kai had escaped the pursuit of those heaven-opening realm masters. Yang Kai simply said that this king was proficient in the space principles and was especially skilled at escaping. In any case, this was not a secret. Previously, when he was being pursued by Madame Lan and the others, who knew how many times he had teleported. After chatting for a long time, Bai Qi said drunkenly, "That's all for today. I'm going back to work. Quite a few people have come to the first inn recently, so you'd best be careful. They're probably all coming for you." Watching Bai Qi leave, Yang Kai wore a worried expression. Opening the wish pouch, Yang Kai took a look inside. The Golden Crow's corpse was still there. He had obtained this hot potato, but how to deal with it now was a troublesome matter. However, no matter what, this kind of good thing could definitely be sold for a good price. At the very least, he would be able to make up for the 2 destruction golden feathers he had lost. If there was no other way, he would go and exchange it for a 7th grade Sun True Gold. In any case, his original target was the 7th grade Sun True Gold. When the time came and he condensed the 5 elements fire attribute, no one would have any ideas about him anymore. Moreover, hiding in this room was not a solution. He could not hide here forever. Although he still had some heaven-opening pills, they would not last for long. After muttering to himself for a while, Yang Kai got up, pushed open the door, and went straight downstairs. Going downstairs, Yang Kai looked around and saw that the lobby was very noisy. The original 7 or 8 tables had become more than a dozen, but the supply still could not meet the demand. The whole lobby could be said to be overcrowded. Bai Qi ran around with a few dishes in her hands. When she raised her head and saw Yang Kai, she was shocked. "Why did you come down? Why can't I come down?" Yang Kai sneered. As soon as he said this, the noise in the whole lobby suddenly fell silent. After a series of swishing sounds, pairs of eyes looked over, and waves of divine senses also swept over without reservation. In an instant, Yang Kai felt like a little white sheep that had mistakenly entered a wolf's den. All the hair on his body stood on end, and he did not feel any sense of security at all. Bai Qi gave him a thumbs up, looking like he had guts. Then, she lowered her head and went to work. Yang Kai looked around, and really did see quite a few familiar faces. The few mid-level heaven-opening cultivators who had chased after him earlier, apart from Madame Lan, were all here. Waves of divine senses intertwined and drifted, and pairs of eyes looked at Yang Kai with malice. The whole lobby was silent, but everyone felt as if a storm was about to come. The cultivator with slightly lower strength could not help but gulp, and their eyes looked towards the door, as if looking for a way to leave. Just as swords were about to be drawn, a door on the second floor opened with a bang, and Madame Lan walked out. Her phoenix eyes swept down, and her gaze fixed on Yang Kai. She snorted softly, and then leaned against the armrest, took out a handful of something that looked like melon seeds, and nimbly began to munch on them. Yang Kai chuckled. He knew that since Madame Lan had shown up, no one would dare to make a move against him here. Madame Lan had probably also sensed that the atmosphere below was not right, so she purposely showed up to suppress the situation. The lobby was full, and there were no seats. Yang Kai looked around, and then walked straight to a table. There were 3 people sitting at this table, a handsome young man, 2 old men with deep auras, and behind the young man stood a charming woman in revealing clothes. Behind the 2 old men stood a group of disciples, clearly from the same force. The young man's strength was not high, and he should have only condensed a Dao seal, while the 2 old men were both heaven-opening cultivators. The young man was originally looking at Yang Kai with disdain, but when he saw that he was actually walking straight towards him, he could not help but frown, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted to do. "Brother, we meet again, what a coincidence." Yang Kai greeted him cheerfully. "If you don't mind, let's sit together." After saying that, he did not wait for the other party's agreement, and directly sat down opposite him. The young man was a little confused. "Who are you?" Yang Kai's face was full of enthusiasm. "Friend, you really are a person of great importance with short memories. Didn't we meet on the way to Sun Star?" This was not nonsense. The 2 of them had indeed met before. At that time, Yang Kai, Daiyu, and the others were on the way to Sun Star, and the large ship this young man was on crashed into them from behind, almost injuring them. After that, he returned to invite Daiyu and Sun to board, but Yang Kai refused. At that time, he did not know which force they were from, but after seeing the jade slip Meng Hong gave him, he found out that they were from Bu'an Prefecture. After Yang Kai's reminder, the young man came to a realization. "It's you." After saying that, his face darkened. "Who allowed you to sit down?" "Scram." Yang Kai did not mind and chuckled, "There's no place to sit. You just happen to have an empty seat here, why don't you share a table? Why are you being so stingy?" The young man still wanted to say something when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. There were many divine senses on his body that were carefully examining him. Turning his head, he saw that the several mid-rank heaven-opening masters in the lobby were all looking at him suspiciously, causing his face to pale. He did not know how he had attracted their attention. The 2 heaven-opening realm old men at the same table also noticed that something was wrong. One of them winked at the young man while the other looked at Yang Kai and quickly said, "We'll leave this table to you, let's go." As he said this, he stood up. The young man seemed to be a little reluctant, but he was forcibly pulled away by the other old man. The group did not linger, paying the bill and directly leaving the first inn. A moment later, on the large ship, the young man's face was gloomy. "Who is that guy?" The two old men behind him exchanged a glance before one of them said, "Young master, that person is the one who stole the Golden Crow's corpse." The young man was shocked. "What? He stole the Golden Crow's corpse and then safely escaped back to the first inn?" "That's right, it's him." "Then why are we afraid of him?" the young man asked in a low voice. That guy had only come to share a table, yet they had to leave with their tails between their legs. It was as if they were afraid of him, making him feel a little embarrassed. The old man said, "We're not afraid of him, but there's no need to tangle with him at this time. The Golden Crow's corpse is very important, and when the time comes, the first inn will definitely stir up a storm. It's best if our Bu and prefecture doesn't get involved." The other old man also nodded, "Yes." The young man's expression darkened. Although he knew they were right, he was still somewhat unwilling. As if seeing through his thoughts, the old man from before said, "Young master, don't worry, that brat won't be able to live for much longer." The young man asked, "What do you mean?" The old man sneered, "Trying to stir up a storm with such insignificant strength, he'll definitely die without a complete corpse." Chapter 39-23. As soon as the Buan province group left, Yuan Xiaoman wrapped herself in a fragrant wind and sat down on Yang Kai's left side, looking at him with a smile. Yang Kai called Bai Qi over and pointed at the leftovers in front of him, saying coldly, "Take them away and serve another table." Bai Qi glared. This guy had just been exchanging drinks with him in the room, calling him brother, and now he was ordering him around like a waiter. What kind of person was this? But there was nothing he could do. After all, this was what he did. He obediently removed the things on the table and went to the kitchen to prepare the dishes. 3 other people stood up at the same time. One was an old man with a ruddy complexion, with a fat head and big ears, one was a man in martial arts clothes with a cold expression, and one was a scholar with a round fan in his hand. They went straight to this table and sat down. This table was immediately full. The 4 middle-ranked Kaitian stared straight at Yang Kai. To be honest, there was some pressure, but Yang Kai was not afraid. The lady boss was still watching from the 2nd floor. Who would dare to be presumptuous here? Madame Lan was obviously aware of this as well, and her expression was extremely disgusted. However, when it came to business, the first inn's reputation could not be tarnished. "Little brother, you're really something." Yuan Xiaoman was the first to speak. She looked at Yang Kai with great interest, as if she had found a new toy. "You even ran back here. You're amazing." Yang Kai tilted his head and glanced at her. His gaze paused on her towering breasts for a moment, and he grinned. "What's your name?" "Yuan Xiaoman." After that, she pointed at the others and introduced them to Yang Kai one by one. It was only now that Yang Kai knew where these guys who had been chasing him for many days came from and what their names were. "Little brother, are you interested in joining my catoptric deflection? You look like a newcomer outside of Qiankuan, right? In a place like this, it's not easy for newcomers to stand out. Having help and not help are 2 different things." Yang Kai asked curiously, "How do you know I'm a newcomer?" The first hotel was able to find out about him because that was what they did. There was no reason for Yuan Xiaoman to know about him, and he shouldn't have revealed any flaws. Yuan Xiaoman covered her mouth and giggled. "You don't even know the Qian Kun escape technique, and you came to the first stall to walk right into the trap. How dare you say you're not a newbie?" Yang Kai's face darkened when he heard this. This was definitely the greatest humiliation of his life, a stain on his path of cultivation. But no one had ever told him about the Qian Kun escape technique in a place like the Qiqiao lands, so how could he possibly know about its mysteries? When he saw Madame Lan at that time, he thought that she was a twin. "Brat, this old man will only ask you one question. You'd better answer honestly, or else you'll have to bear the consequences." The fat Hong Lao suddenly snorted coldly. Yang Kai squinted at him. "Then don't waste your energy. I won't tell you anything. You're courting death." Boss Red was furious. Yang Kai slammed the table and stood up abruptly. He glared at Hong Lao and said, "Try me." Hong Lao jumped in fright and stared at him dumbfoundedly. He didn't expect Yang Kai to have such a big reaction. For a moment, he stood there in a daze, unable to back down. On the second floor, the lady boss, who was munching on sunflower seeds, gritted her teeth so hard that they almost shattered. She glared hatefully at Yang Kai's back, knowing that this brat was using her as a protective talisman. Who in the first hotel would dare to make a move? He was clearly certain of this, which was why he dared to challenge Hong Lao so impudently. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the guts to do so in the Emperor realm. On the side, Yuan Xiaoman's mouth was slightly agape. Zhang Qi and Ji Tianqing were also clicking their tongues in wonder. In the main hall, many of the low-rank heaven splitters were even more shocked by Yang Kai. "If you don't dare to make a move, then shut up." Yang Kai sat back down and shouted at the kitchen, "Is the food ready? Why are you so slow?" Bai Qi's voice came from the kitchen, "It's almost ready, what are you rushing for?" Hong Lao's face turned even redder and there seemed to be steam rising from the top of his head. Taking a deep breath, he spat, "Boy, you've got guts. If you have the ability, you'd better hide in the first inn for the rest of your life, otherwise, this old master will tear you to pieces." He was truly angered to the point that he couldn't get out of this embarrassing situation in front of a dozen or so tables of people. That was what you called an embarrassment. Yang Kai didn't care. In any case, he had already offended this old man. As the saying went, there was no need to worry about too many debts. Zhang Qi frowned, seemingly understanding Yang Kai's character. Rubbing his fingers together, a space ring appeared in his hand and he slowly pushed it in front of Yang Kai. "Little brother, this king also has a question to ask you." Yang Kai glanced at him and was slightly surprised. Although he didn't know what was inside this space ring, the possibility of it being a heaven splitter pill was very high. "Can I sell information now?" Overjoyed, Yang Kai took the space ring and swept it with his divine sense, discovering that there were 10,000 heaven splitter pills inside. Immediately beaming with joy, Yang Kai said, "Well said, well said." He secretly sighed to himself at the generosity of a 4th-grade heaven splitter master. 10,000 heaven splitter pills, although it was only enough for him to stay in his room for 10 days, it was still quite a lot. Zhang Qi smiled lightly and was about to speak when Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him, turned to Yuan Xiaoman and Ji Tianqing, and said, "Do you two have any questions? If you want to ask something, then hurry up. I'll say this first, whoever offers the highest price will have their question answered, and I'll only answer one question, so you'd better think carefully." The corners of Zhang Qi's eyes twitched. Ji Tianqing and Yuan Xiaoman were also speechless. They were 4th-grade heaven splitters, and although their strength wasn't very high, they were still respected figures in the nearby territory, yet today they were being led around by the Emperor realm by the nose. Hong Lao sneered, "Boy, this old master can see that your glabella is turning black, you'll soon face a bloody disaster." "Shut up, it's none of your business." Yang Kai snapped, "Go back to where you came from." Turning to Ji Tianqing and Yuan Xiaoman, Yang Kai asked, "Are you too sure you don't want to ask anything? If you don't, then I'll answer this, Sir Zhang." Ji Tianqing and Yuan Xiaoman exchanged a glance and gritted their teeth, but there were some things they had to ask, so even if they were unwilling, they still tacitly pushed out a space ring. Yuan Xiaoman put on a fake smile and said, "Little brother, aren't you afraid that these things will burn your hands? Yang Kai snatched the space ring from her hand and sneered, I've already taken things that burned my hands, why would I be afraid of this? Yuan Xiaoman was speechless, but thinking about it, in the Golden Crow Divine Palace, this guy had the courage to seize the body of so many heaven splitters in front of him, so how could he complain about these space rings burning his hands? This was a master who valued money over his life. After inspecting the space ring, the joy on Yang Kai's face grew even stronger as he turned to Ji Tianqing and said, this Sir Ji offered the highest price. Speak, what do you want to ask? I'll tell you everything I know. Zhang Qi and Yuan Xiaoman both turned to look at Ji Tianqing. Ji Tianqing's expression remained unchanged as he quietly asked, who has the Golden Crow's corpse now? Yang Kai was taken aback by this question. Although he knew that these people would definitely ask about the Golden Crow's corpse, he hadn't expected them to ask about this. He almost blurted out that it was naturally in his hands. Was there a need to ask such an obvious question? Thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly realized something. He and the lady boss knew that the Golden Crow's corpse was in his hands, but others didn't. After all, there was no third person outside the first inn. Others only knew that he had been running away and walking right into a trap, only to be intercepted and injured by the lady boss outside the first inn. If he were an outsider, would he have thought that the Golden Crow's corpse had already been snatched away by Madame Lan? After all, with his strength, how could he contend against a 6th-level sky splitter? If Madame Lan wanted to snatch something from him, it would be too easy. So that was it. No wonder Ji Tianqing would ask such a question. It seemed that Zhang Qi and Yuan Xiaoman also wanted to ask the same question. They still couldn't figure out who had the Golden Crow's corpse. Many thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind as he weighed the pros and cons. It only took a short moment before he slammed the table and stood up, his face full of grief and indignation. He turned and pointed at the lady boss on the second floor, shouting, It's her, it's her, it's her. The thing that I fought so hard for was snatched away by her. The first inn bullies the weak, the first inn bullies the weak, this is a black inn. The angry roar echoed in the hall, shuttling through everyone's ears. It was a complaint full of blood and tears. Everyone looked in the direction that Yang Kai was pointing and stared at the lady boss in unison. Madame Lan was dumbstruck, her red lips parted slightly, and a piece of fruit shell fell silently from her mouth. After a long while, Madame Lan gritted her teeth. Brat, you must be tired of living. Although she didn't hear what Ji Tianqing asked Yang Kai just now, there was no need to hear such things. She could guess that it was nothing more than the whereabouts of the Golden Crow's corpse. Yang Kai's accusation this time would undoubtedly involve her in a great deal of trouble. Even if she denied it, it would be of no use. From the looks in the eyes of those in the lobby, Madame Lan knew that many people had already guessed this. Now, she was just confirming it with Yang Kai's words. This time, even the waters of the 3 rivers and 5 lakes would not be able to clear her name. If she had really snatched the Golden Crow's corpse, it would have been fine. The key was that although she had made a move, Yang Kai had still slyly escaped and hid in the first inn. Not only did she not reap any benefits, she even got herself into trouble. Madame Lan was so angry that her nose was crooked. She had never seen anyone as detestable as this brat. If she could make a move, Madame Lan would definitely go down and make him regret ever being born into this world. But this was the first inn, and the first inn's reputation could not be damaged. Lady boss, you're so full of murderous intent. Are you going to silence me? Yang Kai shouted angrily. You shut up. Madame Lan was so angry that she threw the snacks in her hand at him. You can shut my mouth, but you can't shut the mouths of everyone else in the world. Justice is in the hearts of the people. Whatever people do, the heavens are watching. Lady boss, you're on your own now. Madame Lan's chest heaved violently. She felt hot blood rush to her brain, and her fists were clenched so tightly that they turned white. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She really wanted to go down and tear this brat's mouth apart. Chapter 39-24. The dishes are here, the dishes are here. At this moment, Bai Qi ran out of the kitchen with a few dishes and a pot of wine. When he entered the main hall, he suddenly realized that the atmosphere was not right. He froze on the spot and turned his head to look around. He did not know what was going on. He only saw that his boss was so angry that her face had turned green. She was standing on the second floor with her eyes closed, and her delicate body was trembling. What's going on? Bai Qi walked up to Yang Kai and asked quietly. A storm is coming, replied Yang Kai. Kai Yang replied as he reached out and took the food and wine from his hand. Turning around, he walked up to the second floor. The water had already been stirred up, so it was not good to stay here for long. It was best to avoid the limelight for now. Returning to his room, closing the door and activating the barrier, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing heartily as a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Although the lady boss was a good person, she still made him waste a golden destruction plume. She even injured him before. Now that he had the chance, he naturally had to get back at her. What's more, in the current situation, shifting his attention to the lady boss was the best choice. He sat at the table, drinking by himself, thinking about his future path. Suddenly, he heard a loud bang and the door was kicked open. Yang Kai was shocked. He stood up and turned to look outside. He shouted, "Who is it? Who was so bold to make a move in the first inn? Did they want to die?" Yang Kai's neck shrank back when he saw who kicked open the door. It was none other than the lady boss of the first inn, Madame Lan. The lady boss stepped into the room, her whole body wrapped in a cold aura, a sneer on her face as she stared straight at Yang Kai. With a light flick of her foot, she closed the door behind her. Madame Lan. Yang Kai retreated step by step. Soon, he reached the foot of the wall. His eyes were unfocused. He wondered why there wasn't even a window in this room. He couldn't even jump out of the window to escape. He couldn't even think about teleportation. In front of a 6th grade splitter, he probably didn't have the chance. "Madam, do you have any advice for me?" Yang Kai stared ahead in horror, his heart in his throat. He secretly decided that if Madame Lan really attacked him, he would immediately use his dragon form secret technique so that she wouldn't attack him. Madame Lan sneered softly, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. If I kill you, I won't be able to explain myself." Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, he didn't expect Madame Lan to say leisurely, "I won't kill you, but I can give you a good beating." "Brat, are you ready?" Yang Kai swallowed his saliva. "Madam, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Why are you doing this? Besides, this is the first inn, and I'm your guest. I spent money to stay here. You're the lady boss. Is it appropriate for you to attack a guest? Not suitable." Madame Lan walked over step by step, and soon arrived in front of Yang Kai. A fragrant scent wafted over, and she suddenly gritted her teeth. "But if I don't beat you up, I won't be able to vent my anger. You don't want the first inn signboard anymore?" Yang Kai tried his best to shrink back, but he was already forced into a corner. Where else could he go? "Don't use the signboard to restrain me. It's useless no matter what you say today." Madame Lan raised a delicate fist and clenched it so tightly that it cracked. The murderous aura around her surged violently, as if it could swallow the heavens and the earth. As she spoke, her fist shot out like a flash of lightning, landing squarely on Yang Kai's left eye. With a boom, Yang Kai only felt his vision go black. His vision was filled with stars, and even his thoughts were muddled. The lady boss's punch was not light, and it almost stunned him on the spot. Before he could regain his senses, the fist came flying towards his right eye again, and there was another boom. Instinctively hugging his head, Yang Kai curled up at the foot of the wall, enduring Madame Lan's punches and kicks. He secretly swore to himself that one day, he would definitely get back at her and get his revenge. After an indeterminate amount of time, which seemed like an instant, but also like a year, Yang Kai finally felt that the attacks that fell on him like raindrops had stopped. He quietly turned his head and looked through the gaps between his fingers. He saw Madame Lan panting with her hands on her hips, and an expression of satisfaction on her face. That felt good. "Brat, you'd better take care of yourself." With that, she turned and left. Yang Kai cursed and collapsed to the ground. At the door, Bai Qi watched the lady boss leave leisurely, and then poked his head out to look around. Only then did he enter the room and close the door. He walked slowly to Yang Kai's side and squatted down to look at him, his face full of sympathy. "You hit him really hard. The lady boss is really angry. I've never seen her so angry before." Yang Kai lay weakly on the ground, feeling as if many of the bones in his body had been broken. Although Madame Lan didn't have the intention to kill him, she really did use a heavy hand. He had just recovered from his injuries, but now he was injured again. It was really sullen. "Are you going to keep watching like this?" Yang Kai squinted at Bai Qi, who was squatting in front of him. "Can you help me up?" Bai Qi chuckled. "If it was someone else who hit you, it wouldn't matter if I helped, but the lady boss hit you. How would I dare? If she found out, how would I still be able to stay here?" "Then what are you doing here?" Yang Kai glared at him. Bai Qi said, "I'm just here to watch the show." "TSK, TSK, TSK. Brat, you've offended the lady boss. I think you're going to have a hard time in the future. Get lost." Yang Kai shouted angrily. Did he need others to tell him that he would have a hard time in the future? This time, the lady boss did not even care about the reputation of the first in and insisted on beating him up. He could imagine what kind of situation he would be in the first in the future. It would probably be difficult for him to even move an inch. Bai Qi chuckled, got up, and said, "You have the strength to chase people away. It doesn't look like it's a big deal. You go and rest first. If there's anything, call me later." With that, he turned and left. Yang Kai was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. When he moved a little, he felt pain all over his body. He lay on the ground for a full 3 hours before he climbed onto the bed with difficulty and quietly recuperated. However, this effort was not in vain. In the first inn, after Yang Kai made such a scene, almost everyone's attention had shifted to the lady boss. Although Yang Kai's tone and actions were a little exaggerated at that time, anyone with half a brain was willing to believe that the Golden Crow's corpse had been snatched by Madame Lan and now it had fallen into her hands. After all, the difference in strength between Yang Kai and her was too great. Since Madame Lan had already made a move before, how could she fail? The next day, in a wing room in the Great Moon Prefecture, an elderly man sat upright. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang stood in front of him, reporting what had happened recently. The elderly man nodded from time to time. After a long time, Wei Kei said, "That's the general situation. What plans does the chief have?" This elderly man was the chief of the Great Moon Prefecture. Previously, Wei Kei had asked Meng Hong and the others to go back to the first and send a message to the headquarters. The chief of the Great Moon Prefecture immediately led people here to meet up with Wei Kei, Tao Rongfang, and the others. They rushed all the way and only arrived at the first inn today. The chief nodded and said, "You did well this time. As long as we digest what we got this time, the strength of the Great Moon Prefecture will definitely improve." This time, although the Great Moon Prefecture did not get something like the true sun gold, they obtained several portions of the true sun fire, one of which was a 5th grade one. Its value was not small. For a force like the Great Moon Prefecture, it was not easy to obtain 4th grade materials, let alone 5th grade ones. If they sold this 5th grade true sun fire and bought some 4th grade materials, there was a great chance that they could create a 4th grade Kai Tian. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to choose the right seedlings and spend a certain amount of time and energy. The two of you deserve great credit for this operation. Wei Kei said, Chief, you flatter us. This time, we also narrowly escaped death. Moreover, we even received a life-saving grace from them. Oh? The old man raised his eyebrows. We must repay the kindness of saving our lives. Tell me, which expert helped you? Wei Kei said, it was not an expert. It was that kid called Yang Kai. The old man frowned. The kid who stole the Golden Crow's corpse and caused a storm in the city? Yes. The chief nodded and tapped his fingers on the table, as if thinking about something. After a long time, he said, I heard that the Golden Crow's corpse has fallen into Madame Lan's hands. That's what the kid said. What do you want to do? The old man looked at Wei Kei and asked. Wei Kei said, if it's possible, I want to ask you to accept him into our Great Moon Prefecture. He is a newcomer who has just entered this world and has no one to rely on. What's rare is that he is kind and benevolent, and we are indebted to him. Now that he is in trouble, we can't sit back and do nothing. The chief sighed. I knew you would say that, but have you thought about it? Now that he is in trouble, if our Great Moon Prefecture accepts him rashly, what kind of impact will it have on us? Wei Kei cupped his hands and said, I've thought about this, but now that the Golden Crow's corpse is not in his hands, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The chief looked straight at him. Do you believe what you said? Wei Kei's mouth moved, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. He really didn't believe what he said. The chief said, although Yang Kai said that the Golden Crow's corpse had been taken away by Madame Lan, the Golden Crow's corpse is so precious that anyone who wants it will not let it go easily. When the time comes, there will be countless masters who will ask Yang Kai for confirmation, or even search his soul to interrogate him. When the time comes, will our Great Moon Prefecture protect him or not? If we protect him, with the strength of our Great Moon Prefecture, we can't compete with others at all. If we don't protect him, how can we survive? He waved his hand and said, we can't accept this person, or we will put our Great Moon Prefecture in trouble. Chief. Wei Kei was anxious. There's no need to say more. The chief said decisively, we can't stay in this dangerous place for long. Pack up and return to the Great Moon Prefecture with me immediately. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang looked at each other. They both knew that since the chief had made his decision, it was useless to say anything else. They couldn't help but sigh. They knew that the chief's decision was right. They had also thought of this before, but now that things had come to this, they were still a little unhappy. As for his kindness to you, think of a way to compensate him. The chief added. Wei Kei cupped his hands. Yes. Chapter 39-25. In the room, Yang Kai and Wei Kei sat across a table from each other. Tao Rongfang stood behind Wei Kei and stared at Yang Kai's bruised and swollen face with sympathy. Normally, if Tao Rongfang saw this scene, she would definitely laugh out loud. Yang Kai's two dark circles were simply too comical. At first glance, it was obvious that they were caused by someone's fists. Moreover, the punches were extremely symmetrical, so the strength of the person who did this was definitely extraordinary. But how could she laugh at this moment? Thinking of Yang Kai's future situation and the possible blame from Ah Sun, she couldn't help but feel sad. Wei Kei was also embarrassed. Wei Kei also wore an embarrassed expression, and after a long explanation, he scratched his face and said, Yang Kai, the situation is like this. Before, I had planned to take you to Great Moon Province and let you join us, but now it seems that won't be possible. The sect chief doesn't agree and this way is powerless to do anything about it. I'm really sorry. Saying so, he turned his head and cupped his fists, a look of shame on his face. Yang Kai chuckled and said, Senior Wei, you're too serious. I know what to do. Even if your chief doesn't agree, I can't go to the Great Moon Prefecture with you. In my current situation, I can't leave the first inn. Otherwise, I'll die. If I stay here, there's still a chance. Tao Rongfang said, even so, you can't hide in the first inn for the rest of your life. What's your plan in the future? Yang Kai's eyes blurred for a while. He shook his head and said, I'll take one step at a time. I can't think so far ahead. Alas. Wei Kei sighed heavily and said, You're too bold. Why did you think of robbing the Jinwu corpse? It was said that people died for wealth and birds died for food. Yang Kai's action in the Jinwu palace was undoubtedly digging his own grave. If it weren't for the first inn, he would have died somewhere. Yang Kai said awkwardly, I didn't think so much at that time. I just robbed it on impulse. It's useless to talk about it now. He waved his hand and didn't want to talk about it anymore. Seeing this, Wei Kei naturally changed the topic. We're about to leave the first inn and return to the Great Moon Prefecture. Is there anything I can help you with? Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, There is one thing. Speak. Wei Kei said. Yang Kai said, Old Fang, Daiyu, and Ah Sun escaped with me from the Qiqiao land. Now that Ah Sun has been accepted as a disciple by Senior Tao, I don't have to worry about anything, but Old Fang and Daiyu have nowhere to go. Now that I am like this, it's not suitable for them to have anything to do with me. I would like to ask the two seniors to take them into the Great Moon Prefecture and let them have a place to stay. Wei Kei said, even if you didn't mention it, we also had the same idea. Don't worry, I will take Fang Biki and Daiyu back to the Great Moon Prefecture and take good care of them. As long as I am alive, I will not let them be bullied. Thank you, Senior. Wei Kei blushed with shame and waved his hands repeatedly, Don't thank me, or I'll be too ashamed to show my face. What about you? Tao Rongfang asked, Don't you have anything you want us to help you with? Yang Kai shook his head. He was currently in a lot of trouble, so the Great Moon Prefecture couldn't help him with anything. Taking Old Fang and Daiyu away could be considered a load off his mind. Wei Kei sighed, took out a space ring, and pushed it in front of Yang Kai. It's not much, but I hope you don't mind. If you want to hide in the first inn, you'll need money, so take this. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before accepting the space ring. Wei Kei was an honest person, so if he were to be polite with him, it would only make things more difficult for him. After exchanging a few more words, the two got up and said their goodbyes. Before leaving, Wei Kei said, Do you want to see Fang Biki and Daiyu? After this farewell, who knows when we'll meet again. Yang Kai smiled and said, There will always be a chance in the future. Please take them with you, Senior. Parting was difficult, so it was best not to see them again. Wei Kei stared at him for a while before patting him on the shoulder, Take care of yourself. Then, he turned around and left. Tao Rongfang nodded to Yang Kai and also left. Listening carefully, Yang Kai soon heard the sound of footsteps coming from the corridor. Knowing it was the people from Great Moon State, he returned to his room. After the sound disappeared, Yang Kai returned to his bed and continued to meditate and heal his wounds. Thinking back to everything he had experienced since leaving the star boundary, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Being separated from Ruoxi and wandering in the Qiqiao land, it wasn't easy for him to escape. Now, he was involved in such a big matter as the Golden Crow's corpse. As an emperor of the Emperor realm, he was in the eye of the storm outside this world. How to deal with the Golden Crow's corpse needs to be carefully considered. Not only must he deal with it beautifully, but he must also get rid of this trouble. Thinking about it gave him a headache. The next few days were calm. Yang Kai had been on guard against the lady boss coming to trouble him again. Who knew that he wouldn't see her for several days? His injuries slowly healed, but after what happened last time, he didn't dare to go out at will. Who knows if there were any bold people in the first inn? If they really disregarded the rules of the first inn and attacked him, he wouldn't be able to resist. Time flew by, and 10 days later. On this day, Yang Kai was drinking with Bai Qi in his room. While listening to him talk about the outside world, the door was suddenly kicked open. Yang Kai looked up in surprise, then couldn't help but shrink his neck and turn to look at Bai Qi. Is there a word, safety, in your inn? Can you just kick a guest's door at will? Bai Qi laughed dryly, who told her to be the lady boss. Madame Lan's beautiful eyes were cold as she stared at Bai Qi. I was wondering why I didn't see you anywhere. So you were hiding here drinking. Don't you need to serve the guests outside? How dare you slack off here? I'll deduct 1 year of your wages. Bai Qi's face turned pale. Lady boss, please don't be angry. I'll go out now. Please don't deduct my wages. After saying this, he ran away and disappeared. Yang Kai leaned against the corner of the wall and wanted to slip away as well. The lady boss's beautiful eyes swept over him, and he immediately froze on the spot. With a little kick, the door closed again. Madame Lan sat directly where Bai Qi was just sitting and stared at Yang Kai coldly, not moving for a moment. Yang Kai squeezed out a dry smile at her, then slowly squatted down and shrank into the corner of the wall. He covered his head with both hands. Don't hit my face. The last time she hit him, he had 2 dark circles under his eyes, and it took several days for them to disappear. This woman was too ruthless, he had to be careful. The lady boss said coldly, sit. Yang Kai glanced at her quietly and sat on the ground. The lady boss said angrily, what are you pretending for? I'll let you sit on the chair. Yang Kai blinked, then stood up. He turned sideways to guard against her, then slowly moved to the side of the chair and sat down. His eyes were erratic, and he was highly nervous. Seeing his guarded appearance, Madame Lan was furious. She slammed the table and said, Brat, do you know how much trouble you've caused me? Yang Kai sniffed, I'm not too sure, but I heard a little. He heard about the situation outside from Bai Qi these days, so he didn't go to the lobby to take a look. He only knew that most of the forces that had stayed in the first inn had left. After all, most of the forces that had come here before were third-rate forces, and they weren't qualified to participate in the fight for the Golden Crow's corpse. Those who knew their place, like the Great Moon Province, naturally left early, but there were also a few who stayed to watch the show. Although most of the third-rate forces had left, many second-rate forces had come, and even a few first-rate forces from the blessed enclaves had come. In the first inn, there were now more than 20 middle-level splitters, and as many as 3 or 4 high-level splitters. It could be said that since the opening of the first inn, there had never been such a grand occasion where so many powerhouses had gathered, and all of this was because of the Golden Crow's corpse. Madame Lan sneered, do you think you can get away with it just because you shifted the blame in the lobby that day? Do you really take others for fools? Whether the Golden Crow's corpse is in my hands or not, only the heavens and earth will know. Yang Kai said, I was forced to. With a bang, Madame Lan slammed the table again, so you can make irresponsible remarks just because you were forced into a corner? Do you believe that I'll drive you out of the first inn right now? I don't need to tell you what will happen to you when the time comes. Yang Kai was shocked. Madam, are you trying to kill me? Madame Lan lowered her head and played with her fingers, saying indifferently, it's impolite not to reciprocate. You can do what you want, but I can't do what you want. Yang Kai was really anxious now. If he was driven out of the first inn, how could he survive? He glared at her. The first inn opened its doors to do business, and I didn't pay a single cent less. How can you drive me out? Madame Lan looked up at him. You're right, the first inn has never driven out a customer before. If we drive you out like this, we'll ruin our reputation. Yang Kai's heart thumped, and he exhaled heavily, but then he heard Madame Lan say, unless it's those who can't afford to stay but refuse to leave. Yang Kai's eyes widened, and he instinctively felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Madame Lan said with a smile, I've decided, from today onwards, your room will cost 100,000 heaven-opening pills per night. 100,000? Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he silently calculated. Although he still had some heaven-opening pills on hand, it was likely only enough to last him 3 or 4 days. Filled with grief and indignation, he shouted, Lady Boss, you're taking advantage of your position to bully others. Madame Lan said, I like to, what can you do? It's my business whether the room price goes up or not, and it's your business whether you want to stay or not. No one's forcing you. Yang Kai said, then I request to change rooms. Madame Lan laughed softly, there's no room left. The first inn is overcrowded now, where can I find a room for you? Yang Kai clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke, glaring at her fiercely. Madame Lan, on the other hand, didn't seem to care at all. She had a charming smile on her face as she played with her slender jade fingers, not looking at him at all. Resisting the urge to punch this woman in the face, Yang Kai said, what do you want? Speak. Madame Lan said indifferently, brat, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Haven't you heard of this saying? Chapter 39-26. How could he not have heard of this before? It could be said that he was very familiar with it. Ever since his debut, he had encountered many similar situations. Yang Kai understood the meaning of this sentence better than many people. This empress made a miscalculation and let your evil scheme succeed. Now, there are many people outside who believe that the Golden Crow's corpse is in my hands. Madame Lan looked up. Since that's the case, this empress doesn't mind confirming those people's guesses. This trouble will be taken on by the first inn. What do you think? Yang Kai said, Madam, you mean to ask me to hand over the Golden Crow's corpse? Madame Lan said, I won't give it to you for free. I'll give you enough compensation. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then asked, can I hear the compensation plan? Madame Lan smiled and raised a finger. The first option is to give you heaven-opening pills. This amount. As she spoke, that finger waved heavily in front of Yang Kai's eyes. 10 million. Yang Kai was moved. Madame Lan nodded. Yang Kai said, Madam is generous. 10 million heaven-opening pills was truly not a small amount. This was a great temptation for anyone in the Emperor realm. Since there's the first option, then there's the second. What's the second option? Madame Lan glanced at him and said, the second option is for the first inn to find 5th grade Yin-Yang 5 elements power for you to help you reach the 5th grade of heaven-opening pills. This was another great benefit. If the 5th grade Yin-Yang 5 elements power was converted into heaven-opening pills, it would be worth about 7.5 million heaven-opening pills. However, considering the rarity of materials of this grade, its value was not much different from 10 million heaven-opening pills. Moreover, the 5th grade of heaven-opening pills was not considered weak outside of this universe. It was in the middle of the middle grade of heaven-opening pills. Duan Hai was only at the 4th grade back then. Even Heavenly Lord Qiqiao, whom Yang Kai had never seen before, was only at the 5th grade. Elder Su was also at the 5th grade. In other words, the 5th grade of heaven-opening pills was enough to establish a foothold outside of this universe and lay down a foundation. Madame Lan's sincerity, but the more she was like this, the more Yang Kai felt the value of the Golden Crow's corpse. Otherwise, why would Madame Lan pay such a great price? The value of the golden crow's corpse would definitely far exceed the compensation given by Madame Lan. Is there a third type? Yang Kai asked. Madame Lan said exasperatedly, are you still not satisfied with these two options? Brat, don't be too greedy. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, I'm just asking. Don't be angry, don't be angry. He quickly poured a cup of tea for her, lest this woman go crazy again. Madame Lan snorted coldly. She picked up her teacup and took a sip. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. You should be content with what you have. There are so many newcomers like you who have struggled in the trichiliocosm for hundreds and thousands of years without accomplishing anything. You have only just entered this world, yet you already have such good luck. Who knows how many people will envy you? These words reminded Yang Kai of Dai Yu and Old Fang. The two of them had been outside of this universe for many years, but unfortunately, they had always been trapped in the Kikikyo lands, unable to even break through to the heaven-opening realm. In comparison, Yang Kai's situation was indeed much better. But then again, the opportunity he had now to choose was also something he had risked his life for. It had little to do with luck. He also took a sip of tea. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai said, Lady Boss, I am very tempted by both of your conditions, but I don't know which one to choose. Madame Lan said, let me give you a piece of advice. Do you want to listen? Please speak. If I were you, I would choose the second option. Although the heaven-opening pill is real, it's not safe for you to hold on to so many heaven-opening pills in the Emperor realm. Moreover, you have no way to buy those materials. You might as well let my first-in find you fifth-grade materials and enjoy the fruits of my labor. That makes sense. Yang Kai crossed his arms and fell into deep thought. The lady boss observed Yang Kai's expression and let out a small sigh. Seeing Yang Kai like this, she knew that this matter was very promising. If Yang Kai wasn't even willing to negotiate, then there really was no hope. By now, he had probably also realized how difficult the Golden Crow's corpse was. The Golden Crow's corpse was indeed a death sentence for ordinary people, but for a force like the First In, it was a treasure that could only be found by chance. As long as they could obtain the Golden Crow's corpse, what was a little sacrifice? Yang Kai was deep in thought, and Madame Lan didn't disturb him. Unexpectedly, after a whole incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai still didn't respond. Madame Lan was speechless. Have you thought it through? Yang Kai's brows were tightly knitted together, and he looked very conflicted. When he heard the urging, he turned his head and looked over. Lady Boss, I'm quite satisfied with those two conditions, but can the First-In compensate me for the loss of those two heaven-destroying golden feathers? It would have been fine if he hadn't mentioned the heaven-destroying golden feathers, but the moment he did, the lady boss became angry. Previously, when Yang Kai had used the heaven-destroying golden feathers, she had been injured in a moment of carelessness. It was practically a disgrace. You still want the First-In to compensate you for that? What kind of dream are you having? Madame Lan said in exasperation. Yang Kai said, of course I want it. In order to obtain this Golden Crow's corpse, I used two heaven-destroying golden feathers in a row. Although I don't know what the value of that thing is, it can't be cheap. If I take it out to sell, there will definitely be a lot of people fighting to buy it. Who knows, I might be able to sell it for 10 million heaven-opening pills. If two heaven-destroying golden feathers are worth that much, the First-In's conditions can only barely make me break even. Madame Lan sneered at his words. She wanted to mock him, but on second thought, the heaven-destroying golden feathers were so powerful that it could even injure her. It could be said to be a life-saving talisman. This kind of thing could indeed be sold for a lot of money. If she met a wealthy person, 10 million wouldn't be impossible. Changing the topic, she said, speaking of this, I want to ask you, where did you get the heaven-destroying golden feathers? If she had known this earlier, she wouldn't have failed so miserably. Yang Kai chuckled. I also have a question to ask the lady boss. How about we trade? Madame Lan looked him up and down. What do you want to know? Yang Kai lowered his voice, appearing very secretive. What's the use of that golden crow's corpse? Why are there so many people fighting over it? Madame Lan said, Why are you asking this? Because I'm curious. Yang Kai looked at her eagerly. Madame Lan pondered for a while, then said, Since so many people are fighting over it, it naturally has value. Golden crows are hard to find. In the 3,000 worlds, there aren't many golden crows. This kind of ancient beast is born with the sun and dies with the sun. It can be said to be an extremely mysterious existence. The golden crow's flesh and blood can be refined into pills, and its bones can be refined into treasures. Most importantly, it contains the golden crow primordial fire. If it can be refined, it can become the power of the 5 elements fire, and it's extremely powerful. The main thing was that this information wasn't a secret. Yang Kai could ask anyone and find out, so there was no need for her to hide anything. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. It's the black flames in the Golden Crow's divine palace. He had seen the terrifying power of the Golden Crow primordial fire with his own eyes. Low-tier heaven-opening cultivators would be injured and die upon contact. That's right. Madame Lan nodded, then sneered. Boy, I advise you not to think about it. The Golden Crow primordial fire is extremely terrifying. If you don't have enough wood power to suppress it, absorbing even a little bit is enough to burn you to death. Yang Kai looked like he had learned something. Of course I know this. Tell me, where did you get that golden Miameng plume? Yang Kai chuckled. Naturally, it was given to me by Miameng. Not long ago, I helped a Miameng greatly, and it was grateful to me. Before it left, it gave me 3 golden plumes. Madame Lan looked like she didn't believe him, but she couldn't be bothered to investigate. She said impatiently, after saying so much, What's your decision? Yang Kai said, Don't rush me. If you rush me, I won't know what to choose. How about this, lady boss, you go back first. I'll think about it carefully. If I've made up my mind, I'll give you an answer. Saying so, he stood up, walked to the door, and opened it, looking like he was going to see her out. Madame Lan was dumbfounded by him, but since Yang Kai had made such a statement, it wasn't good for a woman like her to stay here and not leave. She gritted her teeth and got up. When she passed by Yang Kai, a long leg flew out of her skirt and kicked Yang Kai in the stomach before she left. Yang Kai grimaced in pain from the kick. He hugged his leg and hopped around for a long time, cursing in his heart that this crazy woman was really heavy-handed. After a while, Yang Kai closed the door, opened the barrier, and sat cross-legged on the bed. In a flash, he entered the sealed world bead. Inside the sealed world bead, it was quiet. Alone, Yang Kai came to a plane and took out the 6 Unity Wish bag. With a shake of his hand, he released the Golden Crow corpse. Since he got the Golden Crow corpse, he hadn't carefully examined it. Today, after hearing the lady boss talk about the uses of the Golden Crow corpse, Yang Kai couldn't help but have some thoughts. He also didn't expect that the Golden Crow true fire contained in the Golden Crow corpse could condense the power of the 5 elements. This was really a case of planted flowers that didn't bloom, but unintentionally planted willows that grew. When he went to the Sun Star, his original intention was to find Sun's true gold above the 7th grade. But things didn't go as he wished. He found the Sun's true gold, but he didn't get a share of it. The Golden Crow corpse he snatched by chance gave him another way out. Although Madame Lan warned him not to have any ideas about the Golden Crow true fire, and without enough power of the wood element, it was impossible to suppress this kind of evil fire, this problem wasn't a problem for Yang Kai at all. Yang Kai didn't know what grade the power of the five elements wood element condensed from the immortal tree's essence was, but in this world, there were very few things that could surpass it. The power of the wood element in his body was enough to suppress the golden crow true fire. But to be on the safe side, it was better to experiment first. That was why Yang Kai deliberately came to the sealed world bead. Otherwise, with so many masters in the first inn, why would he take this risk? That was his original plan. But who knew that just as the golden crow corpse was released, Yang Kai suddenly felt the entire sealed world bead become turbulent. The world principles instantly became chaotic, and this small world showed signs of bursting. Yang Kai was the master of this sealed world bead, the master of this sealed world. He was especially sensitive to the changes in this world. This feeling was like a large stone being forced into a glass of water, and the glass was about to shatter. Chapter 39-27. This sudden change greatly shocked Yang Kai. In a flash, Yang Kai's thoughts changed rapidly and he quickly figured out the reason. There was a limit to the capacity of the small sealed world. Just like the star boundaries heaven and earth bottle, only 10 great emperors could exist at the same time. It was impossible for an 11th to be born. This was the self-preservation mechanism of the small sealed world and the restriction of its world principles. The capacity of the star boundaries heaven and earth bottle was limited, and so was the small sealed world. What's more, the small sealed world was incomparable to the star boundary. If a powerful existence like the golden crow's corpse was rashly placed inside, the entire small sealed world would not be able to withstand it. And this was just a corpse. If a living golden crow was really allowed to enter, Yang Kai estimated that the small sealed world would immediately be incinerated. The small sealed world was no longer the same as before. The second territory and the third territory had been separated one after another, so today, the small sealed world was only left with the original first territory. Its capacity was pitifully small, so when the golden crow's corpse was suddenly thrown in, such a change occurred. Now that he knew the reason, Yang Kai did not dare to neglect and quickly shook the 6 principles gem bag to store the golden crow's corpse back inside. The trembling of the world principles gradually calmed down and disappeared, and the chaotic world principles were restored. This change also confirmed his previous conjecture. Frowning, Yang Kai stood in place and fell into contemplation. If he had not suddenly decided to put the golden crow's corpse into the small sealed world this time, he would not have discovered this. If the golden crow's corpse was like this, what would happen if he put a heaven-opening realm master into the small sealed world? A heaven-opening realm master's body had already split open the heavens and earth, so depending on the quality, the small universe world inside their body would also vary in strength. Yang Kai secretly speculated that if the capacity of the small sealed world was larger than the heaven-opening realm's world, he might be able to coexist peacefully, but if the small sealed world was smaller, it was very likely that the small sealed world would experience the same changes today. Thinking so, Yang Kai became vigilant. It seemed that in the future, unless absolutely necessary, he couldn't casually take heaven-opening realm masters into his sealed world bead, otherwise it would likely bring great losses and hidden dangers. If a small sealed world was like this, there was no need to mention the One Realm bead. The One Realm bead was a replica of the sealed world bead, but it was far inferior to the sealed world bead because the One Realm bead was refined entirely from dead stars and did not even have its own world principles. Yang Kai estimated that the One Realm bead he refined wouldn't be able to contain a heaven-opening realm cultivator. If he forcefully sucked them in, the result would be the One Realm bead exploding. From this point of view, the 6 Unity Wish bag was quite extraordinary. It also had the same storage function, but it could forcibly store a heaven-opening realm cultivator into it. However, compared to the mysterious small world bead, the 6 Unity Wish bag was not a small world, but rather a space that could expand or shrink at will. He didn't know who refined this 6 directions Rui pouch and how it ended up in Elder Su's hands. But none of this mattered, as the Rui pouch was now his treasure. Since he couldn't test it in the mysterious small world, Yang Kai could only flash out, put away the sealed world bead, and plunge into the Rui pouch. Fortunately, the Rui pouch had now been completely refined by him, so it could expand or shrink as he wished. Although it wasn't as vast as the mysterious small world, it wasn't crowded with the Golden Crow's corpse. The Golden Crow's might was unparalleled when it was alive, but after its death, there was nothing special about it. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai could feel a faint hostility. Yang Kai circled the Golden Crow's corpse a few times before finally standing in front of it, crossing his arms as he stared at it intently. He didn't know where to start. Thinking back to when he was condensing the 5 elements wood force, it was because he had already refined the immortal tree and had Ruoshi's guidance, so the whole process was very easy. Now that he was alone and had no one to rely on, Yang Kai was a little hesitant. After thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai decided to give it a try first. The lady boss had described the Golden Crow true fire to be so terrifying, so it was always right to be careful. Reaching out his hand and placing it on the Golden Crow's forehead, Yang Kai closed his eyes and silently tried to draw out the power of the Golden Crow's true fire. At first, there was nothing special, but at a certain moment, his palm suddenly became hot. From the Golden Crow's corpse, an aura that seemed capable of incinerating all things rushed out. At the same time, Yang Kai had the illusion that he was standing in front of a round sun, as if this scorching power could melt him at any time. His face changed as he hurriedly pulled back, but a trace of black flames had already wrapped around his hand. The smell of burning flesh filled the air, and the excruciating pain caused Yang Kai to involuntarily roar like a wounded beast. Desperately urging his Emperor Qi, Yang Kai tried to stop the black flames from burning, but his Emperor Qi seemed to have become fuel for the black flames. The more he tried, the fiercer the black flames became. In the blink of an eye, the flames had spread to his elbow. Yang Kai was shocked. Although he had been mentally prepared for this and knew that the Golden Crow true fire was extraordinary, he had still underestimated its power. Was he going to be burned to death? At this critical moment, Yang Kai suddenly remembered what the lady boss had said before. Only a strong enough wood attribute force could suppress the Golden Crow true fire, so he hurriedly urged the power of his Dao seal. A faint green aura spread out from his arm and intertwined with the black flames, making for an extremely strange scene. The power of the immortal tree was truly amazing. When this wood attribute force was urged out, Yang Kai clearly felt the pain in his arm lessen greatly. The places where he had been burned by the Golden Crow true fire also felt refreshed, and his flesh and blood were clearly growing. Yang Kai breathed a long sigh of relief. He had made the right choice this time. The quality of his wood attribute force should be higher than the quality of the Golden Crow true fire, otherwise, it would not have shown such a reaction. It seemed that as long as his wood attribute force was strong enough, absorbing the Golden Crow true fire and condensing it into fire attribute force should not be too dangerous. But thinking about it from another perspective, how many people in this world had such powerful wood attribute force? Even if someone had it, it would not be comparable to the essence of the immortal tree. With his mind set, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and carefully wrapped the Golden Crow true fire with his wood attribute force, guiding it into his Dao seal. After a stick of incense worth of time, the originally jade-green Dao seal had a little bit of black color. From this black color, Yang Kai could clearly feel a violent and destructive aura. Carefully feeling it, Yang Kai did not feel any discomfort, causing a look of joy to appear on his face. In other words, he could completely absorb the Golden Crow true fire and condense it into fire attribute force. Moreover, from the feeling the Golden Crow true fire gave him, its quality was absolutely not lower than the 7th grade. Yang Kai had never seen other 7th grade materials before, but in the Golden Crow Divine Palace, he had seen the 7th grade Sun True Gold and also felt its aura. Compared to the Golden Crow True Fire, it seemed to be slightly inferior. After coming to this world for just over a year, he already had the opportunity to condense fire attribute force. This was truly a stroke of good fortune. He was too lazy to consider the conditions the lady boss had put forward. What Ji Tianqing had said before was correct. Many external factors were illusory, and all wealth and power were ephemeral. Only one's own strength was fundamental. Materials above the 7th grade could only be chanced upon by luck. Yang Kai had the ambition to reach the high-grade splitting heavens realm, so how could he miss this opportunity? Not to mention that the lady boss's conditions had not moved him at all, even if they were several times higher. In the face of the temptation of fire attribute force, Yang Kai would still be willing to give up. In a short period of time, the wood attribute force had also repaired the burns caused by the Golden Crow True Fire. Yang Kai took a deep breath and pressed his hand on the Golden Crow's head, urging the power of the Tao Seal to draw the Golden Crow True Fire into his body. The pitch-black flames were drawn out again and wrapped around his arm, but were suppressed by the wood attribute force, not harming Yang Kai in the slightest. After a full half-day, Yang Kai reluctantly jumped out of the Rui pouch. It was not that he had condensed fire attribute force, but that he could not eat until he was fat. He had absorbed enough Golden Crow True Fire today and needed to digest it before he could continue. Moreover, Yang Kai was also afraid that the lady boss would suddenly break in. If she found out that he was hiding in the Rui pouch and secretly absorbing Golden Crow True Fire, she would definitely not let him off easily. In the next few days, the lady boss would come to Yang Kai once a day to discuss the matter of the Golden Crow's corpse with him. Yang Kai naturally feigned civility, pretending to be tempted while casually dealing with her. However, he could feel that the lady boss's patience was about to be worn out. The last 2 times he came to see her, her nose was nose and her eyes were not eyes. She did not like him at all. Every time before he left, Yang Kai would be kicked, but his strength was not as high as hers, so he could not avoid it. The speed of absorbing the Golden Crow True Fire was not slow. With the protection of the wood attribute force of the immortal tree, Yang Kai could be said to have opened up his arms and worked hard. If others knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. Looking at the whole world, condensing any kind of power was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Instead, it required a long period of seclusion. This period of time could be long or short. It could be 3 to 5 years, or it could be 10 to 20 years, or even longer. If Yang Kai did not have the wood attribute force of the immortal tree, it would be impossible for him to be so unscrupulous. It was by relying on the power of the immortal tree that he could absorb the Golden Crow True Fire in a day that others could not absorb for several months. As time passed, Yang Kai could gradually feel something. According to his current speed, he was afraid that in 10 days, the fire attribute force in the Tao Seal would reach a saturated state. At that time, he would no longer need to absorb the Golden Crow True Fire. At that time, the fire attribute force of the 5 elements would be successfully condensed. 10 days. The key was this time. The lady boss was urging him more and more urgently, so she would definitely not give him such a long time. But fortunately, the lady boss came to find him at about the same time every day, so Yang Kai was not discovered. On this day, after calculating the time, Yang Kai jumped out of the Rui pouch. After meditating for less than half an hour, he heard a knock on the door. Needless to say, it was the lady boss again. Yang Kai helplessly got up and opened the door. The lady boss was indeed standing outside, but what made Yang Kai surprised was that she did not come alone this time. There was another person with her. Chapter 39-28. Standing in front of Yang Kai was a tall, hale and hearty old man. The old man was dressed simply in shorts and a torn jacket, his skinny arms and calves exposed. He looked like an old farmer who had just returned from work, completely unremarkable. But when Yang Kai looked at him, he felt that this old man's eyes were as deep as the sea, and he felt like he was about to fall into them and sink into them forever. His heart trembled, knowing that this old man was definitely not as simple as he looked. And Madame Lan, who had been harassing him these past few days, was standing 3 steps behind this old man, glaring at Yang Kai with gritted teeth. "Young friend, can you come in for a chat?" the old man asked with a smile. Although his tone was gentle, it gave off a faint sense of authority that could not be resisted. This kind of authority could only be possessed by someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Yang Kai was no stranger to this. Yang Kai glanced at the lady boss, knowing that he probably could not refuse. He immediately nodded and stepped aside, giving up his seat. The old man thanked him and entered in a flash. Madame Lan followed closely behind. After closing the door, Yang Kai turned to look at Madame Lan and asked suspiciously, "Lady boss, this is?" He also had some guesses about this old man's identity. Madame Lan said solemnly, "This is the boss of my first inn." The old man smiled and nodded. This old man's surname is Situ, first name is Kong. As expected, when he saw the lady boss of the 6th grade splitter standing behind this old man, Yang Kai vaguely guessed the old man's identity. Now that he heard the lady boss's introduction, he knew that his guess was right. This Situ Kong was the boss behind the scenes of the first inn. This person was definitely a high-grade splitter, but he didn't know what grade he was exactly. "So it's Senior Situ. This junior has been rude." Yang Kai clasped his fists and extended his hand. "Senior, please sit." Situ Kong nodded and sat down boldly. Madame Lan moved with light steps to stand behind him. "You sit too." Situ Kong looked left and right, then raised his head to look at Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai dare to sit? Even the 6th stage Kai Tian's lady boss was standing, so how could he sit? He didn't even dare to overstep his boundaries in front of Senior. It was fine to just stand there and talk. Situ Kong didn't force the issue and said, "I've heard about what happened to you. Do you know how many experts have gathered in the first inn?" "I'm not sure." Yang Kai shook his head. If he had asked about the Golden Crow's corpse the moment he opened his mouth, Yang Kai wouldn't have found it strange, but it was a little strange that he suddenly asked this question. Situ Kong said, "There are 32 middle-stage splitters, and 5 high-stage splitters, excluding this old man. More than 21st and 2nd-class forces have come." Yang Kai was speechless when he heard this. He knew that this matter had really gotten out of hand. Even the high-grade Sky Splitter had sent so many people. It was clear how attractive the Golden Crow's corpse was. After saying that, Situ Kong smiled and said, "Then do you know why you can live a peaceful life in my first inn?" Yang Kai was puzzled. What does Senior mean? Situ Kong said leisurely, "A few days ago, you shifted the blame to the east, saying that the Golden Crow's corpse was snatched by Xiaofan. Regardless of whether this is true or not, those people are trying to find a way to prove it. Xiaofan is a member of my first inn, so no matter what, they have to give my first inn some face and won't start with her. Then, the best way is to ask you for information and investigate the whereabouts of the Golden Crow's corpse before deciding what to do next. But, little friend, you've been living here for a few days now, have you been harassed by anyone?" "Never." Yang Kai shook his head, vaguely understanding what Situ Kong meant. He probed, "Senior means, the first inn is protecting me?" Situ Kong didn't deny it and said, "Those guys, there are both good and evil. Many of them aren't easy to talk to." In other words, his first inn was relatively polite. The lady boss spoke at this time, "Yang Kai, although my first inn is powerful, we can't offend too many people for you. Are you selling the Golden Crow's corpse or not? It's best if you give me an answer today." Yang Kai raised his head and looked at her, can you give me some time to think about it? The lady boss frowned. What do you still want to think about? Yang Kai said with a bashful face, 10 days, give me 10 more days. I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer in 10 days. The lady boss stared at him and said, that's impossible. 10 days is too long. You don't know how much pressure the first in is under right now. We've already offended a lot of people just by guarding against those people. 10 days is too long. If 10 days wasn't enough, then what the hell was he doing? Yang Kai estimated that he would need at least 10 more days to condense the fire elemental energy. At that time, the Golden Crow's corpse wouldn't be of much use to him. 3 days. Situ Kong suddenly said, only 3 days, think about it carefully. Then, without giving Yang Kai a chance to speak, he got up and left. This was an ultimatum. Yang Kai followed behind and begged, Lady Boss, Senior, let's talk things over. 3 days is too short, I might not be able to think it through. The lady boss turned around and said unhappily, think about your own life, I believe you will consider it carefully. Then, she directly closed the door, as if she wanted to lock Yang Kai inside. After the two left, Yang Kai's face was full of worry. 3 days. At that time, he definitely wouldn't be able to condense the fire elemental energy, but since they had said so, they wouldn't give him any room for negotiation. After 3 days, it might not be so peaceful. Now that time was tight, although Yang Kai was worried, he didn't dare to delay. He quickly opened the room's restriction and dove into the Rui pouch. Over the next 3 days, Yang Kai entered the Rui pouch many times to absorb the Golden Crow true fire, even going so far as to ignore the damage to his body. His progress was much faster, but he was still some distance away from the saturation of his Dao seal. After 3 days, the lady boss came again. This time, he didn't see Situ Kong. Thinking about it, although the Golden Crow's corpse was precious, in the end, it was just a piece of material. For a high-grade Heaven Splitter cultivator to personally come here was already important enough. The rest could be handled by the lady boss. In a side room, the lady boss looked at Yang Kai and said, Boss said that if you can give me the Golden Crow's corpse, the previous 2 conditions won't change. Furthermore, before you reach the 5th grade Heaven Splitter realm, my first in will guarantee your safety. We absolutely won't let anything happen to you. The benefits had suddenly doubled. Although the lady boss's conditions were good, he could only choose one of the 2, which seemed a bit weak. Now, he could choose both. To be honest, if it were anyone from the Emperor realm facing this kind of temptation, they would probably immediately agree. If Yang Kai hadn't been determined to reach the high-grade Heaven Splitter realm, if he hadn't discovered that he could absorb the Golden Crow true fire, he probably wouldn't have refused. But the golden path was right beneath his feet. If he agreed now, he would have no fate with the Supreme Martial Dao. Yang Kai didn't want to regret his impulsive decision today one day. I believe that other powers will find it difficult to offer such conditions. Stinking brat, if you still know what's good for you, then there's really nothing I can do. Yang Kai said with a sincere expression, I can clearly feel the sincerity of the first in and senior Situ, but, cut the crap. Just tell me if you agree or not. The lady boss didn't give him a chance to speak, directly interrupting him. Her attitude was so firm that there was nothing to say. Yang Kai clenched his teeth and said, I agree, of course I agree. Madame Lan was stunned for a moment, but then she smiled like a flower. At least you know what's good for you. But can you wait a few more days? Madame Lan's pretty face darkened, and she looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. What are you planning? Since you've agreed, why wait a few more days? It's a personal matter, I can't tell you. Yang Kai said calmly, almost angering Madame Lan to death. But I can guarantee that I'll definitely offer up the Golden Crow's corpse with both hands after this. He thought that this would buy him some time, but who knew that Madame Lan would slowly shake her head and say, even if the first in can wait, the others can't. She looked deeply at Yang Kai and said, "You're on your own now." She turned and left the room. Yang Kai followed her and called out a few times, but Madame Lan ignored him. Just as he walked out of the room, Yang Kai's body stiffened. This was because in that instant, dozens of powerful divine senses descended from the sky, enveloping him like a magnificent world. He couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. He shuddered and hurriedly retreated, swallowing his saliva, his face full of lingering fear. He had been hiding in his room all this time. Although he knew that many strong cultivators had come, he hadn't seen them in person, so his concept of them was still rather vague. Only now did he have a deep understanding of them. In this situation, hiding in his room was the safest. It was too dangerous outside. Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He looked around and almost cursed out loud. The restrictions in the room had all lost their effect at this moment. It was obvious that this was Madame Lan's doing. Although his room plate could control the various restrictions in the side rooms and prevent others from prying, Madame Lan was the lady boss of the first inn, so she would definitely be able to do the same. Moreover, her authority would definitely be higher than his as a guest. In other words, if Madame Lan wanted to close the restrictions in his room, he couldn't open them again. The moment the restrictions lost their effect, the dozens of divine senses he had sensed earlier once again attacked him. Without the restrictions in the room, those divine senses were unimpeded and scrutinized Yang Kai carefully. In an instant, Yang Kai's whole body went cold, and all the hair on his body stood on end. With a creak, the door was pushed open. A well-built young man appeared at the door and looked at Yang Kai with a grin. Yang Kai was shocked. He asked in shock, "Who are you?" The young man entered uninvited. A thick demonic chi flowed around him, making him look demonic and wild. He said calmly, "You don't need to know who I am. I just want to ask you one question. Kid, you'd better answer honestly." Without pausing, the young man asked directly, "Is the Golden Crow's corpse in your hands? Or has it been taken by Madame Lan?" You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.